Zwei schon Äpfel glänzten dran, sie reisten Michigan, ich stieg hinein. Die schon. Der Äpfelchen begehrt sehr und schon vom Paradies her.
Von Freuden fühl ich mich bewegt, dass auch mein Garten solche trägt, Stern.
Faust, dancing with the young witch. A pleasant dream once came to me. I saw a lovely apple tree. And 2 fine apples hanging there, I climbed to pick that golden pear. The fair one. You men were always apple mad, Adam and Eden was just as bad. I've apples in my garden too, how pleased I am to pleasure you. There is not the slightest possible doubt about what is meant by the apple tree and the apples. A beautiful bosom was high among the charms binding my dreamer to his actress. The interrelations revealed by the analysis gave us every reason to assume that the dream goes back to an impression from childhood. If this was correct, it was bound to relate to the wet nurse of this nearly 30-year-old man. For a child, the nurse's breast is indeed the hostelry. The nurse, as well as Daudet's Sappho, appears to be an allusion to the lover he had recently broken with. My patient's elder brother also appears in the dream content, the brother being up above and he himself down below. This is again a reversal of their real relationship, for the brother, to my knowledge, has lost his social position, and my patient has maintained his. In recounting the dream content, the dreamer avoided saying his brother was up above and he himself on the ground floor. That would have been much too explicit a declaration, for here in Vienna we say of persons who have lost wealth and position that they are on the ground floor, that is, we are using a similar metaphor to saying they have come down in the world. There must be some meaning to the representation of something in reverse at this point in the dream. The reversal must also apply to another connection between dream thoughts and dream content. There is an indication as to where this reversal is to be found. Clearly it is at the end of the dream, where a similar reversal applies to climbing as to Sappho. Then it easily emerges what reversal is meant. In Sappho the man is carrying the woman who has a sexual relationship with him, in the dream the situation is reversed and it is the woman who is carrying the man. As this can only happen in childhood, the reference is again to the nurse, who finds it hard to carry the baby she is breastfeeding. The end of the dream sums it up in representing Sappho and the nurse by the same allusion. Just as the name of Sappho as chosen by the poet is not without reference to a lesbian disposition, so those parts of the dream in which figures are involved above and below point to the dreamers being preoccupied by fantasies with a sexual content which, being suppressed desires, are not unconnected with his neurosis. The interpretation of the dream does not itself indicate that these are fantasies and not recollections of actual events, it only provides us with the content of the thought and leaves it to us to decide what it is worth as reality. Actual and imaginary events appear at first to be of equal value here, and not only here, but also in the creation of more important psychical formations than dreams. A large social gathering, as we already know, signifies a secret. The brother is nothing but the representative, introduced into the childhood scene by imagining back, of all his later rivals for women. The episode of the gentleman who railed against the King of Italy relates again, mediated by a recent experience of slight importance, to the intrusion by persons of the lower orders into higher society. It is as if, alongside Daudet's warning to the young man, a similar one was meant for the suckling child. 1. As a third example to hand for studying condensation and the formation of dreams, I shall report the partial analysis of another dream which I owe to an elderly lady under psychoanalysis. In accordance with the grave anxiety state from which this patient suffered, her dream thoughts contained a wealth of sexual material which disconcerted as much as alarmed her when she came to learn of it. As I am not able to pursue the interpretation of her dream to the end, the dream material appears to break up into a number of groupings without visible connection. 3. Dream content. She recalls that she has 2 May beetles in a box which she must set free or else they will suffocate. She opens the box, the beetles are exhausted, one of them flies up out of the open window, but the other is squashed by the casement as she is closing the window, which someone wants her to do, expression of disgust. Analysis: her husband is away on a journey. Her 14-year-old daughter sleeps in the bed next to her. In the evening, the girl draws her attention to a moth which has fallen into her water glass, but she neglects to rescue it, and next morning she feels very sorry for the poor little beast. The book she had been reading that evening told how some boys threw a cat into boiling water, and described the animal's convulsions. These are the two intrinsically unimportant occasions for the dream. The theme of cruelty to animals continues to engage her. Years before, when they were staying in a certain district for the summer, her daughter had been very cruel to all kinds of creatures. She made a collection of butterflies and asked her mother for arsenic in order to kill them. On one occasion, a moth flew around the room for a long time with a pin through its body. Another time, some caterpillars which were being kept till they developed to the chrysalis stage were left to starve. While still very young, the same child was in the habit of pulling off the wings of beetles and butterflies. Today she would recoil in horror at all these acts of cruelty. She has grown so tender-hearted. My patient's thoughts are occupied by this contradiction. It reminds her of another one, between appearance and attitude, as it is presented by George Eliot, in Adam Bede, *A girl who was beautiful but vain and very stupid, beside her one who was plain but high-minded. The aristocrat who seduces the silly little thing, the working man of noble feeling who behaves accordingly. You can't tell that from looking at people's appearance, she thinks. Who could tell from looking at her that she was tormented by desires of the senses? The same year as the little girl made her butterfly collection, the region suffered badly from a plague of May beetles. The children waged war on the beetles, squashed them mercilessly. She saw a man tear off their wings and then eat the bodies. She herself was born in May and had been married in May. 3 days after the wedding, she wrote a letter home to her parents saying how happy she was. But she was not in the least happy. On the evening before the dream, she had been looking through old letters and had read out various serious and amusing letters to her family, including one most ridiculous letter from a piano teacher who had paid court to her as a girl, and also one from an aristocratic admirer. Point 2. She reproaches herself that one of her daughters had got hold of a bad book by Maupassant. Point 3 *. The arsenic demanded by her small daughter reminds her of the arsenic pills that restored his youthful powers to the Duc de Mora in Le Nabab *. Regarding setting free, the passage from the magic flute * occurs to her.
Zur Liebe kann ich dich nicht zwingen, doch geb ich dir die Freiheit nicht.
I cannot force you to love. But I will not give you your freedom. Regarding the May beetles, there is also the line from Kleist's Das Käfchen von Heilbronn *. Verlied ja wie ein Käfer bist du mir. Point 4. You are as much in love with me as a May beetle. And between them Tannhauser * while du von böser Lust beseelt, because your soul is filled with evil desire. She lives in a state of worry and anxiety about her absent husband. The fear that something should happen to him on the journey is expressed in numerous daytime fantasies. Shortly before, in the course of the analysis, she had discovered a complaint in her unconscious thoughts about his senility. The wishful thought disguised by this dream can perhaps best be guessed at if I relate that several days before the dream, going about her daily business, she was suddenly alarmed at the imperative she had aimed at her husband, "Go hang yourself." It emerged that a few hours previously she had read somewhere that a powerful erection sets in when a man is hanged. It was the wish for this erection returning from its repressed state in this alarming disguise. Go hang yourself says as much as get an erection at all costs. Dr. Jenkins's arsenic pills and Le Nabab belong here, but my patient also knew that the strongest aphrodisiac, cantharides, Spanish flies, as it is called, is prepared by crushing beetles. This is the meaning that the main component of the dream content is getting at. Opening and closing the window is an issue of constant dispute with her husband. She herself needs fresh air to sleep, her husband dislikes it. The main symptom she was complaining of in these days is exhaustion. In reporting all three of these dreams, I have used italics to highlight the points where one of the dream elements recurs in the dream thoughts. But since none of these dreams is analyzed through to the end, it will probably be more rewarding to look at a dream where the analysis is reported more fully, and use that to demonstrate the overdetermination of the dream content. To do so, I shall select the dream of Irma's injection. It will not be difficult for us to see from this example that the work of condensation employs more than just one device in the formation of dreams. The main figure in the dream content is my patient Irma, who is seen with the features belonging to her in real life, and so in the first place represents herself. However, her posture as I examine her at the window is taken from my recollection of someone else, the lady for whom I would like to exchange my patient, as the dream thoughts indicate. Insofar as Irma displays a diphtheritic attenuation recalling my concern for my eldest daughter, she comes to stand for this child of mine, behind whom there is hidden the figure of the patient I lost from the severe toxic condition, linked to her by having the same name. As the dream proceeds, the meaning of Irma's person changes. Without any alteration in her visible image, she turns into one of the children we are examining in the public surgery at the children's clinic, when my friends demonstrate the difference in their intellectual gifts. The transition was obviously made by way of my little daughter. By her reluctance to open her mouth, this same figure of Irma turns into an allusion to another lady whom I once examined, and, in the same context, to my own wife. In the pathological changes I discover in her throat, moreover, I gathered together allusions to further persons still. All these persons whom I came upon in my pursuit of Irma do not appear in the dream in their own form, they are hidden behind the dream figure of Irma, which in this way becomes a collective image, though endowed, it is true, with contradictory features. Irma becomes the proxy for these other persons sacrificed in the process of condensation, in which I have her go through everything, item for item, that reminds me of them. I can also create a collective figure for the dream condensation in a different way by combining the actual features of two or more persons into a dream image. This is how the figure of Dr. M in my dream came about. He bears the name of Dr. M, he speaks and acts like him, his physical build and his illness belong to someone else, to my eldest brother. One single characteristic, his pallor, is doubly determined, being shared by both persons in real life. In the dream of my uncle, Dr. R is a similar composite figure. But here the dream image was created in another way again. I did not combine features belonging to the one with features of the other, thereby reducing the remembered image of each by certain features. Rather, I adopted the procedure Galton used in making his family portraits, that is, I projected both images onto each other. In this way the features they have in common emerge more prominently, and those that do not match obliterate each other, and become blurred in the image. In the dream of my uncle, the reinforced characteristic that stands out among blurred facial features, blurred because they belong to two people, is the yellow beard, which also contains an allusion to my father and to myself, by way of the association with growing gray. The production of collective and composite figures is one of the main methods of condensation in dreams. We shall soon have occasion to deal with them in a different context. Similarly, the idea of dysentery in the dream of the injection is determined several times over, on the one hand by the resemblance of its sound to diphtheria, on the other by its association with the patient I sent to the Near East whose hysteria goes unrecognized. The reference to propels in the dream turns out to be an interesting case of condensation. The dream thoughts did not have propels in them, but amyls. One might think that a simple displacement had been effected in the formation of the dream. That is so, however, this displacement also serves the purposes of condensation, as the following addition to my analysis will show. If my attention pauses for a moment at the word propels, what occurs to me is the similarity of its sound to the word propelia. But there are propelia not only in Athens but also in Munich. This was the town where a year before my dream I visited the friend, who was very ill at the time, unmistakably referred to by the trimethylamine following hard upon propels. I shall pass over the striking circumstance that, here and elsewhere in the analysis of dreams, associations of the most varying quality are used in connecting thoughts as if they were of equal value, and I shall yield to the temptation to imagine, as it were visually, the process by which Amels was replaced by Propels in the dream thoughts. Suppose, on the one hand, there is the group of ideas around my friend Otto, who does not understand me, puts me in the wrong, and gives me a liqueur smelling of Amel. On the other, connected by contrast, there are the ideas relating to my Berlin friend, who does understand me, would say that I am in the right, and to whom I owe so much valuable information, including his thoughts on the chemistry of sexuality. From Otto's group, what ought especially to arouse my attention is determined by the recent events occasioning the dream. Amels belongs to these distinctive elements, predestined to enter the dream content. The wealth of ideas in the Wilhelm group virtually draws its life from its contrast with Otto, and it is the elements in it alluding to those already aroused in Otto that are given prominence. Indeed, in this entire dream I move to and fro from one person who annoys me to another whom I can contrast with him at will. Point for point, I can call up my friend against my adversary. Thus, Amels from the Otto group wakes memories from the sphere of chemistry in the other group too. Trimethylamine, supported from many sides, enters the dream content. Amels too might be able to enter the dream content unchanged, however, it is subject to the influence of the Wilhelm group, as out of the entire range of memories covered by this name, one element is picked out that is capable of yielding a double determination for Amels. Propels is close to Amels for this association. It is met halfway by Munich and the Propelia from the Wilhelm sphere. In Propels Propelia both fields of ideas come together. As though by compromise, this middle element then enters the dream content. A mediating common factor is created here admitting of multiple determination. This makes it utterly clear that if an element is determined many times over, its entry into the dream content is bound to be made much easier. For this mediating factor to be formed, our attention is displaced from what is actually meant to something closely associated with it. Studying the injection dream has already given us an insight into the processes of condensation in dream formation. We have been able to identify as particular functions of the work of condensation, its selection of elements occurring many times in the dream thoughts, its formation of new unities, collective figures, composite structures, and its production of mediating common factors. What the larger purpose of condensation may be, and what helps to bring it about, are questions we shall not raise until we come to deal with the psychical processes of dream formation in relation to one another. For the moment, let us be content with affirming that condensation in dreams constitutes a remarkable relationship between dream thoughts and dream content. The work of condensation in a dream can most easily be grasped if it has selected words and names for its objects. Words are often treated as things in dreams, and then they go through the same combinations, displacements, substitutions and also condensations as the representations of things. A colleague once sent me an article he had written in which, in my judgment, a physiological discovery of modern times had been overestimated, and above all dealt with in extravagant language. The next night I dreamed a sentence which clearly referred to this article, that is a really nerectal style. At first I had difficulty in analyzing this word formation. There was little doubt that it was created in parodic imitation of the superlatives colossal and pyramidal, but it was not easy to say where it came from. Finally I broke down the monster into the two names Nora and Echtel from two well-known dramas by Ibsen. I had previously read a newspaper article about Ibsen by the same author whose latest opus I had criticized in this way in my dream. 2. One of my patients recounted a short dream to me which ended in a nonsensical word combination. She is with her husband at some peasant celebration and then says, "That mill end in a general Maistolmutz." It is accompanied in her dream by the obscure thought that it is a pudding made of maize, a kind of polenta. The analysis broke the word down into maize, toll, crazy, manstol, man crazy, Olmutz, all of them recognizable as remnants from a conversation at table. Hidden behind maize, as well as an allusion to the recently opened Jubilee exhibition, were the words, Meissen, a figurine of Meissen porcelain representing a bird, Miss, her relative's English governess had traveled to Olmutz, mise equals nasty, miserable, used in Jewish slang and jest, and a long chain of ideas and connections started off from each separate syllable of this lump of a word. 3. A young man had his doorbell set ringing late in the evening by an acquaintance handing in a visiting card. That night he has this dream: a workman is waiting late at night to put the room telephone, Zimmer telegraph, to rights. After he is gone, it still goes on ringing, not with one continuous ring but only intermittently. The servant fetches the man back, and he says, "It's odd how even people who are Tudelrein don't know how to deal with this kind of thing." As we see, the unimportant occasion for the dream refers only to one element in it. It only becomes significant once it has attached itself to an earlier experience of the dreamer's, just as slight in itself, which he has endowed with the significance of a proxy. As a boy living with his father, when drowsy with sleep, he once spilt a glass of water on the floor so that the cable of the room telephone was soaked and the continuous ringing disturbed his father's sleep. As the continuous ringing correlates to getting wet, the intermittent ringing is then used to stand for drops falling. But the word Tudelrein can be analyzed along 3 lines, aiming at 3 kinds of dream material. Tudel equals curatal, which means guardianship. Tudel, perhaps Tuttle, is a vulgar term for a woman's breast, and the component rein, clean, takes over the first syllables of Zimmer telegraph to form Zimmerrein, house trained, which has a great deal to do with wetting the floor, and in addition echoes a name present in the dreamer's family. 5. 4. In a fairly long, chaotic dream of my own, which is apparently centered on a journey by ship, it happens that the next landing station is called Hersing and the one after that Flies. This latter is the name of my friend in B, which has often been the goal of my journeys. But Hersing is made up of the place names of our local railway line in Vienna, which end so frequently in ing, Heitzing, Leasing, Modeling, Medalitz, Me Delicie in its old name, that is, my delight, mean Freud, combined with the English hearsay, which indicates slander, and sets up the connection with the unimportant daytime initiation of the dream, a poem in the Fliegen Blätter * about a slanderous dwarf sagter hatered sagged, says he said. By connecting the final syllable ing to the name Flies one gets Vlissingen, in reality the port in the sea journey where my brother puts in when he comes to visit us from England. But the English name of Vlissingen is Flushing, which is the same as blushing, and recalls the woman patient I am treating who suffers from a blushing anxiety. It also reminds me of a recent publication on this neurosis by Bechterew which caused me feelings of annoyance. V. Another time I had a dream made up of 2 separate parts. The first is the word autodidasker, which I recall vividly. The other is identical with a brief and innocuous fantasy I entertained some days before, to the effect that when next I see Professor N, I have to say, the patient I last consulted you about really does suffer only from a neurosis, just as you surmised. Now not only does the new coinage autodidasker have to satisfy the requirement that it should contain or represent a compromise meaning, this meaning should also relate coherently to my intention, repeated from waking life, to give Professor N that satisfaction. Now autodidasker breaks down easily into author, autodidact, self-taught, and lasker *, which is also associated with the name Lassalle *. The first of these words leads to the this time significant occasion for the dream. I had brought my wife several volumes by a well-known author who was a friend of my brother's and who comes, so I have heard, from the same village as I do, J. David. One evening she talked to me about the profound impression made on her by the sad and moving story of a wasted talent in one of David's novellas, and our conversation then turned to the signs of talent we perceived in our own children. Influenced by what she had just been reading, she expressed her concern about the children, and I consoled her with the remark that dangers of this sort are just the kind that can be averted by education and upbringing. That night my train of thought continued, took up my wife's worries, and wove all kinds of things into them. An observation the writer had made to my brother with regard to getting married showed my thoughts a side path which made it possible to represent them in my dream. This path led to Breslau *, where a lady who was a very close friend of ours had got married. In Breslau I found examples in Lasker and Lassalle for my concern about wasting one's life for a woman, which formed the heart of my dream thoughts. The two enabled me to represent both kinds of this disastrous influence at the same time. 6 Cherchez la femme, the phrase summing up these thoughts, leads me, though in a different sense, to my brother, who is still unmarried, and who is called Alexander. Now I note that Alex, our shortened form of his name, sounds almost like Lasker back to front, and that an impulse from this must have shared in effectively directing my thoughts to the roundabout route via Breslau. However, my games with names and syllables in this dream contain a further meaning. They stand for the wish that my brother should enjoy a happy family life, and they do in the following way. In the novel of an artist's life, L'Oeuvre, whose subject matter must have suggested itself to my dream thoughts, it is well known that the writer has portrayed himself and his own family happiness in certain episodes, appearing in this role under the name of Sandoz. He probably reached this change of name along the following route. If we reverse Zola, as children like to do, we get a Laz. That was probably not sufficiently disguised for him, so he replaced the syllable L, which also introduces the name Alexander, by the third syllable of that name, Sand, and that is how Sandoz came about. And it is in much the same way that my autodidasker was made. My fantasy of telling Professor N that the patient we had both seen only suffered from a neurosis entered my dream in the following way. Shortly before the end of my working year I acquired a patient who utterly baffled my diagnostic skills. A severe organic complaint, perhaps some change to the spinal cord, suggested itself, but was not to be demonstrated. It would have been tempting to diagnose a neurosis, which would have brought an end to all my difficulties, were it not that the sexual case history, without which I refused to diagnose a neurosis, was so energetically rejected by my patient. Not knowing what to do, I turned to the physician whom I revere most deeply for his humanity, as do others, and to whose authority I most readily defer. He listened to my doubts, said they were justified, and then said, "Keep the man under further observation, it will be a neurosis." As I know that he does not share my views on the etiology of neuroses, I did not contradict him, but neither did I hide my skepticism. A few days later I told my patient that I did not know how to treat him, and advised him to turn to someone else. Then to my great surprise he began to ask me to forgive him for lying to me. He was so ashamed, and then he revealed to me that very item of sexual etiology which I had expected, and which I needed if I was to assume a neurosis. It was a great relief to me, but at the same time a source of embarrassment. I had to admit that my advisor, not thrown off course by requiring a case history, had seen more correctly. I intended to tell him, when I saw him again, to tell him that he was right and I was wrong. Now this is just what I am doing in my dream. But what sort of a wish fulfillment is it supposed to be if I admit I am wrong? That is just what I do wish. I would like to be wrong in my worries and fears, or rather, I would like my wife, whose fears I have taken over into my dream, to be wrong. The theme associated with being right or wrong in the dream is not too far away from the one which is really interesting for the dream thoughts. The same alternatives, organic or psychological damage caused by a woman, or rather, by sexuality, Tibetic paralysis or neurosis. The way Lassalle met his end is connected more loosely to the latter. Professor N plays a part in this tightly knit, and, when carefully interpreted, quite transparent, dream, not only on account of this analogy, nor of my wish to be wrong, nor yet on account of his further connections with Breslau and with the family of our friend who married there, but also because of the following little occurrence which followed our consultation. After he had finished his professional task with that speculation, he turned his interest to personal matters. "How many children do you have now?" 6. A dubious, respectful gesture. Girls? Boys? 3 of each. They are my pride and my wealth. Now take care, the girls are no problem, but bringing up boys can have its difficulties later. I rejoined that they had been quite well behaved so far. Clearly this second diagnosis pleased me just as little as his earlier judgment that my patient only had a neurosis. These two impressions, then, are connected by proximity, being experienced all at once. In taking the story of the neurosis into my dream, I am substituting it for our conversation about bringing up children, which reveals still further connections with the dream thoughts, as it touches so closely on my wife's worries as she later expressed them. Thus, even my anxiety that N might be right in his remarks about the difficulties in bringing up boys makes its way into the dream content by hiding behind the representation of my wish that I was wrong to nurse such fears. The same fantasy functions unaltered to represent the two opposite sides of the alternative. These verbal distortions in our dreams are very like those familiar to us from paranoia, but which are also present in hysteria and obsessive ideas. The linguistic tricks of children, who at certain times really do treat words as if they were objects, inventing new languages and artificial word combinations, are in this respect the common source for dreams and for the psychoneuroses. Where the dream contains speech expressly distinct from thoughts, the rule applies without exception that the words spoken in the dream derive from words remembered in the dream material. The words spoken are either retained intact or are slightly altered in expression. Frequently they are a patchwork of various utterances remembered from the day. In this process the actual words remain the same, but their sense is altered to yield a different meaning, or multiple meanings. Speech in dreams often functions merely as an allusion to an event which was accompanied by the words remembered. The work of displacement. While we were collecting examples of dream condensation, another relationship, probably no less significant, must already have caught our attention. We could not fail to observe that the elements pushing to the fore in the dream content as essential components certainly did not play the same part in the dream thoughts. As a corollary, this statement can also be reversed. What is clearly essential in the content of the dream thoughts does not need to be represented in the dream itself at all. The dream, one might say, is centered differently, its content is ordered around a center made up of elements other than the dream thoughts. Thus, for example, the center of the dream content in the dream of the botanical monograph is clearly the element botanical. The dream thoughts, on the other hand, are concerned with complications and conflicts arising from obligations incurred by services between colleagues. Thereafter they focus on the charge that I am giving up too much for the sake of my hobbies, and the element botanical has no place at all here in the heart of the dream thoughts, unless it is loosely related to it by contrast, for botany had never been one of my favorite subjects. In my patient's Sappho dream, climbing up and down, being up above and down below are made to be its center, but in fact the dream deals with sexual relations with persons of the lower orders, so that only one of the elements in the dream thought seems to have entered the dream content, but then to an undue extent. Similarly, though it is true that cruelty reappears as a factor in the content of the May Beetle's dream, which is about the relations of sexuality to cruelty, it does so in a connection of a different kind and without any reference to sexuality, that is, it is torn from its context and recast in a different, unfamiliar form. Again, in the dream of my uncle the meaning of the yellow beard that forms its center seems to bear no relation to the ambitious wishes we have acknowledged to be the heart of the dream thoughts. Dreams of this kind give the impression of displacement with good reason. In complete contrast to these examples, the dream of Irma's injection shows that in the formation of a dream individual elements are also able to retain the place they occupy in the dream thoughts. When we first recognize this new relation, which is entirely variable in meaning, between dream thoughts and dream content, it is likely to fill us with astonishment. If in the course of some normal psychical process we find one idea being singled out from many others and becoming particularly vivid in our consciousness, we usually regard this success as proof that it has been accorded the especially high psychical value, a certain degree of interest, which is its due. But now we discover that this value accorded to particular elements in the dream thoughts is not retained or not taken into account in forming a dream. After all, there is no doubt as to which are the most valuable elements in the dream thoughts, our judgment needs no help to tell us. But in dream formation these essential elements, charged though they are with intense interest, are dealt with as if they were of little value, and instead their place is taken in the dream by other elements which certainly had little value in the dream thoughts. At first, this gives the impression that the psychical intensity 7 of the particular ideas was not taken into consideration at all in their selection for the dream, but only the varying nature and degree of their determination. What enters the dream, one might think, is not what is important in the dream thoughts, but what appears frequently and variously in them. However, this assumption will not take our understanding of dream formation much further, as from the outset it leaves no room for thinking that these two factors in selecting elements for the dream, multiple determination and inherent value, must necessarily work along the same lines to produce the same meaning. It supposes that the ideas which are the most important in the dream thoughts are likely to be the ones that recur in them most often, for the particular dream thoughts radiate from them as it were from a center. And yet the dream can reject these elements, even though they are emphasized so intensely and reinforced so variously, and it can take up into its content other elements which are characterized by the second quality, inherent value, alone. To solve this problem, we shall make use of another impression we had when we were examining the overdetermination of the dream content. Perhaps a number of my readers have already made their own judgment that this overdetermination of the dream elements is not a remarkable discovery at all, as it is quite self-evident. After all, the analysis starts out from the dream elements and registers all the ideas that are associated with them. No wonder, then, that in the thought material acquired in this way these are the very elements to emerge with particular frequency. I doubt if I could accept this objection, but I shall put into words something that sounds rather like it. Among the thoughts brought to light in the analysis there are many which are more remote from the heart of the dream, standing out like artificial elements interpolated for some purpose. Their purpose is easy to discover. These are the very ones that set up the connection, often forced and far-fetched, between the dream content and the dream thoughts, and if these elements were eliminated from the analysis, the components of the dream would lose not only their overdetermination by the dream thoughts, but any adequate determination by them at all. This leads us to the conclusion that very probably the multiple determination which decides the selection of elements for the dream is not always a primary factor in forming it, but often a secondary result of some power at work in the psyche is yet unknown to us. All the same, overdetermination must be an important factor for the entry of particular elements into the dream, for we can observe that it is produced in some profusion in cases where it arises with some assistance from the dream material. The thought suggests itself that a psychical power is operative in the dream work which on the one hand strips the psychically valuable elements of their intensity, and on the other creates new values by way of overdetermination out of elements of low value. It is the new values that then reach the dream content. If this is what happens, then a transference and displacement of the psychical intensity of the individual elements has taken place. As a consequence, the difference between the texts of the dream content and the dream thoughts makes its appearance. The process we are assuming here is the essential part of the dream work. It has earned the name of dream displacement. Dream displacement and dream condensation are the two foremen in charge of the dream work, and we may put the shaping of our dreams down mainly to their activity. It is also easy for us, I think, to recognize the psychical power which manifests itself in the facts of dream displacement. The result of this displacement is that the dream content no longer looks the same as the heart of the dream thoughts, that the dream reproduces only a distortion of the dream wish present in the unconscious. But dream distortion is already familiar to us. We traced it back to the censorship exercised by one psychical agency in our mental life against another. Dream displacement is one of the main means of bringing this distortion about. Is fecit cui profut, *, we may assume that dream displacement comes about through the influence of that censorship, the censorship of endopsychic defense. The way in which these factors, displacement, condensation, and overdetermination, interact in the process of dream formation, and the question of which becomes dominant and which secondary, are things we shall set aside for later inquiries. For the moment we can state a second condition which the elements reaching the dream have to fulfill: they should have evaded the censorship set up by resistance. But from now on in interpreting dreams we propose to take account of dream distortion as an indubitable fact. The means of representation in dreams. Besides the two factors of dream condensation and dream displacement which we discovered were at work in the transformation of latent thought material into the manifest dream content, in pursuing our inquiry we shall encounter two further conditions which undoubtedly have an influence on the selection of material reaching the dream. But before continuing, even at the risk of appearing to pause on our way, I would like to look for the first time at what goes on in the course of interpreting a dream. If I am not deceived, the best way of explaining this clearly and ensuring it is proof against any objections would be for me to take one particular dream as a model, work out its interpretation, as I did in Chapter 2 with the dream of Irma's injection, but then to put together the dream thoughts I have uncovered and from them reconstruct the process by which the dream was formed, that is, to complete the analysis of the dream by its synthesis. I have carried out this work on many examples for my own instruction, but I am unable to use them here because I am prevented by a number of considerations regarding the psychical material which most fair-minded people would approve of. These considerations were less troublesome when analyzing dreams, for the analysis did not need to be complete, and retained its value even if it took us only a little way into the fabric of the dreams. But for their synthesis, the only way I knew for it to be convincing was for it to be complete. I could only give a complete synthesis of the dreams belonging to people unknown to the reading public. And as the means of doing so is only available to me from my patients, that is, from neurotics, this part of my account of dreams will have to be postponed until, in some other place, I am in a position to take the psychological explanation of neuroses to the point where it is possible to make the connection to our topic. I know from my attempts at synthesizing dreams out of the dream thoughts that the material emerging in the course of interpretation varies in value. One part of it is made up of the essential dream thoughts, that is, those which completely replace the dream and would be sufficient by themselves to take its place, if the dream were not subject to censorship. The other part can be summed up under the name of collaterals. Taken all together, they represent the paths along which the real wish rising up from the dream thoughts is translated into the wish expressed in the dream. One group of these collaterals consists of associations to the real dream thoughts, corresponding in my scheme to displacements from the essential onto the trivial. A second group comprises those thoughts which make combinations from among these materials, once trivial but now turned into important items by the displacement, and which lead from these to the dream content. A third group, finally, contains the thought combinations and ideas occurring to us which enable us to come upon the intermediate collaterals in the course of interpreting the dream content, but it is not the case that all of these ideas and combinations together should necessarily have been involved in the formation of the dream. At this point we are interested solely in the essential dream thoughts. These mostly reveal themselves to be a complex of thoughts and memories with the most complicated structure, having all the features of the trains of thought familiar to us from waking life. Quite often they are lines of thought starting out from more than one center, but not without their points of contact. Almost invariably one train of thought is accompanied by its contradictory opposite, associatively linked to it by contrast. Of course, the individual parts of this complicated structure stand in the most various logical relations to one another. They form foreground and background, digressions and explanations, they set terms and conduct proofs and raise objections. Then, when the entire mass of these dream thoughts is subject to the pressure of the dream work, and the pieces are whirled about, broken up, and pushed up against one another, rather like ice flows surging down a river, the question arises, what has become of the bonds of logic which had previously given the structure its form? What kind of representation does the dream give to when, because, just as, although, either, war, and all the other relational terms without which we can understand neither sentences nor speech? Our first answer must be that the dream has no means at its disposal among the dream thoughts of representing these logical relations. Mostly it disregards all these terms and takes over only the factual substance of the dream thoughts to work upon. It is left to the interpretation of the dream to re-establish the connections which the dream work has destroyed. This inability to express such relations must be due to the nature of the psychical material which goes to make the dream. After all, the fine arts, painting and sculpture, are subject to a similar limitation in comparison with literature, which can make use of speech. Here too the cause of the incapacity lies in the material which both arts use as their medium of expression. Before painting came to recognize the laws of expression applying to it, it used to go to some lengths to make up for this disadvantage. In ancient pictures we read scrolls issuing from the mouths of painted figures, reproducing and writing the spoken words the painter despaired of representing pictorially. It may be that an objection will be raised at this point, disputing the dream's inability to represent logical relations. True, there are dreams where the most complicated intellectual operations go on, reasoning and counter-reasoning, chopping logic and drawing analogies. But here two appearances are deceptive. If we go further into the interpretation of dreams of this kind, we will learn that this is all dream material, not the representation of intellectual activity in the dream. The ostensible thinking in the dream reproduces the subject matter of the dream thoughts, not the relations of the dream thoughts to one another, and establishing such relations is what constitutes thinking. I shall offer some examples of this. However, the easiest thing is to make the point that everything spoken in dreams and expressly identified as such is always an unaltered or only slightly modified reproduction of words which are also present in the recollected material of the dream thoughts. Words spoken are often only an allusion to an event retained in the dream thoughts. The meaning of the dream is something quite different. However, I do not dispute that work of critical thinking, which does not simply repeat material from the dream thoughts, also has a share in forming the dream. I shall have to elucidate the influence exercised by this factor at the end of the present discussion. It will then emerge that this work of thinking is not produced by the dream thoughts, but by the dream, which in some sense has already been completed. For the moment, then, let us continue to accept that dreams do not have a particular way of representing logical relations between dream thoughts. Where, for example, a contradiction is present in a dream, it is either a contradiction to the dream or a contradiction from the content of one of the dream thoughts. The contradiction in the dream corresponds to a contradiction between the dream thoughts only in a very indirectly mediated way. But just as painting finally succeeded in finding a way of expressing at least the intention of the words spoken by the figures represented tenderness, menace, warning, and the like, by a different means from fluttering scrolls, so it has emerged that it is possible for the dream to take into account particular logical relations between its dream thoughts by suitably modifying its distinctive mode of representation. We may learn that different dreams take them into consideration to a different extent. One dream will disregard the logical coherence of its material entirely, while another will try to suggest it as fully as possible. In this respect, dreams depart to a varying extent from the text they have before them to work upon. By the way, dreams show a similar variability in the way they behave towards the temporal sequence of the dream thoughts, if the sequence is set up in the unconscious, as it is, for example, in the dream of Irma's injection. What means, then, is the dream work able to use to indicate these relations, which are so difficult to represent, in the dream thoughts? I shall attempt to list them one by one. First of all, the dream does justice to the connection undeniably existing between all the pieces of the dream thoughts by concentrating them into the unified representation of a situation or an event. It renders logical connections in terms of simultaneity. In doing so, it proceeds like the painter who assembles all the philosophers or poets to present a picture of the school of Athens or of Parnassus, for though they never gathered in one hall or on one mountaintop, they surely form a community in our thoughts. The dream continues this method of representation in its details. Whenever it shows two elements close together, this is a guarantee that there is a particularly intimate relation between their equivalents in the dream thoughts. It is not unlike what happens in our system of writing. A means that both letters should be spoken as one syllable, and B with a space between is a sign that A is to be read as the last letter of one word and B as the first of another. Accordingly, the combinations in the dream are not formed of random, completely disparate elements from the dream material, but from ones which are also intimately related in the dream thoughts. To represent causal relations, the dream has two procedures which, in essentials, amount to the same thing. When the dream thoughts run something like, because this was so and so, then such and such was bound to happen. The dream's main way of representing this is to present the subordinate clause as an introductory dream and then add the main clause as the main dream. If I have interpreted aright, this sequence can also be reversed, but the main clause will always correspond to the main part of the dream. A patient of mine once gave me a beautiful example of this way of representing causality. I shall give a full account of her dream later. It consisted of a short prologue and a very elaborate part, with a very strong thematic center, which might be entitled, Told by the Flowers. The preliminary dream went like this. She is going into the kitchen to the two maidservants and scolding them for not having finished preparing the bite to eat. As she does so, she sees a lot of crude kitchenware turned on end to dry off and piled in a heap on top of one another. The two maids go to fetch water, and to do so it is as if they have to wade into a river coming up as far as the house or into the yard. Then the main dream followed, introduced like this. She is climbing down from high up over curiously shaped railings, glad that her dress does not catch on anything, etc. The dream prologue refers to the lady's parental house. It is likely that she has often heard the words in the kitchen from her mother. The piles of coarse crockery derive from the modest hardware shop in the same building. The second part of the dream contains an allusion to her father, who used to chase after servant girls and caught a fatal illness during a flood. The house stood very near the riverbank. The thought hiding behind this preliminary dream, then, is, because I come from this house, from such modest and disagreeable circumstances. The main dream takes up the same thought, presenting it transformed by wish fulfillment. I am of high degree, that is, rather, because I am of such low degree, my life has been such and such. As far as I can see, a division of the dream into two unequal parts does not always signify a causal relation between the thoughts in both parts. It often seems as if the same material were being presented in the two dreams from different points of view, or the two dreams have arisen from separate centers in the dream material, overlapping in content in such a way that what is the center of one dream may play a part in the other as an illusion, and the other way round. In a certain number of dreams, however, the division into a shorter introductory dream and a longer dream following it does in fact signify a causal relation between the two parts. The second method of representing causal relations is employed where the material is meager. It operates by transforming one image in the dream, whether a person or a thing, into another. We can seriously maintain that this connection is a causal one only in cases where we actually see this transformation happening, not where we merely observe that the one person or thing has now taken the place of the other. I said that the two methods of representing causal relations amounted to the same thing. In both cases, causation is represented by succession, in the first case by one dream following another, in the second by the immediate transformation of one image into another. Admittedly, in most cases the causal relation is not represented at all, but submits to the inevitable one after the other of the elements, inevitable even in the working of our dreams. The dream has no way at all of expressing the alternative either, or. It usually takes up the two options into one context as if they had equal rights. The dream of Irma's injection contains a classic example. Its latent thoughts clearly state, "It is not my fault that Irma continues to suffer pain. The blame is to be ascribed either to her resistance to accepting my solution or to the unfavorable sexual conditions under which she lives, which I cannot change, or the nature of her pain is not hysterical at all, but organic." However, the dream presents all three of these all but mutually exclusive possibilities and has no difficulty in adding the dream wish as a fourth explanation. The either, or was then introduced into the interconnections of the dream thoughts by me after I had interpreted the dream. However, where a dreamer wants to use an either, or in recounting a dream, it was either a garden or a living room, etc., what is present in the dream thoughts is not an alternative but an and, a simple addition tacked on. With this either, or we are mostly describing a still insoluble characteristic in a dream element, its haziness. The rule for interpretation in this case is, the separate options of the apparent alternative are to be treated as equal and linked by and. For example, I dream that after waiting for a long time in vain for the address of my friend, who is staying in Italy, I receive a telegram giving me this address. I see it printed in blue on the paper slip of the telegram. The first word is blurred, something like via or villa, the second clearly Saserno. Or even casa. The second word, which sounds like an Italian name and reminds me of our etymological discussions, also expresses my annoyance that he should have kept the place where he is staying secret for so long, but in the analysis it can be seen that each one of the three items suggested as alternative possibilities for the first word offers an independent and equally valid starting point for the chain of thoughts. The night before my father was buried I had a dream of a printed panel, a placard or notice nailed up, rather like the notices forbidding smoking in railway waiting rooms. Written on it is either "You are requested to close your eyes," or "You are requested to keep an eye closed," which I am used to representing in the following form: You are requested to keep eyes closed in. Each of the two versions has its particular meaning and leads the dream interpretation along particular paths. I had arranged for the ceremony to be as simple as possible, because I knew what the departed thought about such events. However, other members of the family did not approve of such Puritan simplicity. They considered it would let us down in front of the funeral guests. That is why one phrase in the dream makes the request to close an eye, that is, to be forbearing, or turn a blind eye. In this case it is particularly easy to grasp the meaning of the haziness we have described as expressing an either, or. The dream work has not been successful in producing for the dream thoughts a unified form of words which will also carry two meanings. The two main lines of thought have already separated in the dream content. Alternatives are difficult to represent, and in some cases they are expressed by the division of the dream into two halves of equal length. The dream has a very striking way of dealing with the category of opposites and contradictions. This is simply disregarded. To the dream no does not seem to exist. In particular, it prefers to draw opposites together into a unity or to represent them as one. Indeed, it also takes the liberty of representing some random element by its wished-for opposite, so that at first one cannot tell which of the possible poles is meant positively or negatively in the dream thoughts. In one of the dreams just referred to, whose preliminary we have already interpreted, because I am of such low degree, the dreamer is climbing over a railing. As she does so, she is holding a branch of blossom in her hands. What this image brings to her mind is how the angel in pictures of the Annunciation, she herself is called Maria, carries a tall lily, and how the girls dressed in white walk in the Corpus Christi procession when the streets are decked with green branches. From these ideas it is quite certain that the blossoming branch in her dream alludes to sexual innocence. But the branch is covered with red blossoms, each one resembling a camellia. By the end of the way she is taken, her dream continues, the blossoms are rather faded. This is followed by unmistakable allusions to her period. Thus the same branch, which is carried as if it were a lily and borne by an innocent maiden, is at the same time an allusion to the Dame aux Camellias *, who always wore a white camellia, as we know, but wore a red one at the time of her period. The same blossoming branch, de Madchens Bluven, the maiden's blossoms, in Goethe's poem *, represents both sexual innocence and its opposite. The same dream, too, which expresses her joy at going through life immaculate, in some places allows the opposite train of thought, that she has been guilty of various sins against sexual purity, in childhood, that is, to shimmer through. In analyzing the dream we found it easy to distinguish the two trains of thought from each other. Of these, the consolatory one seems to lie in a surface stratum, the reproachful one much deeper. Both directly contradict each other, while their equal but opposite elements have come to be represented by the selfsame dream elements. There is only one of the logical relations to benefit, to a very great extent, from the mechanism of dream formation. It is the relation of similarity, congruence, or convergence, the just like, which dreams have the most various means of expressing better than anything else. Indeed, the mergers, or cases of just like present in the dream material constitute the basis for the formation of the dream, and a considerable part of the dream work consists of creating new mergers of this kind, if those already present are prevented from entering the dream by the censorship of resistance. Finding representations for the relation of similarity is aided by the dream work's activity of condensation. In general, dreams represent similarity, congruence, having features in common by concentration into a unity, which is either already present in the dream material or newly formed. The first case can be called an identification, the second a composite formation. Identification is applied when personages are involved, composite formation in cases where objects are the material to be unified, though composites can also be generated by personages. Places are often treated like persons. In identification, only one of the figures linked by some common factor gets to be represented in the dream content, while the other figure or figures seem to be suppressed. However, this one figure goes through all the relationships and situations which are generated both by the cover figure itself and by the figure it covers. In composite formations that include persons, the dream image will already contain features belonging to the figures individually but not shared by them, so that when these features are combined, a new unity, a composite figure, is certain to appear. The composite itself can be brought about in various ways. Either the figure in the dream takes its name from one of the persons it refers to. We know then that such and such a person is intended, rather as we know such things when awake, while its visual appearance belongs to the other person. Or the dream image is composed of visual features which in real life are distributed between both. Instead of being represented by visual features, the second person's share can also be rendered by the gestures we ascribe to him, the words we have him speak, or the situation we place him in. In this last instance, the sharp distinction between identification and the formation of composite figures begins to get blurred. The common quality or thing that justifies, that is, occasions, the merging of the two persons can be represented in the dream, or it can be absent. As a rule, it is this very identification or formation of a composite figure that serves to make such representation of this common factor superfluous. Instead of repeating, is hostile towards me, but so is B, I form a composite figure of A and B in my dream, or I imagine of performing the kind of action which does not belong to him, but which we know to be characteristic of B. The dream figure obtained in this way encounters me in my dream in some new connection, and the circumstance that it signifies both A and B justifies me in entering what the two have in common, that is, their hostility towards me, into the appropriate place in the dream interpretation. In this way I can often achieve an extraordinary degree of condensation in the dream content. I do not need to make a direct representation of a complicated set of circumstances relating to a person, if I have found someone else to associate with him who has the same claim on some of those circumstances. It is easy to see the extent to which using identification as a means of representation can also serve to circumvent the censorship set up by resistance, which creates such harsh conditions for the dream work. It may be that the impulse towards censorship is to be found in the very ideas associated in the dream material with the one person, so then I find a second person who also has connections with the offensive material, but only with a part of it. This contact at a point where censorship is operative now entitles me to form a composite figure characterized by unimportant features from both persons. Being free of censorship, this composite figure is now fit to be taken up into the dream content, and by making use of condensation in my dream I have satisfied the requirements of the dream censorship. Where a feature common to the two figures is also represented in the dream, this is usually a hint to look for some other, hidden common feature which the censorship has made impossible to represent. A displacement with regard to the shared feature has taken place here, to some extent in order to facilitate its representation. The presence in my dream of a composite figure having unimportant shared features allows me to infer that a different common feature, one by no means unimportant, is present in the dream thoughts. Accordingly, identification, or the formation of composite figures, serves different purposes. First, to represent a feature both persons have in common; secondly, to represent a displaced common feature; but thirdly, to find expression for a common feature that is merely wished for. Since wishing it to be the case that two people have something in common is often the same as exchanging them, this relation too is expressed in the dream by identification. In the dream of Irma's injection, I wish to exchange this patient for another, that is, I wish that the other were my patient, as Irma is. the dream takes account of this wish in showing me a figure who is called Irma, but who is examined in a posture in which I have only had occasion to see the other. In the dream of my uncle, this exchange is made into the center of the dream. I identify myself with the minister by treating and judging my colleagues no better than he does. It has been my experience that every dream without exception deals with oneself. Dreams are absolutely self-centered. Where a strange figure, not myself, appears in the dream content, I can assume without hesitation that myself is concealed behind that figure. I can add to myself. At other times when myself appears in the dream, its situation tells me that another person is concealed behind it by a process of identification. The dream should then remind me to transfer something attached to this figure to myself, that is, the hidden thing we have in common. There are also dreams in which myself appears together with other figures, which again, once the identification is resolved into its components, reveal themselves to be myself. These identifications then allow me to associate myself with certain ideas, whose entry the censorship has stepped in to prevent. Thus I can represent myself in a dream in many ways, directly, or by means of identification with other figures. Several identifications of this kind make it possible for a tremendous wealth of dream thoughts to be condensed. Point 8. Identifications of localities bearing their own names can be resolved into their constituents even more transparently than those of persons, because in these cases there is no disturbance from the overweening self. In one of my Rome dreams, page 150, the place I am visiting is called Rome. I am astonished at the number of German placards on a street corner. This is a wish fulfillment which makes me promptly think of Prague. The wish may derive from a nationalistic German period of my youth. At the time I had the dream, a meeting in Prague with my friend was in prospect. So the identification of Rome and Prague can be explained by a wished-for common factor. I would prefer to join my friend in Rome than in Prague, and for this meeting I would rather exchange Prague for Rome. The possibility of creating composite formations is high among the features which often give dreams their fantastic character, as they import into the dream content elements which could never have been the objects of our perception. The psychical process of forming composites in a dream is clearly the same as when we imagine or depict a centaur or a dragon when we are awake. The distinction is only that when we create fantastic figures while we are awake, the decisive thing is what impression we intend the new figment itself to make, whereas the composite formation in the dream is determined by a factor lying outside its figuration, the feature common to them in the dream thoughts. Composite formations in dreams can be executed in many different ways. The simplest represents only the characteristics of the one thing, and this representation is accompanied by knowing that it also applies to another object. A more careful technique combines features from both objects into a new image, and as it does so it makes skillful use of similarities between the two objects drawn more or less from real life. The new formation can turn out to be an utter absurdity or even be a great success as a fantasy, depending on the wit and the subject matter that go into composing it. If the objects that are to be condensed into a unity are too disparate, the dream work is often content to create a composite formation with a more distinct center, to which less distinct determinant factors attach themselves. It is as if in this case fusion into one image has not been successful. The two representations overlap and produce something like a competition between the visual images. If we wanted to demonstrate how a concept is formed out of many separate perceptions, we might do it by representing them like this in a drawing. Of course, dreams are swarming with composite formations of this kind. I have already given some examples in the dreams I have analyzed so far. I shall now add some more. In the dream on page 240, in which the patient's life is told by the flowers, in flowery, that is, euphemistic style, the dream self is carrying a branch of blossom in her hand. This, as we have learned, signifies both innocence and sexual sinfulness at the same time. In addition, the way the blossoms grow on the branch recalls cherry blossom. The blossoms themselves, taken singly, are camellias, so that the whole gives the impression of an exotic plant. The factor the elements in this composite formation have in common emerges from the dream thoughts. The blossoming branch is put together from allusions to gifts, which moved her, or were supposed to move her to yield to persuasion. In childhood the cherries, in later years the spray of camellias, the exoticism is an allusion to a much-traveled botanist who tried to win her favor with a drawing of flowers. Another patient created an intermediate thing in her dream out of seaside bathing huts, water closets, and the attic rooms of our urban dwelling houses. The first two elements share a reference to the naked body and exposure in a state of undress. By combining this with the third element, we may infer that, in her childhood, the attic too had been the scene of an exposure. Another dreamed that her elder brother promised to treat her to caviar, and that afterwards this brother's legs were covered in black beads of caviar. The element of contagion in the moral sense and the memory of a rash in her childhood, which made her legs appear covered with red spots rather than black, have combined with the beads of caviar into a new concept, that of what she got from her brother. Parts of the human body are treated in this dream like objects, as they are in other dreams. I stated earlier that the dream has no means of expressing the relation of contradiction, or of the opposite to a statement, that is, no, I shall now set about contradicting this statement for the first time. It is possible to represent one group of these cases we can sum up as opposites simply by identification, as we have seen, that is, the opposite can be associated with an exchange, a replacement. I have given frequent examples of this. Another group of opposites, coming roughly under the category of vice versa, on the contrary, comes to be represented in the dream in the following remarkable, one might almost say witty, way. The vice versa does not reach the content of the dream as itself, but makes its presence in the material known by representing a closely related piece of the already formed dream content retrospectively, as it were, in reverse. It is easier to illustrate the process than describe it. In the pleasant dream of Up and Down, the dream represents climbing in reverse, just as it represents the original model in the dream thoughts, Daudet's introductory scene where Sappho is presented. By its opposite, movement in the dream is difficult at first and then easier, whereas in the scene in the novel the climb is easy at first and later becomes increasingly difficult. Above and below as they relate to the brother are also represented in the dream the other way round. This indicates that there is a relation of reversal or opposition existing in the dream thoughts between two parts of the subject matter, which we discovered when we found that in the dreamer's childhood fantasy he was carried by his nurse, the reverse of the way the hero carried his beloved in the novel. My dream of Goethe's attack on Harem, page 280, also contains a vice versa of this kind which has to be corrected before it becomes possible to interpret the dream. In my dream Goethe attacked a young man, Harem, in real life, as the dream thoughts retained it, my friend, a man of some importance, was attacked by an unknown young writer. In my dream I calculate from the year of Goethe's death * onwards, in real life the calculation started from the year the paralysis sufferer was born. The thought that was decisive for the dream material turns out to be a contradiction to the idea that Goethe should be treated as if he were a madman. Vice versa, says my dream, if you don't understand that book, it's you who are feeble-minded, not the author. All these dreams of reversal, it seems to me, also imply the derogatory phrase seeing the wrong side of someone, the reversal relating to the brother in the Sappho dream. If we want to pursue the relationships between dream content and dream thoughts further, it is best at this stage if we set out from the dream itself and ask, what is the significance of certain formal characteristics in the representation of dreams as they relate to the dream thoughts? Foremost among these formal characteristics which cannot but strike us in dreams are the differences in sensory intensity among the individual dream constructions, and the variations in the degree of distinctness among particular parts of the dream or among entire dreams when compared with one another. The differences in sensory intensity run the gamut from a clarity of contour which one is inclined, though with no warrant for it, to judge greater than that of reality, down to an infuriating haziness which we declare is characteristic of dreams because it does not fully compare with any of the degrees of imprecision we occasionally perceive in objects in real life. Moreover, we usually describe an impression received from an indistinct object in our dream as fleeting, while the clearer dream images, we think, have stood up to our perception of them for some little time. Now the question is, what conditions in the dream material give rise to these variations in vividness among different parts of the dream content? At this point, we must first take some steps to counter certain almost inevitable expectations. Since real sensations experienced during sleep can also belong to the material of the dream, one is likely to assume that these elements in the dream, or elements deriving from them, will stand out in the dream content with particular intensity, or conversely that what strikes us as particularly vivid in the dream can be put down to real sensations of this kind made in our sleep. But my experience has never confirmed this. It is not correct that the elements in the dream that are the offspring of real impressions during sleep, nervous stimuli, will be more remarkable for their vividness than others that have their origin in memories. Reality does not count as a factor in determining the intensity of dream images. Moreover, one might still expect that the sensory intensity, the vividness, of the individual dream images has some relation to the psychical intensity of the elements in the dream thoughts corresponding to them. In the latter, degree of intensity coincides with degree of psychical value. The most intense and vivid elements are simply the most significant, and these form the center of the dream thoughts. Now we know, it is true, that these are the very elements which the censorship most prevents from entering the dream content. All the same, it could be that their nearest offspring, acting as their proxy, carry a higher degree of intensity, though, being only derivative, without necessarily forming the center of the dream representation. However, comparative observation of dream and dream material will destroy this expectation too. The intensity of the elements in the dream material has nothing to do with the intensity of the elements in the dream. Between the two, a total transvaluation of all psychical values does in fact take place. It is often solely in the fleeting breath of a dream element hidden by more powerful images that we are able to discover a direct descendant of what held such powerful sway in the dream thoughts. The intensity of the elements in the dream proves to be determined in a different way, that is, by two factors independent of each other. At first, it is easy to see that those elements acting as the means of expression for the wish fulfillment are represented with particular intensity. But then we learn from analysis that it is the most vivid elements of the dream that also generate the most trains of thought, that the most vivid are at the same time the best determined. It does not alter the sense if we reformulate that last empirical statement as follows: the greatest intensity is shown by those elements in the dream which required the fullest and most complex work of condensation for their formation. We may anticipate that it will be possible to express this condition and the other condition of wish fulfillment in one single formula. I would like to prevent the problem I have just been dealing with, the causes of the greater or lesser intensity or distinctness of particular elements in a dream, from being confused with a different one concerning the variations in clarity to be found among entire dreams or sections of dreams. In the first, the opposites are clarity and haziness, in the second, clarity and confusion. It is evident, of course, that the rise and fall of the qualities on both scales occur in tandem. A part of the dream that appears clear to us usually contains intense elements. An unclear dream, on the contrary, is put together from less intense elements. Nevertheless, the scale from apparently clear to indistinct presents a far more complicated problem than the one presented by fluctuations in the vividness of the dream elements. Indeed, at this stage it is not possible to discuss it, for reasons I shall develop later. In a few individual cases, one notes with some surprise that the impression of clarity or indistinctness made by a dream is not in the least significant for its structure, but has its origin in the dream material as one of its components. In this connection, I recall a dream of mine which on waking appeared to me to be so particularly well structured, complete, and clear that, still drowsy as I was, I proposed to admit a new category of dreams which were not subject to the mechanism of condensation and displacement, but might be described as fantasies during sleep. Closer scrutiny revealed that this rare dream displayed the same gaps and fissures in its structure as any other, so I gave up the category of dream fantasies. However, the content of the dream was, in essence, that I was propounding to my friend a difficult and long-sought theory of bisexuality, and it was due to the wish-fulfilling power of the dream that this theory, which the dream did not give, by the way, appeared so clear and complete to us. What I had taken to be a judgment on the finished dream was a part, and indeed the essential part, of the dream content. You might say that the dream work was encroaching on my first waking thoughts, conveying to me in the guise of a judgment on the dream that part of the dream material it had failed to represent exactly in it. I once came upon the exact counterpart to this dream in a patient who did not want to tell her dream at all at first, although it belonged in the analysis, because it is so indistinct and confused. Finally, protesting repeatedly that she could not vouch with certainty for her account, she gave it. Several figures occurred in the dream: herself, her husband, and her father, and it was as if she did not know whether her husband was her father or who her father really was, or something like that. From combining this dream with the ideas occurring to her during the consultation, it emerged that her dream is about the pretty ordinary story of a maidservant who had to confess that she is expecting a child and has to hear doubts as to who the father of the child really is. Point 9 here: the lack of clarity shown by the dream was also a part of the material that initiated the dream. A part of this content had been represented in the dream's form. In my experience, one very rarely arrives at a situation like this one, where it is possible to interpret the clarity or confusion of the dream in terms of certainty or doubt present in its subject matter. This qualitative scale from clarity to confusion is essentially dependent on the operation of the factor in dream formation which I have so far left undiscussed, but which I shall be obliged to reveal later on. In many of the dreams which stay for a stretch firmly within a certain situation and scene, interruptions occur which are described by the following words: but then it is as if at the same time it were a different place, and such happened there. This kind of interruption to the main action of the dream, which can be resumed after a while, turns out to be a subordinate clause, an interpolated thought. The conditional in the dream thoughts is represented in the dream by simultaneity, if equals when. What is the meaning of the sensation of inhibited movement, so close to anxiety, which appears so often in dreams? We want to move forward and cannot budge, we want to get something done and constantly come upon obstacles. The railway train is about to leave and we are unable to catch it, we raise our hand to avenge some insult and it fails us, and so on. We have already met this sensation in our discussion of exhibition dreams, but we have not yet made a serious attempt to interpret it. It is convenient but inadequate to answer that motor paralysis occurs in sleep, making its presence felt in the said sensation. We are justified in asking, then why do we not dream of inhibited movement all the time, and in expecting that this sensation, which can always be summoned up in sleep, will be used for some representational purpose and will only be roused by a need for representation present in the dream material? This not being able to get something done does not always appear in dreams as a sensation, but also simply as a part of the dream content. One such case is particularly suitable for explaining the significance of this item in our dreams. I will give a shortened version of a dream in which I appear accused of dishonesty. The location is a jumble of a private clinic and several other places. A servant appears, summoning me to an examination. In the dream I know that something has been missed, and that the examination is taking place because I am suspected of having appropriated what was lost. The analysis shows that examination is to be taken as ambiguous, and includes medical examination. Conscious of my innocence and of my function as consultant in this place, I accompany the servant unperturbed. At a doorway we are received by another servant, who says, pointing to me, "You've brought him? But he's a decent man." Then I enter a large hall, without the servant, where there are machines standing, and which reminds me of an inferno with its diabolical punishments. Strung up on one apparatus I see a colleague who might have had every reason to be concerned about me, but he ignores me. Then I am told I can go now. I can't find my hat, and so I still can't go. The wish fulfillment in the dream is obviously that I am acknowledged to be an honest man and allowed to go, so there must be all sorts of material in the dream thoughts containing the contrary. Being allowed to go is the sign of my absolution, so if the ending of the dream introduces an occurrence that prevents me from going, the implication is that the suppressed contradictory material is using this feature to assert itself. So not finding my hat means, you're not an honest man after all. Not being able to carry something out in this dream is an expression of the contrary, I know, hence, This qualifies my earlier claim that dreams are unable to express a negation. Point 10. In other dreams, where not being able to move occurs as a sensation, not merely as a situation, the same contradiction is more powerfully expressed by this sensation of motor inhibition, as an impulse of willing opposed by a counter-willing. That is, the sensation of motor inhibition represents a conflict of wills. We shall hear later that this selfsame motor paralysis in sleep is one of the fundamental conditions of psychical activity while dreaming. Now, the impulse that is transferred along the paths of motor activity is of course the will, and the fact that we are certain to feel this impulse inhibited while we are asleep is what makes the whole process so very appropriate for representing the willing and the no that opposes it. My explanation of anxiety makes it easy to grasp why the sensation of inhibited will is so close to anxiety and why it is combined with it so often in our dreams. Anxiety is an impulse of the libido, proceeding from the unconscious and inhibited by the preconscious. So in those dreams where the sensation of inhibition is combined with anxiety, it must be a matter of an impulse of willing which was once capable of developing libido, a matter of sexual stirrings. Regard for representability. So far we have been occupied with examining how the dream represents relations between the dream thoughts, but in doing so we frequently return to the broader topic of the general nature of the changes undergone by the dream material for the purposes of dream formation. Now we know that the dream material, largely divested of its logical relations, undergoes a concentration, while at the same time displacements of intensity among its elements necessarily bring about a psychical transvaluation of this material. The displacements we were considering turned out to be substitutions of one particular idea by another somehow closely associated with it, and they were useful in condensation, for in this way, instead of two elements, an intermediate factor common to them both gained entry to the dream. We have not yet mentioned another kind of displacement. But we learn from our analyses that there is such a thing, and that it makes its presence known in a transposition in the words used to express the thought concerned. In both cases it is a matter of displacement along a chain of associations, but the same procedure takes place in different psychical spheres, and the result of this displacement is that in one case one element is replaced by another, while in the other one element exchanges its verbal formulation for another. This second kind of displacement occurring in the formation of dreams is not only of great theoretical interest, it is also particularly well suited to explain the appearance of fantastic absurdity in which dreams disguise themselves. As a rule, the displacement follows the direction taken when a colorless and abstract expression of the dream thought is exchanged for a pictorial and concrete one. The advantage, and thus the intention of the substitution, is obvious. For the dream, what is pictorial is capable of representation, can be integrated into a situation where an abstract expression would cause similar difficulties for the dream representation to those a political leading article, say, would make for an illustrated news magazine. But not only representability has to gain from this exchange, the several interests of condensation and the censorship are able to do so too. Once the abstract, unusable thought is transformed into a pictorial language, the contacts and identities which the dream work requires and will create where they are not present come about between this new expression and the rest of the dream material more easily than before, for language has developed in such a way that the concrete words of every language are far richer in associations than its conceptual terms. One can imagine that a good bit of the intermediary work in the process of dream formation takes place in this way, by appropriate linguistic transformation of the individual thoughts, for it aims at reducing the separate dream thoughts to the most economical and unified expression possible in the dream. In the process one thought, whose expression perhaps for other reasons is fixed, will, in the way it distributes and selects, affect the expressive possibilities of another thought, and it may be that it does this from the outset, working as a poet does. If a poem is to rhyme, the second rhyming line is bound by two conditions: it has to express its due meaning, and it must find the same sound as the first rhyming line. The best poems, I suppose, are those where we do not notice the intention to find the rhyme, but where from the outset each thought has induced the other to choose the verbal expression that with a little adaptation will allow the rhyme to emerge. In some cases this exchange of expression serves condensation by an even shorter route, by finding a form of words which, being ambiguous, will permit more than one dream thought to be expressed. In this way, the entire field of verbal punning is available for the dream work to use. We should not be astonished at the role allotted to the word in dream formation. You might say that the word, being the point of convergence for many kinds of ideas, is predestined for ambiguity, and the neuroses, obsessive ideas, phobias, take advantage of the word in their condensations and disguises no less brazenly than dreams. It is easy to show that dream distortion too benefits from this displacement of expression. We are indeed misled if one ambiguous word is used instead of two unambiguous ones, and replacing our everyday, sober mode of expression by a pictorial one bars our understanding, particularly as the dream never states whether the elements it presents are to be interpreted literally or in a transferred sense, or whether they should be referred to the dream material directly or via the mediation of interpolated phrases. I have already given several examples from dreams of representations which are only held together by the ambiguity of their expression. Her mouth is wide open, in the injection dream. I still can't go, in the last dream quoted, page 253, and so on. I shall now relate a dream where the pictorial representation of abstract thoughts play a considerable part in its analysis. The distinction between this kind of interpretation and interpretation by means of symbolism can still be sharply defined. In symbolic dream interpretation, the key to the symbolization is arbitrarily chosen by the dream interpreter. In our instances of verbal disguise, these keys are generally known and given by established linguistic usage. If one has the right idea on the right occasion, it is possible to resolve dreams of this kind wholly or piecemeal, even without recourse to what the dreamer has to say. A lady with whom I am on friendly terms dreams. She is at the opera. It is a performance of Wagner, which has gone on until 7:45 in the morning. In the stalls and the pit there are tables where people are eating and drinking. Her cousin, just back home from his honeymoon, is sitting at one of these tables with his young wife, nearby, an aristocrat. It is said about the latter that the young woman brought him something back from her honeymoon, quite openly, rather as one might bring a hat back from a honeymoon. There is a tall tower in the middle of the stalls, with a platform at the top surrounded by iron bars. The conductor is up there on high, wearing the features of Hans Richter, he is constantly running round behind the bars, sweating frightfully, and from this position he is conducting the orchestra, which is ranged below around the base of the tower. She herself is sitting with a friend, a lady of my acquaintance, in a box. Her younger sister makes to pass her a large lump of coal from the stalls, giving as her reason that she really didn't know that it would take so long and by now she must be bitterly cold. Rather as if the boxes had to be heated during the long performance. The dream is nonsensical enough, to be sure, though on the other hand it is skillfully made to suggest a situation. The tower in the middle of the stalls from which the conductor directs the orchestra, above all, the coal her sister passes up to her. I deliberately did not ask for an analysis of this dream. Having some knowledge of the personal relations of the dreamer, I succeeded in interpreting parts of it without her aid. I knew that she had had much sympathy for a musician whose career had been interrupted by mental illness. So I decided to take the tower in the stalls literally. Then it emerged that the man she had wished to see in Hans Richter's place in her dream towered high above the other members of the orchestra. This tower can be described as a composite formation made by apposition. With its lower part it represents the man's greatness, with the bars at the top, behind which he is running round like a prisoner or an animal in a cage, allusion to the unhappy man's name *, it represents what later befell him. Something like narrated, Tower of Fools, * might be the word in which both thoughts could coincide. After this revealed the dream's mode of representation, it was possible to attempt to resolve the second apparent absurdity, the one involving the coals her sister passes up to her, by using the same key. Coals was bound to signify secret love.
Kalte Feuer, keine Kohle kann brennen so heiß als wie heimliche Liebe, von der niemand was weiß, *.
No fire, no coal can burn as hot as a secret love, which the world knows not. She herself and her friend were left sitting, i.e. unmarried, her younger sister, who still had prospects of marrying, passes the coals up to her because she really didn't know that it would take so long. What would not take so long is not stated in the dream. If we were telling a story, we would fill the gap with the performance. In the dream, we may consider the sentence as it stands, declare it as ambiguous, and add, before she got married. The interpretation secret love is then supported by the reference to the cousin sitting in the stalls with his wife, and by the open love affair fabricated about the wife. The dream is dominated by the opposition set up between secret and open love, the fire of her own love and the young wife's coldness. In both parts of the dream, by the way, we have the someone high up as a composite formulation referring to both the aristocrat and the musician who raised such high hopes. In the course of the foregoing discussions, we have at last disclosed a third factor whose part in the transformation of dream thoughts into dream content is not to be underestimated: regard for the representability of the peculiar psychical material used by the dream. That is, usually, representability in visual images. Of the various subsidiary connections to the essential dream thoughts, preference is given to the one allowing visual representation, and the dream work does not flinch from the effort of first recasting the recalcitrant material, for instance, into a different verbal form, even if the formulation is more unusual, just as long as it makes representation possible and puts an end to the psychological distress of the pent-up activity of the thoughts. This process of pouring the thought content into a different mold, however, can at the same time be employed for the work of condensation and create associations with another thought which would otherwise not be available. This other thought itself may, perhaps in order to meet the first halfway, have previously altered its original expression. In view of the part played by verbal jokes, quotations, songs, and proverbs in the mental life of the educated, it would be entirely in accordance with expectation if disguises of this kind were used very frequently indeed in representing dream thoughts. For example, what do carts signify in a dream, when each one is filled with a different vegetable? It is the wishful opposite of kraut und Reuben, cabbages and turnips, that is, all of a muddle, and accordingly stands for disorder. I was surprised that this dream has only once been related to me. There is only a small range of subject matter for which a universally applicable dream symbolism has developed, on the basis of generally known allusions and verbal substitutions. Dreams, by the way, share a good deal of this symbolism with psychoneuroses, legends, and popular customs. Indeed, looking at it more closely, one has to acknowledge that with this kind of substitution the dream work is not doing anything original at all. To achieve its aims, in this case, representability free of censorship, it is simply walking the ways already laid down before it in unconscious thinking. It gives preference to those transformations of repressed material which are also allowed to reach consciousness in the guise of witticisms and allusions, and which fill all the fantasies of neurotics. At this point we suddenly gain an understanding of schemers' dream interpretations, with their nucleus of truth which I have defended elsewhere. Our preoccupation in our imaginations with our own bodies is by no means peculiar only to dreams, nor characteristic of these alone. My analyses have shown me that it is a regular occurrence in the unconscious thinking of neurotics, and can be traced back to the sexual curiosity which youths or maidens growing up develop about the genitals of the other sex, but also about their own. But, as Schemer and Foucault emphasize quite correctly, the house is not the only sphere of representations used to symbolize the body, whether in dreams or in the unconscious fantasizing of neurosis. I am acquainted with patients who have, it is true, preserved the architectonic symbolism of the body and the genitals, though of course sexual interest extends far beyond the external genitals. To them, pillars and columns signify legs, as in the Song of Songs *. Every gateway reminds them of one of the body's orifices, hole, every water supply pipe of the urinary apparatus, and so on. But the spheres of ideas belonging to plant life or to the kitchen are just as readily chosen as a hiding place for sexual images. In the first case, the ground has been abundantly prepared by linguistic usage, the deposit of fantasy comparisons from the oldest of ancient times, the Lord's vineyard, the seed, the maiden's garden * in the Song of Songs. Apparently innocuous allusions to the daily tasks of the kitchen let us think and dream the nastiest as well as the most intimate details of sexual life, and the symptoms of hysteria become simply uninterpretable if we forget that sexual symbolism can conceal itself behind the unremarkable things of everyday life as its best hiding place. There is sound sexual meaning to it when neurotic children cannot bear the sight of blood or raw meat, or throw up on eating eggs and pasta, or when the natural human fear of snakes is monstrously intensified in the neurotic, and wherever neurosis makes use of this kind of disguise, it is walking the way that all mankind once traveled in ancient cultural eras, whose existence, beneath only a little debris, is still attested today by linguistic usage, superstition, and custom. At this point I shall include the promised flower dream of a patient, where I will draw attention to everything with a sexual interpretation. After this beautiful dream was interpreted, the dreamer liked it no longer. Introductory dream. She goes into the kitchen to the two maidservants and scolds them for not having finished preparing the bite to eat, and as she does so she sees so much crockery turned up on end to dry, crude crockery in piles. Later addition, the two maids go to fetch water, and as they do it is as if they are wading into a river which is rising right up to the house or into the yard. 11. Main dream. 12. She is climbing down from high up. 13. Over curious railings or fences, which are combined into large diamond shapes made up of interwoven fencing and small squares. 14. It is really not made for climbing. She has constant trouble in finding a foothold, and is glad that her dress doesn't catch on anything, so that as she is walking she remains decent. 15. As she goes she is carrying a large branch in her hand. 16. Actually like a tree, thickly covered with red blossoms, branched and spreading. 17. The idea of cherry blossoms is present, but they look like camellias in full bloom, which, however, do not grow on trees. As she goes down, she has at first one, then suddenly two, and then again 1.18. As she gets to the bottom, the lower blossoms are already rather fallen. Now that she has reached the bottom, she sees a manservant who is, she might almost say, combing a tree just like hers, that is, he is ruffling thick tufts of hair hanging down from it like moss. Other workmen have cut down branches of this kind from a garden and thrown them onto the street where they are lying around, so that many people take them. But she asks whether it's all right, whether she too can take one for herself. 19. In the garden a young man is standing, someone she knows, a foreigner, and she approaches him to ask whether she can transplant such branches to her own garden. 20. He embraces her, but she struggles, and asks him what he is thinking of, and whether he thinks it is permitted to embrace her like that. He says there is nothing wrong, it is allowed. 21. He then declares he is ready to go with her into the other garden to show her how to plant it, and says something to her that she doesn't quite understand. Anyway, I need 3 meters, later she says square meters, or 3 fathom cords of ground. It was as if in return for being helpful he would demand something of her, as if he intended to be compensated in her garden, or as if he wanted to cheat on some law, so that he would have an advantage and she come to no harm. She doesn't know whether he really showed her something then. I must mention yet another sphere of ideas which frequently serves to mask a sexual content in dreams, as it does in neurosis. I mean that involved in a change of dwelling. Moving out of an apartment can easily be replaced by taking off one's clothes, that is, by an ambiguous word belonging to the sphere of ideas of dress. If the dream also contains a lift, then we recall that as a verb in English it also implies to lift someone's clothes. Of course I have an excess of material of just this sort, but reporting it would take us too deep into a discussion of neurotic conditions. It all leads to the same conclusion, that we do not need to assume a specific symbolizing activity on the part of the psyche in the course of the dream work. On the other hand, we may assume that the dream makes use of any symbolizations already present and waiting in unconscious thinking, because these satisfy the requirements of dream formation better, both on account of their representability and also in most cases on account of their freedom from censorship. Examples: calculating and speaking in dreams. Before I put the fourth factor controlling the formation of dreams in its due place, I will give some examples from my dream collection. Some are able to illustrate the interaction of the 3 factors we are already familiar with, some to present belated evidence for certain unsupported assertions, or draw irrefutable conclusions from them. Indeed, In the foregoing account of the dream work, I have found it very difficult to prove my results by using examples. The instances I use to illustrate particular propositions only have any value as evidence in the context of a dream interpretation. Torn out of this frame of reference, they lose their beauty, and a dream interpretation that only schemes the surface soon becomes so broad that it makes it easy to lose the thread of the argument it is supposed to be illustrating. I hope this reason of art will serve as my excuse for stringing together all sorts of examples whose only connection is that they relate to the text of the preceding section. First, a few examples of particularly curious or unusual modes of representation in dreams. A lady's dream goes like this: a maidservant is standing on the ladder as if to clean the windows, and she has a chimpanzee and a gorilla cat, later corrected to Angora cat, with her. She throws the animals onto the dreamer, the chimpanzee cuddles up to the dreamer, and that is most disgusting. This dream has realized its intention by very simple means, by taking a turn of phrase literally and representing it as its wording says. Monkey and the names of animals in general are pejoratives, insults, and the situation in the dream says just that, throwing insults around. This collection will shortly give further examples of the use of this simple trick in the dream work. Another dream proceeds in a similar way: a woman with a child who has a strikingly malformed skull. She has heard it said of this child that he became like this on account of the way he was lying in his mother's womb. The doctor says it might be possible to give the skull a better shape by compressing it, but that would damage the brain. She thinks, as it's a boy, it will do him less damage. This dream contains the concrete representation of the abstract concept, impressions of childhood, which the dreamer has heard in the explanations of her therapy. The dream work strikes out on a rather different path in the following example. The dream includes the memory of an excursion to the Hilmteig * near Graz. It is dreadful weather outside, a miserable hotel, with water dripping down the walls, the beds are damp. This last bit of the content is less direct in the dream than I have put it. The dream signifies superfluous. The abstraction present in the dream thoughts has first, quite forcibly, been made ambiguous, perhaps replaced by overflowing or by fluid and superfluous, and then successfully represented by a number of similar impressions. Water outside, water inside on the walls, water in the form of damp in the beds, all fluid and superfluous *. It would be a separate task to collect modes of representation of this kind and arrange them according to the principles they are based upon. The dream work often succeeds in representing very recalcitrant material, such as proper names, by a forced use of very remote associations. In one of my dreams, I was given a task to do by my old professor, Bruck. I am preparing a slide, and I pick something out of it that looks like crumpled silver paper. More of this dream later. The idea attaching to it, which occurs to me with some difficulty, is staniol, silverfoil, and then I realize that what I am alluding to is the name Stanius, which is the name of the author of a treatise on the nervous system of fishes which I once regarded with awe. The first scientific task my teacher gave me did actually involve the nervous system of a fish, the Amacoetes, * clearly, the picture puzzle could do nothing with this name. We can learn a great deal from the numerals and calculations occurring in dreams about what the dream work consists of and how it plays around with its material, the dream thoughts. Superstitions regard dreaming of numbers as particularly auspicious, so I will produce a few examples from my collection. From the dream of a lady, shortly before bringing her therapy to an end. She wants to pay for something. Her daughter takes 3 FL 65 Kr* from her purse, but she says, "What are you doing? It only costs 21 krona." This bit of the dream was clear to me on account of the dreamer's circumstances, without any further enlightenment from her. The lady was a foreigner who had found a place for her daughter in a Viennese educational establishment and was able to continue under my treatment for as long as her daughter remained in Vienna. In 3 weeks' time the school year would come to an end, and with that her therapy would end too. On the day before her dream, the principal of the seminary had put it to her that she might like to decide to keep the child there for a further year. She had clearly continued this suggestion in her own mind to the point of thinking that in that case she would also be able to extend her treatment for another year. Now this is what the dream is referring to, for a year equals 365 days and the 3 weeks to the end of the school year, and if her treatment can be replaced by 21 days, though not by that number of consultations. The numerals that were present early in the dream thoughts were allotted a cash value in the dream, though the meaning this expressed was nothing more profound than time is money. It is true, 365 kreuzer make 3 gulden 65 kreuzer. The very small sums appearing in the dream are obviously a wish fulfillment. Her wish reduced the costs of both her treatment and the year's education at the seminary. 2. The numerals in another dream lead to more complicated associations. A young lady, married for a number of years, learns that an acquaintance of hers, Elise L., who is almost the same age as she is, has just got engaged. Soon afterwards she dreams, she is sitting with her husband in the theater, one side of the stalls is entirely empty. Her husband tells her that Elise L. and her fiancé had also wanted to go, but had only got very bad seats, 3 for 1 FL 50 krona, and of course they couldn't take those. In her opinion, that was no hard luck. Where do the 1 FL 50 krona come from? From an intrinsically trivial occasion from the day before. Her sister-in-law had been given 150 FL as a present by her husband, and was in a hurry to spend it, using it to buy some jewelry. Let us note that 150 FL is 100 times 1 FL 50 krona. Where does the 3 for the theater seats come from? Only one association emerges for that: the engaged girl is younger than she is by that number of months, 3. When we pursued the question of what the dream meant by presenting one side of the stalls as empty, we found its solution. It is an allusion, unchanged, to a little occurrence that gave her husband good reason to tease her. She had wanted to go to one of the performances advertised at the theater for that week, and to be on the safe side she bought tickets several days beforehand, which meant she had to pay an advance booking fee. When they arrived in the theater they discovered that one side of the auditorium was almost empty. She had no need to be in such a hurry. I shall now replace the dream with the dream thoughts. It was nonsense to marry so early. I had no need to be in such a hurry. I can see from Elise L.'s example that I would still have got a husband, indeed one 100 times better, husband, dear one, if I had only waited, opposite to her sister-in-law's hurry. I could have bought 3 such husbands for the money, her dowry. We note that the numbers in this dream have altered in meaning in context far more than in the one just discussed. The dream's work of transformation and distortion has been more elaborate here, which we interpret as indicating that these dream thoughts had a particularly high degree of resistance to overcome from within the psyche. We should also not overlook an absurd element in the dream content, that is, that 2 people are supposed to occupy 3 seats. We will be encroaching on the interpretation of absurdity in dreams when we note that in content this absurd detail is meant to represent the most emphatic of the dream thoughts: it was nonsense to marry so early. The number 3, referring to a quite unimportant comparison between the 2 persons, the difference of 3 months in their ages, is then skillfully employed to produce the nonsense required for the dream. The reduction of the real-life 150 FL to 1 FL 50 krona is the equivalent of the low value ascribed to the husband, or dear one, in the dreamer's suppressed thoughts. 3. Another example shows us the arithmetic of dreams which has brought them into such disrepute. A man dreams he is sitting in the home of the B's, a family he used to know, and says, "It was nonsense that you didn't give me Molly." Then he asks the girl, "How old are you, then?" Her reply, "I was born in 1882. "Ah, then you are 28 years old." As the dream took place in 1898, it is clear that the reckoning is wrong, and the dreamer's weakness in arithmetic might admit comparison with the paralytic patient's inadequacies, if it did not allow of a different possible explanation. My patient is one of the sort whose thoughts can never let go of any woman they happen to see. For some months the patient who regularly followed him into my consulting room was a young lady whom he would encounter and ask after frequently, meaning to be entirely courteous in his behavior towards her. She it was whose age he reckoned to be 28. So much to explain the result of the ostensible calculation. However, 1882 was the year when he had married. He could not resist also getting into conversation with the two other female persons he met in my apartment, the two maidservants, by no means young, who used to open the door to him in turn, and when he did not find them very forthcoming, he explained to himself that they probably found him a settled elderly gentleman. If we put these examples together with similar ones, to follow later, we may say, the dream work is not doing arithmetic at all, it is not getting it either right or wrong, it is only putting together in the form of a calculation numerals occurring in the dream thoughts which can be used as allusions to material resistant to representation. In doing so, it treats the numerals in exactly the same way as it does all other ideas, as it does names in speech which can be recognized as verbal presentations, that is, as material for expressing its intentions. For the dream work is also incapable of creating speech. However meaningful or irrational speech and reply in dreams may appear, the analysis tells us every time that in presenting them the dream has taken only fragments of speech spoken or heard in real life and dealt with them quite arbitrarily. It has not only torn them out of context and broken them up, accepting one bit and rejecting another, but often makes new combinations out of them, so that an apparently coherent speech in the dream will break down into 3 or 4 fragments in the analysis. In giving the words this new use, the dream has often departed from the meaning they had in the dream thoughts, and discovered an entirely different meaning in the wording. On closer scrutiny it is possible to distinguish more distinct, compact elements in the dream speech from others which function as connectives and have probably been filled in the same way as we fill in missing letters and syllables when we are reading. Speech in dreams has something of the structure of breccia, in which larger fragments of various materials are bound together by a solidified matrix. Strictly, it is true, this description applies only to those utterances in dreams which have something of the sensory quality of real speech, and can be described as speaking. The others, which are not, as it were, felt, that is, heard as speech or uttered as speech, which are not accompanied by any acoustic or motor reinforcement in the dream, that is, are simply thoughts, appearing just as they do in our thought activity when awake and passing unaltered into many of our dreams. Our reading matter also seems to offer a full-flowing source, though hard to pursue, for the unimportant speech material in our dreams. But everything that stands out conspicuously, in whatever way, submits to being traced back to speech pronounced in words we have ourselves uttered or heard in real life. We have already found examples of the derivation of dream utterances of this kind, which were made with other ends in mind. For example, in the innocuous market dream of page 140, in which the words "that's no longer available" are used to identify me with the butcher, while a part of another speech, "I don't recognize that, I won't have it," really fulfills the task of making the dream innocuous. On the day before her dream, in fact, our dreamer had rebuked her cook for some impertinence with the words, "I don't recognize that, behave yourself properly," and then she took the unimportant first part of this speech into her dream, in order to use it as an allusion to the later part, which would have fitted very well into the fantasy lying at the basis of the dream, but would also have revealed it. A similar example, standing for many, which, indeed, all produce the same result. A large yard, in which dead bodies are being burnt. He says, "I'm going on. I can't bear the sight of it." Not distinct as speech. Then he meets 2 butcher's boys, and asks, "Well, did it taste good?" One of them answers, "No, it didn't." As if it were human flesh. The innocuous occasion for this dream is as follows. After their evening meal he paid a visit with his wife to their neighbors, good folk, but by no means appetizing. The hospitable old lady was just eating her supper, and pressed him, men have a joking compound word for it, with a sexual meaning, to taste some. He declined, he wasn't hungry anymore. "Oh, go on, you can manage it," or words to that effect. So he has to taste it, and praises what she offered. That tastes good. Later, alone with his wife, he grumbles at the way his neighbor pushed herself on him, as well as at the quality of the food he had to taste. I can't bear the sight of it, which was not definitely spoken even in his dream, is a thought referring to the physical charms of the lady who invited him to share her meal, and might be translated to mean that he has no desire to gaze on them. The analysis of another dream will turn out to be more instructive. I shall relate it at this point on account of the very distinct speech forming its center, but I shall not explain it until I deal with affects in dreams. My dream is very clear. I have gone at night into Bruck's laboratory, and hearing a gentle knocking at the door I open it to, the late Professor Fleischl, who comes in with several strangers and after a few words sits down at a table. This is followed by a second dream. My friend FL has come to Vienna inconspicuously. I encounter him in the street in conversation with my late friend P, and I walk with them to some place where they are sitting opposite each other as though at a small table, with myself to the fore at the narrow end at the little table. FL is telling us about his sister, and says, in 3/4 of an hour she was dead, and then something like, that is the threshold, Schwiel. As P does not understand him, FL turns to me and asks me how much of his concerns I have told P. Then, overcome by quite remarkable effect, I try to tell FL that P can't know anything at all, of course, because he is no longer among the living. But what I say, noticing the error myself, is non-vixit. Then I give P a penetrating look. Beneath my gaze he becomes pale, hazy, his eyes become sick and blue, and finally he dissolves away. This makes me unusually glad, and I understand then that Ernst Fleischl too was an apparition, a revenant, and I find it perfectly possible for a figure of that kind to persist for only as long as it pleases us, and that it can be removed by someone else's wish. This beautiful dream includes so many of the puzzling characteristics of dream content, criticism operating within the dream itself, so that I notice my mistake of saying non-vixit instead of non-vivid, sitting at ease in the company of the dead, who are declared to be dead by the dream itself, the absurdity of the conclusion I draw from this and the great satisfaction it gives me, so that I would gladly give my life to offer a full solution to these riddles. But, in reality I am incapable of doing what in fact I do in my dream, sacrificing my regard for persons dear to me to my ambition. However, any disguise would ruin the dream's meaning, which I know very well. So I shall content myself with selecting some elements from the dream to interpret, first here and then at a later point. The scene in which I annihilate P, with a glance forms the center of the dream. As I do so, his eyes become strangely and uncannily blue, and then he dissolves away. This scene is a remarkable imitation of one I really experienced. I was a demonstrator at the Physiological Institute and had the early shift. Bruck had learned that on a few occasions I had arrived late at the student's laboratory. One day he came on the dot of opening time and waited for me. What he said to me was brief and to the point, but the words did not matter. What was overwhelming were his terrible blue eyes and the glance he gave me. I dissolved away before it, like P in my dream, but to my relief P had exchanged roles with me. Anyone who can recall those wonderful eyes of the master's, still beautiful in extreme old age, and anyone who ever saw his wrath, will have no difficulty in sharing the affects of the young sinner of long ago. For a long time, however, I just could not find a source for the non-vixit with which I passed that sentence in my dream, until I recalled that the two words were so strongly distinct in my dream not because they were heard or called, but because they were seen. Then I knew straight away where they came from. On the pedestal of the monument * to Emperor Joseph II in the Hofburg in Vienna the beautiful words can be read. Saluti patrii vixit non Dio sed totus. From this inscription I had picked out what was suited to the one, hostile, set of thoughts in my dream thoughts, and was meant to say, the fellow hasn't any right at all to interrupt. After all, he's dead. And then I could not help remembering that I had had the dream a few days after the memorial to Fleischl had been unveiled in the university arcades, and that while I was there I had seen Bruck's memorial once again, and, in my unconscious, must have reflected with regret that my friend P, with his great talents and undivided devotion to science, had been robbed by his all too early death of his well-founded claim to a memorial in these halls. So I raised this monument to my friend in my dream. His first name was Joseph. 22. According to the rules of dream interpretation, I would still have no justification for replacing the non-vivid, which I need, by the non-vixit that my memory of the Joseph memorial puts at my disposal. This must have been made possible by the contribution of another element in the dream thoughts. It tells me to pay some attention to the fact that the scene in my dream is the meeting place for two currents of thought towards my friend P, a hostile one and an affectionate one, the first one on the surface, the second hidden, which both contrive to be represented in the same words non-vixit. Because he has rendered great services to science, I raise a monument to him, but because he has been guilty of a malevolent wish, expressed at the end of the dream, I annihilate him. I have just formed a sentence there with a very distinctive pattern, and in doing so I must have been influenced by some model. But where is a similar antithesis to be found, placing two opposing reactions to the same person in parallel, each of which has a claim to be fully justified and yet has no wish to disturb the other? In one place only, but a deeply impressive one for the reader, in Brutus' justificatory speech * in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. As Caesar loved me, I weep for him; as he was fortunate, I rejoice at it; as he was valiant, I honor him; but, as he was ambitious, I slew him. Does this not show the same sentence construction and antithetical thinking as the dream thoughts I have uncovered? So I am playing the part of Brutus in my dream. If only I could find another, confirmatory trace of this surprising parallel connection in the dream content. I think it could be the following: my friend FL comes to Vienna in July. This detail has no support at all in real life. To my knowledge, my friend has never been in Vienna in the month of July. But the month of July was named after Julius Caesar, and so might very well represent the allusion I am looking for to the mediating thought that I am playing the role of Brutus. Remarkably, I did once actually play Brutus. I performed the scene between Brutus and Caesar from Schiller's poems * before an audience of children. This was as a 14-year-old boy, together with my nephew, 1 year older than I, who had come to visit us from England, another revenant, for it was the playmate of my earliest childhood years who surfaced again with his return. Until I was almost 4 we had been inseparable, had loved each other and fought each other, and this childhood relationship has been decisive, as I have already suggested, for all my later feelings for companions of my own age. Since then my nephew John has had very many incarnations, bringing him back to life with now one side of his nature and now the other, as it is ineradicably fixed in my unconscious memory. He must have treated me very badly on occasion, and I must have shown courage towards my tyrant, for a little speech in my own justification has often been recounted to me, in which I defended myself when my father, his grandfather, called me to account. "Why are you hitting John?" In the language of a child not yet 2, it went, "I hit him 'cause he hit me." It must be this childhood scene that turned the non-vivid into non-vixit, for in the language of later childhood hitting is known by a word sounding just like vixit, whichson. The dream work is not above making use of connections of this sort. As for the hostility towards my friend P, which had so little cause in real life, he was my superior in many respects and therefore a suitable candidate to be a new addition of my playmate, so it certainly goes back to my complicated infantile relationship to John. So I shall return to this dream again. Absurd dreams. Intellectual performance in dreams. In our dream interpretations so far we have come upon the element of absurdity so often that we are reluctant to put off any longer our investigation into where it comes from and what it means. Indeed, we recall that it was the absurdity of dreams which gave the opponents of their serious study one of their main arguments for regarding them as nothing but the meaningless products of a reduced and fragmented mental activity. I shall begin with some examples in which the absurdity of the dream content is only ostensible, disappearing as we go deeper into the meaning of the dream. They are dreams concerning, by chance, one might think at first, a dead father. The dream of a patient who lost his father 6 years ago. A great misfortune has befallen his father. He was traveling on the night train. There was a derailment. The seats collapsed, his head was jammed crosswise between them. Then he sees him lying in bed, with a vertical wound just above his left eyebrow. He wonders that his father should have come to grief like this, for after all he is dead, he adds as he tells his story. His eyes are so bright. According to the prevailing view of dreams, the content of this dream should be explained as follows. While he was imagining the accident to his father, the dreamer at first forgot that his father had been in the grave for years. As the dream proceeds, this memory is roused and causes him to be astonished at his own dream even as he is dreaming. However, analysis teaches us that it is quite unnecessary to look for explanations of this kind. The dreamer had ordered a bust of his father from a sculptor, and had first cast eyes on it 2 days before the dream. This is what seems to him to have come to grief. The sculptor has never seen his father, and is working from photographs in front of him. On the day before the dream, the devoted son sent an old family servant to the studio to see whether he too would pass the same judgment on the marble head, that is, that it turned out too narrow in the cross-section between the temples. Now follows the material from his memory that has contributed to the construction of this dream. When his father was troubled by business worries or family difficulties, he was in the habit of pressing both hands to his temples, as if his head had expanded and he wanted to press it together. As a 4-year-old child, our dreamer was present when a pistol, which happened to be loaded, went off and blackened his father's eyes. His eyes are so bright. When his father was alive, in his thoughtful or sad moods, there was a deep vertical furrow to be seen in the place where the dream shows a wound. The substitution of a wound for this furrow points to the second occasion for the dream. The dreamer had taken a photograph of his little daughter, he had dropped the plate, and when he picked it up it showed a crack that ran like a vertical furrow across the little girl's forehead, reaching down to her eyebrow. At this, he could not hold off his superstitious forebodings, for the day before his mother died the photographic plate with her picture on it had cracked. The absurdity of this dream is thus simply the consequence of a slipshod way we have of using words, making no distinction between a bust or photograph of a person and the person himself. We are all used to saying, "Don't you think it's hit your father off?" Of course, the appearance of absurdity in this dream would have been easy to avoid. If it is admissible to judge so soon after learning of only one dream, one might say that this appearance of absurdity is permitted or intentional. 2. A second, very similar example from my own dreams. I lost my father in 1896. After his death, my father played a part in Magyar politics, united them politically. I see a small, indistinct picture showing this a crowd of people, as though in the Reichstag, one person standing on one or on 2 chairs, stolen, others around him. I recall how like Garibaldi * he looked on his deathbed, and I am glad that this promise did come true after all. That is surely absurd enough. I dreamed it at a time when obstruction from Parliament had thrown Hungary into a state of disorder *, and the country was in the throes of the crisis from which it was rescued by Coleman Zell. The trifling circumstance that the scene in the dream is made up of such small pictures is not without significance for elucidating this element. Usually the way dreams represent our thoughts visually is in images that give the impression of being more or less life-size, but the image in my dream is the reproduction of a woodcut bound into the text of an illustrated history of Austria, representing Maria Theresa * at the Reichstag in Pressburg, the famous scene of Mariamer pro rege nostro. 23. Like Maria Theresa in the picture, in my dream my father is standing surrounded by the crowd. But he is standing on 1 or 2 chairs, so he is the chairman, or presiding judge, Stuhlrichter. He has united them. The intermediary here is the saying, "We will not need a judge." His resemblance on his deathbed to Garibaldi is something all those of us present did in fact remark. He had a post-mortem rise in temperature, his cheeks grew more and more flushed. Involuntarily, we continue, UND hinter ihm, in wesenlosem Scanlag, was UNS alle Bandite, das Gemian *, and behind him, mere empty appearance, lay what confines us all, the common and mean. These exalted thoughts act as a warning that the very thing we shall encounter is vulgarity. The postmortem describing the rise in temperature corresponds to the words after his death in the dream content. The most painful part of my father's suffering was the complete paralysis of the intestine, obstruction, during his last weeks. All sorts of disrespectful thoughts attach themselves to this. I recall one of my contemporaries, who lost his father when he was still a schoolboy, which moved me, deeply stirred by his loss, to offer him my friendship. He once told me mockingly about the grief of a relative whose father had died in the street and was brought home, only for the family to find when they undressed the corpse that in the moment of death or post-mortem his bowels had emptied of stools. It distressed the daughter so deeply that this nasty detail could not but spoil her remembrance of her father. With this we have got through to the wish embodying itself in this dream. To be a pure and great presence to one's children after one's death, who would not wish for that? What has become of the absurdity of this dream? It appeared absurd only because the dream gave a faithful representation of a perfectly admissible turn of phrase, whose components combine to produce between them the sort of absurdity which usually goes unremarked by us. Here too we cannot dismiss the impression that the appearance of absurdity is intentional, created on purpose. 3. In the example I am about to offer, I am able to catch the dream work in the act of intentionally fabricating an absurdity which the material itself offers no occasion for. It comes from the dream suggested to me by my meeting with Count Thun before my holiday journey. I am riding, far, in a hansom cab and I tell the driver to drive me, Farin, to a railway station. Of course, I can't drive, Farin, with you on the railway line itself, I say, after he raised an objection, as if I had tired him out, although it is as if I had already driven, Farin, with him on a stretch which one usually travels, Fart, by train. Analysis provides this confused and nonsensical story with the following explanation. That day I had taken a hansom cab which was meant to take me to a remote street in Dornbach. However, the cab driver did not know the way, and, as these good folk do, he drove on until I noticed it and showed him the way, not sparing him a few scornful remarks. There is a train of thought spinning from this coachman to the aristocrat I shall meet later. For the moment just the pointer that one thing about the aristocracy we middle-class plebeians notice is how they prefer to take the driver's seat themselves. Count Thun himself certainly drives the Austrian state coach. However, the next sentence in the dream refers to my brother, whom I also identify with the cab driver. This year I had called off our journey to Italy together. I can't drive with you on the railway line itself, and this refusal was a way of punishing him for his usual complaint that I normally tire him out on these journeys, which reaches the dream unchanged, in expecting him to make too many changes of place and take in too much in one day. That evening my brother had accompanied me to the station, but he jumped out at the Westbahnhof local railway station to take the local train to Perkersdorf. I had remarked to him that he could go on with me a while longer if he did not take the local train, but took the mainline train from the Westbahnhof as far as Perkersdorf. Some of this entered the dream, where I am riding in the cab along a stretch which one usually travels by train. In reality it was the other way round, and umgekehrt ist auch gefahren, traveling in the other direction is still traveling. I had said to my brother, you can travel in my company in the mainline train along the same stretch as you're going to take the local. I set up the entire confusion in the dream by saying cabinet instead of local, which then of course serves very nicely to condense the figures of the cabby and my brother. Then I tease out some nonsense in the dream which this explanation seems scarcely fit to disentangle, and which virtually contradicts something I had said earlier. I can't drive with you on the railway line itself. As I have no need at all to mix the local train up with the cab, I must have shaped the entire puzzling tale in my dream intentionally. But what was my intention? We shall now learn what absurdity in dreams signifies, and the motives that allow it entry or create it. The solution to the mystery in the present case is as follows. I need an absurdity and something incomprehensible in my dream in connection with the element foreign * because in my dream thoughts there is a certain judgment demanding to be represented. One evening, at the house of that hospitable and witty lady who appears in another scene of the same dream as a housekeeper, I had heard two riddles which I could not solve. As my fellow guests were already familiar with them, I cut a rather ridiculous figure in my unsuccessful efforts to solve them. They involved two puns on Nachkommen, those who come after, descendants, following after, and Vorfahren, those who go before, forebears, traveling or driving ahead of. Der Herbie Fields, der Kutcher Thuts. Ein Jetter Hats. Im Grabe Ruts. Vorfahren. The master commands it, the driver does it, everyone has it. It lies in the grave. To go/drive ahead, those who go before, i.e. forebears. It was confusing, too, that half of the second riddle was identical with the first. Der Herbie Fields, der Kutcher Thuts. Nicht Jetter Hats. In der Weege Ruts, Nachkommen. The master commands it, the driver does it. Not everyone has it. It lies in the cradle. To drive after, those who come after, i.e. children, descendants. Now when I saw Count Thun driving ahead so imperiously, and I got into my Figaro mood, judging it to be the only merit of these grandees that they had taken the trouble to be born *, that they were Nachkommen/descendants, these two riddles became intermediary thoughts for the dream work. As it is easy to mix up aristocrats with coachmen, and as it used to be the custom in our part of the world to address the coachman as brother-in-law, the work of condensation was able to draw my brother into the same representative figure. But the dream thought at work behind it runs, it's nonsense to be proud of one's forebears. I prefer to be a forebear myself, an ancestor. On account of this judgment, it's nonsense, hence the nonsense in my dream. This now probably solves the last riddle left in this obscure part of the dream, where I dreamed that I had already driven before, vorhergefahren, with the cabby, that is, already driven ahead, vorgefahren, with him. Dreams are made absurd, then, when one of the elements in the dream thoughts contains the judgment that is nonsense, when one of the dreamer's unconscious trains of thought is motivated by criticism and mockery. In this way the absurd becomes one of the means used by the dream work to express contradiction, like its reversal of the relation between dream thought and dream content, like its exploitation of feelings of motor inhibition. But the absurd in dreams is not just to be translated by a simple no, rather, it is meant to reproduce the dream thought's disposition to laugh or mock at the same time as contradicting. The dream work only provides something ridiculous if it is motivated by this intention. Once again it is transforming part of the latent content into a manifest form. Point 24. Actually we have already met a convincing example of this kind of meaning in an absurd dream, the dream I interpreted without analysis of the Wagner performance that lasted till 7:45 in the morning, when the orchestra was conducted from a tower, etc., page 297. Clearly it means, this is a demented world and a deranged society. The deserving don't get their due, and the ones who don't care get it all, by which she means her own fate in comparison with her cousins. It is also far from accidental that our first examples of the absurdity of dreams should concern a dead father. The conditions for creating absurdity in dreams are to be found typically together here. The authority that characterizes the father provoked the child's criticism early on, the strict demands he made caused the child to keep a keen eye open for his father's every weakness. But the filial devotion which surrounds the father's person in our thoughts, especially after his death, only intensifies the censorship which prevents any expression of this criticism from becoming conscious. 4. Another absurd dream about my dead father. I receive a communication from the district council of the town where I was born relating to payment of costs for hospital accommodation in 1851, necessary on account of a seizure suffered in my house. I make fun of it, for in the first place, in 1851 I wasn't born, and in the second, my father, to whom it possibly refers, is already dead. I go into him in the next room and tell him about it. To my surprise he remembers that once in 1851 he was drunk and had to be locked up or detained. It was when he was working for the firm of T. So you used to drink, too? I ask. Did you get married soon afterwards? I calculate that I was actually born in 1856, which seems to me to follow right after it. In the light of the foregoing discussion, we can only translate this dream's blatant display of its absurdities as the sign of a particularly bitter and passionate polemic in the dream thoughts. However, we are all the more astonished when we confirm that in this dream the polemic is quite open, and the father is identified as the figure who was made the butt of the mockery. Openness of this kind seems to contradict our assumptions about the part played by censorship in the dream work. But it is a help to our understanding that the figure of my father is only a stand-in here, and that the dispute is actually carried on with someone else who only makes an appearance in the dream in a single illusion. While dreams usually deal with rebellion against other figures behind whom the father is hiding, here the pattern is reversed. The father is turned into a straw man to cover others, and that is why the dream is free to divert itself so undisguisedly with his otherwise sacrosanct figure, because the certain knowledge is also involved that it is not he who is meant. This is to be learned from what occasioned the dream. It happened, in fact, after I had heard that an older colleague, whose judgment was regarded as irreproachable, had expressed his disapproval and astonishment that one of my patients was continuing his psychoanalytic work with me into its 5th year. The introductory sentences of the dream indicate in transparent guise that for a time this colleague took over the duties that my father was no longer able to fulfill: payment of costs, hospital accommodation, and when the ties of our friendship began to loosen, I fell into the same conflict of feelings as the role and earlier achievements of the father provoke in the case of dissension between father and son. My dream thoughts are defending themselves bitterly against the charge that I am not getting on faster, which then extends from the treatment of this patient to other things too. Does he know anyone who can do it any faster? Doesn't he know that conditions of this kind are otherwise absolutely incurable and last a lifetime? What are 4 to 5 years compared with the length of a whole life, especially when the burden of the patient's existence has been made so much lighter during treatment? The mark of absurdity is produced in this dream largely by stringing sentences from different parts of the dream thoughts next to one another without any intermediary transition. In this way the sentence, "I go into him in the next room," abandons the theme which gave rise to the previous sentences and faithfully reproduces the circumstances when I informed my father of my own, independent, engagement. The sentence wants to remind me of the noble selflessness the old man showed then, and to contrast it with the behavior of someone else, a new figure. I note at this point that this is why the dream is free to mock my father, because in the dream thoughts he is fully acknowledged and held up as a model to others. It is in the nature of all censorship that in speaking of forbidden things one is permitted to say things that are not true sooner than the truth. The next sentence my father remembers, that once he was drunk and so had to be locked up, no longer contains anything referring to him in real life. The figure he is covering here is the great Maynard * no less, whose footsteps I followed with such great reverence and whose behavior towards me after a short period of favor suddenly changed to undisguised hostility. The dream reminds me of something he told me himself, that as a young man he had once been addicted to using chloroform as an intoxicant and so had had to spend time in an institution. The dream also reminds me of a second experience with him shortly before his end. I had conducted a bitter literary dispute with him on the subject of male hysteria, which he denied existed, and when I visited him in his last illness and asked how he was, he lingered over the description of his condition, and closed with the words, "You know, I was always one of the finest cases of male hysteria." This is how he admitted to my satisfaction and to my astonishment what he had obstinately struggled against for so long. However, my basis for being able to conceal Maynard behind my father in this scene in my dream is not the analogy I discovered between the two figures, but the brief, though entirely adequate, representation of a conditional clause in the dream thoughts. In full, it goes like this: all right, if I were second generation, the son of a professor or Hofrat, then I would certainly have got on faster. In my dream I actually make my father a Hofrat and professor. The grossest and most disturbing absurdity in the dream is to be found in its treatment of the year 1851, which does not seem to be at all different to me from 1856, as if the difference of 5 years meant nothing at all. But that was the very thing that was meant to emerge from the dream thoughts and find expression. For the 5 years, that is the length of time I enjoyed the support of the colleague I mentioned at the outset, but it is also the length of time I made my fiancée wait to get married, and also the length of time, by a chance coincidence promptly exploited by the dream thoughts, that I am now making the patient I am closest to wait to be completely cured. What are 5 years, my dream thoughts ask. That's no time at all to me. It's just not an issue. I have time enough ahead of me, and just as that finally came good, despite your lack of faith, so will this too. Besides, the number 51, detached from the century, is determined in yet another way, actually with the opposite meaning. It also occurs in this sense several times in the dream. 51 is the age when a man appears to be particularly vulnerable. When I have seen colleagues die suddenly, among them one who had waited a long time but died a few days after being appointed professor. V. Another absurd dream, which plays games with numerals. One of my acquaintances, her M, has been attacked in an essay by no less a person than Goethe, with quite unjustifiable passion, we all think. Naturally, her M is annihilated by this attack. He complains bitterly about it in company at table, but his reverence for Goethe has not suffered, despite this personal experience. I try to throw some light on the chronological pattern, which strikes me as improbable. Goethe died in 1832, as his attack must naturally have taken place earlier. Hurrem was a very young man then. It seems plausible to me that he was 18 years old. But I am not sure what year we are in at present, and in this way the entire calculation is plunged into darkness. The attack, by the way, is included in Goethe's well-known essay on nature. We shall soon find a means of justifying the nonsense in this dream. Hurrem, whom I know from his company at table, recently asked me to examine his brother, who was showing signs of paralytic insanity. He was right in his surmise. During this visit a distressing thing happened. Without any cause the sick man exposed his brother by alluding in conversation to the exploits of the brother's youth. I had asked the patient the date of his birth, and repeatedly got him to do small calculations to test his failure of memory tests, by the way, which he still passed quite well. I already note that in my dream I am behaving like a sufferer from paralysis. I am not sure what year we are in. Other material in the dream comes from another recent source. The editor of a medical journal, a friend of mine, had published an extremely unkind, annihilating criticism in his paper of the latest book by my Berlin friend F.L., written by a very youthful reviewer not fit to pass judgment. I believed I had a right to intervene and took the editor to task. He deeply regretted having accepted the review, but would not promise to print a correction. At this I broke off my connection with the journal, and in my letter of resignation stressed my expectation that our personal relations would not suffer from this occurrence. The third source of the dream is the story, then still fresh in my mind, told me by a patient of how her brother succumbed to psychological illness, breaking into a frenzy with the cry nature. His doctors were of the opinion that the cry derived from reading that beautiful essay of Goethe's and was an indication that he had been overworking at his studies in natural philosophy. I prefer to think of the sexual sense which even the less educated among us imply when they speak of nature, and the fact that the unhappy young man mutilated himself in the genitals at least did not suggest I was wrong. He was 18 years old when his attack broke out. If I also add that my friend's book, so harshly criticized, one wonders whether it is the author who is crazy, or oneself, another critic had said, deals with the chronological patterns of life, and even traces Goethe's long life back to the multiple of a biologically significant numeral, then it is easy to see that in my dream I am putting myself in the place of my friend. I try to throw some light on the chronological pattern. But I am behaving like a sufferer from paralysis, and the dream is reveling in its absurdity. That means, then, that the dream thoughts are saying with irony, naturally, he is the fool, the madman, and you are the people of genius, who understand things better. But what if it were the other way round? And this reversal is represented in the dream content in quantity, for example, when Goethe attacks the young man, which is absurd, while even today a very young man could easily attack the immortal Goethe, and when I count forward from the year of Goethe's death, while I have my paralytic patient count forward from the year of his birth. However, I have also promised to demonstrate that there is no dream that is not prompted by egoistic motives. Consequently, I must justify making my friends cause my own in this dream, and putting myself in his place. It is not enough to call on the critical convictions of my waking mind for this. Now the story of the 18-year-old sufferer, and the different interpretations of his cry of nature, allude to the position I have taken contrary to the majority of physicians in maintaining that the psychoneuroses have a sexual etiology. I can say to myself, just like your friend, that is how you will fare at the hands of the critics. Indeed, you have already done so to some extent. And now I am free to replace the he of the dream thoughts by a we. Yes, you are right, we too are the fools. I am reminded vigorously that mea res agiter asterisk by the reference to Goethe's incomparably beautiful little essay, for it was hearing this essay read at a popular lecture that decided me, when I was still an unsettled school leaver, to study the natural sciences. 6. I have not yet fulfilled my promise to analyze another dream in which myself does not occur to show that it, too, is egoistic. I mentioned a short dream on page 207, in which Professor Ella says, "My son, the myope asterisk," and noted that it was only the preliminary dream to another, in which I have a part to play. Here is the missing main dream, which offers us an absurd and incomprehensible word formation which needs explaining. On account of some events in the city of Rome, it is necessary for the children to flee the city, which does in fact happen. The setting is then outside a gate, a double gate in the ancient style, the Porta Romana in Siena, as I know as I am dreaming. I am sitting on the edge of a fountain, very sorrowful, almost weeping. A female figure, an attendant, a nun, brings the two boys out and hands them over to their father, but I am not he. The older of the two is quite clearly my eldest son, I can't see the other's face. The woman who is bringing the boy wants him to kiss her goodbye. Her distinguishing feature is her red nose. The boy refuses her the kiss, but, giving her his hand in farewell, says, "Auf Gezeers," and to the two of us, or to one of us, he says, "Auf Ungezeers." I have an idea that the latter indicates a preference. This dream is built on a tangle of thoughts prompted by a play I had seen in the theater, Das Neue Ghetto, the New Ghetto, the Jewish question, concern for my children's future, who cannot be given a fatherland of their own, concern about bringing them up in such a way that they can grow up able to move freely from place to place. These are easy to recognize in the relevant dream thoughts. By the waters of Babylon we sat down and wept. Like Rome, Siena is famous for its beautiful fountains. For Rome I have to find some substitute in my dream, see page 148, among the places familiar to me. Not far from the Porta Romana in Siena we saw a large, brightly lit house. We learned that it was the manicomio, the lunatic asylum. Shortly before I had the dream I heard that someone who shared my religion had had to give up his hard-won position at a state asylum. Our interest is roused by the spoken words, "Auf Gezeers," at a point in the situation retained in the dream where one should expect, "Auf Wiedersehen," and by its quite nonsensical opposite, "Auf Ungezeers." Gezeers, according to the information I have gathered from the scribes, is a genuine Hebrew word, deriving from the verb goiser and best rendered by suffering imposed upon one, destiny. From its use in Jewish slang, one might suppose the word meant weeping and wailing. Ungezeers is my very own word formation, and first catches my attention, though to begin with I also have no idea what to do with it. The little remark at the end of the dream, that Ungezeers indicates some preference over Gezeers, opens the gates to my ideas, and so to my understanding. After all, we find a similar preference between kinds of caviar. Unsalted caviar is more highly regarded than salted. Caviar to the general *great expectations. This conceals a joking allusion to one of the members of my household, younger than I, who will one day, I hope, take the future of my children into her care. It fits well with this that another member of my household, our good nanny, should be recognizable as the attendant, or nun, in the dream. However, there is an intermediary transition missing between the pair salted unsalted and gezeers ungezeers. It is to be found in the pair leavened unleavened. In their flight from Egypt, the children of Israel had no time to allow their dough to rise, and in memory of this they still eat unleavened bread at Easter to this day. This is where I can accommodate the sudden idea that came to me during this part of the analysis. I remembered how we took a walk last Easter in the streets of Breslau, a town we did not know, my Berlin friend and I. A little girl asked me the way to a certain street. I had to make my excuses that I didn't know, and I then remarked to my friend, I hope in later life the little girl has a keener eye in her choice of persons to guide her. Shortly afterwards I caught sight of a physician's plate, Dr. Harrod's, consulting hours. I remarked, I hope our colleague is not actually a children's specialist. My friend had meantime been expounding his ideas on the biological significance of bilateral symmetry to me, and had introduced a sentence with, if we just had one eye in the middle of our forehead like the Cyclops, that leads now to the words spoken by the professor in the preliminary dream, my son, the myope. And this has led me to the main source for gezeers. Many years ago, when this son of Professor L.S., who is today an independent thinker, was still sitting on the school benches, he suffered from an eye complaint which the doctor declared was a matter of some concern. In his opinion, as long as it remained on the one side it was of no significance, but if it were to pass over to the other eye, it would be serious. The trouble in the one eye cleared up without leaving any damage. Shortly afterwards, however, signs of the infection really did appear in the other. The terrified mother sent for the doctor at once to come out to the solitude of her country lodgings. What sort of a gezeers are you kicking up? He hectored. If it has got better on the one side, it'll get better on the other. And so it did. And now its connection with me and mine. The school bench on which the son of Professor L acquired his earliest wisdom passed as a gift from the boy's mother into the possession of my eldest son, the son, that is, I had speak the words of farewell in my dream. One of the wishes attached to this transference is now easy to guess. This school bench is also by its construction intended to protect the child from becoming short-sighted and one-sided. Hence the myope in my dream, and behind it Cyclops, and the discussion of bilaterality. My concern about one-sidedness has more than one meaning, as well as meaning physical one-sidedness. It can refer to intellectual development. Indeed, does it not seem that the craziness of the scene in the dream is a contradiction of these very concerns? After the child has spoken his words of farewell to the one side, he calls its very opposite to the other side, as if to set up a balance. He is acting, as it might be, in observance of bilateral symmetry. Thus, dreams are often at their most profound when they appear at their craziest. Through the ages, those who had something to say and could not say it without risk would gladly don the fool's cap. The listener who was the target of the forbidden speech was prepared to tolerate it, as long as he could laugh and flatter himself with the view that the uncomfortable truths were obviously uttered by a fool. The prince in the play who has to pretend to be a fool is behaving just as the dream does in reality, and so we can declare of the dream what Hamlet says of himself, as he replaces his true circumstances with his witty and unintelligible word games. I am but mad north-northwest, when the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw 25 *. I have solved the problem of absurdity in dreams, then, to the point where we can say, the dream thoughts are never absurd, at least not the dream thoughts behind the dreams of sane and sensible people, and the dream work produces absurd dreams or dreams with single absurd elements when criticism, mockery, and scorn are present in the dream thoughts and waiting to be represented in its forms of expression. The important thing now is for me to show that the dream work consists simply and solely of the interaction of the three factors I have mentioned, and of a fourth I have yet to discuss, and to show that all it does is produce a translation of the dream thoughts, while observing the four prescribed conditions. And to show that to ask whether the psyche is operating in the dream with all its mental capacities in action or only some of them is to put the wrong question and miss the real state of affairs. However, there are plenty of dreams containing judgments. They criticize, they acknowledge, they show astonishment at a single element in their content, they attempt explanations and set up arguments, so I must use selected examples to dispose of the objections arising from occurrences such as these. My rejoinder is this: everything in our dreams that ostensibly looks like the activity of the function of judgment is not to be understood as, say, an act of thinking on the part of the dreamwork. Rather, it belongs to the material of the dream thoughts and has passed from there as a ready-made structure into the manifest dream content. For the moment, I can go one further. Even a good part of the judgments we make about our dreams as we remember them after waking, and the feelings summoned up in us as we reproduce them, belong to the latent dream content and should be included in the interpretation of the dream. I have already given a striking example illustrating this. A patient is reluctant to tell her dream, because it is too unclear. She has seen a figure in her dream and does not know whether it was her husband or her father. Then there follows a second part of the dream with a rubbish bin, Mistrugel, in it, to which the following recollection is attached. As a young housewife, she once mentioned jokingly to a young relative who was visiting that the next thing she had to do was get a new bin for the rubbish. The next morning one was sent to her, full of lilies of the valley. This part of the dream is a representation of the saying, "It didn't grow on my own rubbish heap." If we complete the analysis, we will find that a story she heard in her youth continued to leave its trace in the dream thoughts. A girl had a baby, but was quite unclear who the father was. So the dream representation is encroaching on her waking thoughts here, and causing the place of one element in the dream thoughts to be taken by a waking judgment passed on the dream as a whole. 2. A similar case, one of my patients has a dream that strikes him as interesting, for immediately on waking he says to himself, "I must tell that to the doctor." The dream is analyzed and yields the clearest allusions to an affair he began in the course of his treatment, which he had decided to tell me nothing about. 3. A third example from my own dreams. I am walking to the hospital with P through a neighborhood with houses and gardens. As we do so, the thought occurs that I have seen this neighborhood in dreams several times before. I don't know my way around it very well. He shows me a path going across a corner to a restaurant, saloon, not garden. I ask thereafter Frau Doni and I learn that she is living in the back in a little room with 3 children. I go in that direction and before I get there I meet an indistinct figure with my 2 small daughters, then I take them with me after I have been standing with them a while. A kind of criticism of my wife for having left them there. Then, when I wake, I feel a great satisfaction, which I explain as my expectation that I shall now learn from the analysis what is the meaning of. I have already dreamed of this before. Point 26. However, the analysis tells me nothing of the sort. It only shows me that my satisfaction belongs to the latent dream content and not to my judgment about the dream. It is the satisfaction that in my marriage I have had children. P is someone whom I accompanied for a while on the same path in life and who has gone much further than I have, socially and materially, but whose marriage has remained childless. The 2 occasions for the dream will serve instead of demonstration by a complete analysis. The previous day I read the obituary notice in the newspaper of Frau Dona A.Y., which I turned into Doni, who had died in childbed. My wife told me that the departed had been looked after by the same midwife who had attended her when she had our 2 youngest. The name Dona occurred to me, for I had met it shortly before for the first time in an English novel. The other occasion for the dream is its date. It was the night before the birthday of my eldest boy, who has, it seems, a talent for poetry. 4. I am left with the same satisfaction after I wake from the absurd dream about my father playing a part in Magyar politics after his death. It is motivated by the continued feeling that accompanied the last sentence of the dream. I recall how like Garibaldi he looked on his deathbed, and I am glad that this promise did come true after all. Added on to this a continuation I have forgotten. From the analysis I am now able to fill in what belongs in this gap in my dream. It is a reference to my second son, whose first name I chose after a great figure in history *, who had attracted me powerfully when I was a boy. particularly following my stay in England. All through the year when we were expecting him I had it in mind to use just this name, if it should be a son, and, with great satisfaction, I welcomed him with it the moment he was born. It is not difficult to see how the vaulting ambition which the father has suppressed is transferred in his thoughts onto his children. Indeed, it is not inconceivable that this is one of the ways by which such suppression, with which our life constrains us, comes about. The little boy earned his right of entry into the interconnections of this dream because he had the same accident easily forgivable in a child or someone dying, of soiling his clothes. Compare the allusion to stools and the dream wish, to be a pure and great presence to one's children. V. If I am now to select expressions of judgment which are confined to the dream itself, and do not continue into our waking thoughts nor transfer themselves to them, it will be much easier for me to make use of dreams which I have already related with another aim in mind. The dream of Goethe and his attack on Harem seems to contain a large number of acts of judgment. I am trying to throw a little light on the chronology, which strikes me as improbable. Does that not look like criticism of the nonsense that Goethe is supposed to have made a literary attack on a young man of my acquaintance? It seems plausible to me that he was 18 years old. But that sounds like the result of an admittedly feeble-minded calculation, and I am not sure what year we are in would be an example of uncertainty or doubt in dreams. However, I know from my analysis of this dream that the wording of these acts of judgment, ostensibly made only in the course of the dream, admits of another meaning which makes them indispensable for the dream interpretation, and at the same time avoids any absurdity. With the sentence, I am trying to throw some light on the chronological pattern. I am putting myself in the place of my friend, who really is trying to throw light on the chronological ordering of life. The sentence here loses its significance as a judgment passed on the nonsense of the preceding sentences. The interpolation it strikes me as improbable belongs with the later it seems plausible to me. I used more or less the same words in replying to the lady who told me of her brother's medical history. It seems to me unlikely that his cry of nature had anything to do with Goethe. It is much more plausible to me that it had the sexual significance familiar to you. Now a judgment is certainly being passed here, though not in the dream but in reality, prompted by something the dream thoughts had remembered and employed. The dream content makes this judgment its own, just as it does any other fragment of the dream thoughts. The number 18, with which the judgment in the dream is absurdly associated, still retains a trace of the context from which the real judgment was torn. Finally, my doubt that I am not sure what year we are in is meant simply to bring about my identification with the paralytic patient, for it was my examination of him that offered this one foothold for it. In breaking down these apparent acts of judgment in the dream, we should remind ourselves of the rule for dream interpretation given at the outset. We should regard the interconnectedness of the dream components composed by the dream as inessential and illusory, and set it aside, for each individual dream element should be traced back to its own source. The dream is a conglomerate which, for purposes of investigation, has to be broken up into fragments once more. However, on the other hand, we should bear in mind that a psychical force is expressed in dreams which creates this apparent coherence, that is, it subjects the material produced by the dream work to a secondary revision. We have expressions of that power here before us, which we will assess later as the fourth of the factors involved in the formation of dreams. 6. I shall look for other examples of judgments made in dreams I have already related. In the absurd dream of the communication from the district council, I ask, "Did you get married soon afterwards?" I calculate that I was of course born in 1856, which seems to me to follow straight after. That is dressed up in the form of a line of reasoning towards a conclusion. My father married in 1851, soon after his attack. I am the eldest, born in 1856, so it all fits. We know that this is a false conclusion, effected in the interests of wish fulfillment, and that the dominant sentence in the dream thoughts is, 4 or 5 years, that is no time at all, it doesn't count. But the dream thoughts give a different determination to every step in this line of reasoning towards a conclusion, in content and in form. It is my client, whose patience over 5 years my colleague is complaining about, who intends to get married as soon as his treatment is over. The way I treat my father in the dream recalls an interrogation or an examination, which reminds me of a university professor at admissions who was in the habit of taking a complete military list of particulars: date of birth, 1856, pater? The student would reply giving the father's first name with a Latin ending, and we students assumed that the high official drew conclusions asterisk from the first name of the father which he might not have been able to draw from the first name of the student being admitted. Accordingly, drawing a conclusion in the dream would be only a repetition of the drawing a conclusion that appears as a piece of material in the dream thoughts. This tells us something new. If a conclusion occurs in the dream content, it is certain to have come from the dream thoughts, but it may be contained in these as a piece of remembered material, or it can act as a logical connective to link a sequence of dream thoughts. In each case, a conclusion drawn in the dream represents a conclusion drawn in the dream thoughts. Point 27. This is a suitable point to continue the analysis of the dream. A memory of the register of university students, drawn up in Latin in my time, attaches itself to the professor's interrogation, and also to the course of my studies. The 5 years prescribed for the study of medicine were once again too few for me. I worked on unconcerned for some years more, and the circle of my acquaintances thought I was wasting my time, and doubted that I would be finished. Then I made a quick decision to take my examinations, and I was finished after all, in spite of the postponement. A fresh reinforcement for my dream thoughts, which make up my defiant reply to my critics. And even though you wouldn't believe it, because I've taken my time over it, I shall finish, you'll see, I shall come to a conclusion after all. That is often the way it goes. The section at the beginning of the same dream contains some sentences which undeniably have the characteristics of argumentation. And this argumentation is not even absurd. It could just as easily belong to our thinking when we are awake. In my dream I make fun of the communication from the district council, for in the first place, in 1851 I was not yet born, and in the second place, my father, to whom it possibly refers, is already dead. Both propositions are not only intrinsically correct, but they also correspond completely to the arguments I would use in real life if I were to receive a communication of that kind. We know from our earlier analysis, page 278, that this dream grew on the ground of dream thoughts that were deeply embittered and full of scorn. If we assume that, in addition, the motives for censorship were also very strong, we will understand that the dream work had every cause to create an indisputable refutation of an absurd demand after the model contained in the dream thoughts. However, the analysis shows us that it is not for the dream work to create this simulacrum freely, rather, it is obliged to use material from the dream thoughts for it. It is as though an algebraic equation, in addition to the numbers, contained a plus and a minus sign for indicating a higher power or a root, and as though someone were to copy down this equation blindly, transferring the operative signs as well as the numerals into his copy and jumbling both sorts up together. The two arguments can be traced back to the following material. I find it distressing to think that many of the premises at the basis of my psychological solution to the psychoneuroses will produce incredulity and laughter once I have published them. That being the case, I have to maintain that impressions from their second year of life, sometimes even from their first, leave lasting traces in the emotional life of those who go on to fall ill, and these impressions, though much distorted and exaggerated in memory, can present us with the first and most fundamental reason for a hysterical symptom. When I find a suitable point to explain this to my patients, they are in the habit of parodying this newly acquired insight, declaring they are ready to look for memories from the time when they were not yet in the land of the living. I would also expect a similar reception if I revealed the unsuspected role played by the father in the earliest stirrings of sexuality in neurotic women. See the discussion on page 198. And yet it is my well-founded conviction that both are true. In support of this, I have in mind particular examples where the father died when the child was very young, and where later, otherwise inexplicable occurrences proved that the child had indeed preserved memories of the figure who vanished from her life so soon. I know that both assertions are based upon conclusions whose validity will be disputed. It is thus a great achievement of wish fulfillment when the very material of these conclusions, which I fear will be attacked, is used by the dream work to establish conclusions that are indisputable. 7. At the beginning of a dream that I have so far only touched upon, there is an explicit utterance of astonishment at its theme as it emerges. My old professor Bruck must have given me some task to do. Strangely enough, it has to do with dissecting my own lower torso, pelvis, and legs, which I can see in front of me as though I were in the dissecting room, but without feeling the lack of these limbs from my body, nor finding it at all gruesome. Louise N. is standing by and is helping me with the work. The pelvis has been eviscerated. One moment one has a view of it from above, the next a view from below, merging into each other. Thick, flesh-colored tubercles are to be seen, which while I am still dreaming make me think of hemorrhoids. Also, something lying over it, looking like crumpled silver paper. 28 had to be carefully picked out. Then I was once again in possession of my legs and made my way through the city, but, out of tiredness, I took a cab. To my astonishment, the cab drove in through the gateway of a house which opened up to it and let it pass along a passage which twisted at the end and finally led out into the open again. 29 Finally, I wandered through changing landscapes with an alpine guide who was carrying my things. He carried me for a stretch out of consideration for my weary legs. The ground was swampy. We walked along the edge. People were sitting on the ground, like Red Indians or gypsies, among them a girl. Just beforehand I had been moving on the slippery ground unaided, constantly surprised that I could manage so well after the dissection. At last we came to a little wooden house with an open window at the end. The guide set me down there and laid 2 wooden planks, which were standing ready, on the windowsill so as to bridge the chasm that had to be crossed from the window. This really filled me with fear for my legs. However, instead of the crossing I was expecting, I saw 2 grown men lying on wooden benches along the walls of the hut, and something like 2 children asleep next to them. As if not the planks, but the children, were to make the crossing possible. I wake with thoughts full of terror. Anyone who has once acquired a proper impression of the sheer scope of condensation in dreams can easily imagine how many pages a detailed analysis of this dream must fill. Fortunately for the interconnections, I shall borrow only the one example of surprise in dreams, which makes its presence known and that interpolated, strangely enough. I shall explain the occasion for the dream. It is a visit by that lady, Louise N., who is also helping me in my work in the dream. Lend me something to read. I offer her She** by Rider Haggard. A strange book, but full of hidden meaning. I explain to her, the eternal feminine, *, the immortality of our emotions. Then she interrupts me, I've read it. Haven't you anything of your own? No, my own immortal works haven't been written yet. Well, when can we expect what you call your latest insights? She asked rather sarcastically, the ones you promise we too will find readable? Now, when I come to think about it, I note that someone else is speaking through her to warn me, and I am silent. I think of the effort of self-conquest it is costing me to publish just my work on dreams, in which I am obliged to surrender so much of my innermost self. Das Beste, was du wissen kannst, darfst du den Buben doch nicht sagen *, the best that you can know you cannot tell the children. The task set me in the dream of dissecting my own body, then, is the self-analysis involved in relating my dreams. Old Bruck deserves to appear in this context. As early as my first years of scientific work it happened that I put a finding aside until his energetic urging made me publish it. But the further thoughts developing out of my conversation with Louise N. go too deep to become conscious. They are diverted by way of the material that was awakened incidentally in my mind by the mention of Rider Haggard's She. It is to this book, and to a second by the same author, Part of the World *, that the judgment strangely enough refers, and many elements in the dream are taken from these 2 novels of fantasy. The swampy ground over which I am carried in the chasm to be crossed over planks we had brought with us come from she, the Red Indians, the girl, and the wooden house from Heart of the World. In both novels a woman is the guide, both of them are about a perilous journey, and she it is an adventurous way into the unexplored and scarcely trodden, my weary legs, as I see from a note I made at the time of the dream, are a real sensation from those days. Their equivalent was probably a mood of weariness and the doubtful question, how far will my legs still carry me? In she, the adventure ends when the guide, instead of leading herself and the others into immortality, goes to her death in the mysterious central fire. Fear of something like this had unmistakably stirred in my dream thoughts. The wooden house is undoubtedly also the coffin, that is, the grave. But in its representation of this most undesirable of all thoughts by a wish fulfillment, the dream has achieved its masterpiece. In fact, I was once in a grave, but that was in an excavated Etruscan grave near Orvieto, a narrow chamber with 2 stone benches along the walls, on which the skeletons of 2 grown men were lying. The interior of the wooden house in my dream looks exactly like that, only with the stone replaced by wood. The dream seems to be saying, if you are to tarry in the grave, then let it be the Etruscan one, and by making this underhand substitution, it transforms the most melancholy of expectations into a very desirable one. Unfortunately, as we shall hear, it can only change the imaginary idea accompanying the effect into its opposite, not always the effect itself as well. This is why I wake up with thoughts full of terror, after another idea has compelled my dream to represent it, that perhaps the children will achieve what was denied their father. This is yet another allusion to that strange novel in which one person's identity is preserved throughout a sequence of generations across 2,000 years. 8. In the interconnection set up in another dream there is a similar expression of surprise at what is experienced in it, but this time it is linked to such a striking, far-fetched, and almost witty attempt at an explanation that I could not resist subjecting the entire dream to analysis just for its sake. I am traveling overnight from the 18th to the 19th of July on the line south of Vienna, and in my sleep I hear the shout, Holthurn in 10 minutes. At once I think of Holothurian's asterisk, a museum of natural history, and that this is a place where brave men defended themselves unsuccessfully against the power of their reigning princes. Of course, the Counter-Reformation in Austria, as though it were a place in Styria or the Tyrol. Now I can see a little museum indistinctly, where the remains or the acquisitions of these men are preserved. I would like to get down from the train, but I hesitate. There are women with fruit standing on the platform, they are crouched on the ground, holding their baskets out so invitingly. I delayed, uncertain whether we still had time, and now we are still at a standstill. All of a sudden I am in a different compartment, where the leather upholstery and the seats are so narrow that one's back bumps directly against the back of the seat. 30 I am surprised at this, but of course it is possible that I could have changed trains while I was still asleep. Several people, including an English brother and sister, a distinct row of books in a bookcase against the wall. I can see Wealth of Nations Matter and Motion by Maxwell, thick books bound in brown linen. The man asks his sister about a book by Schiller whether she has forgotten it. One moment it looks as if the books are mine, the next as if they are theirs. I would like to intervene in the conversation to confirm or support. I wake up, my whole body sweating, because all the windows are closed. The train is stopping at Marburg. As I am writing this down, a bit of the dream comes to mind which my memory wanted to pass over. I say, in English, to the brother and sister of a certain work, it is from, but I correct myself, it is by, the man remarks to his sister, did you hear? He said it correctly. The dream begins with the name of the station, which must have woken me up, though only partially. I replace this name, which is Marburg, by Holthurn. That it was Marburg I heard the first, or perhaps the second time it was called is proved by the reference to Schiller in the dream, who of course was born in Marburg, though not the one in Styria. Now I was traveling on this occasion in very unpleasant circumstances, despite going first class. The train was overfull. In the compartment I had encountered a gentleman and a lady who seemed very superior persons and did not have the courtesy, or did not think it worth taking the trouble, to conceal in any way their displeasure at the interloper. My polite greeting was not returned, although husband and wife were sitting side by side, their backs to the engine. Before my eyes the wife hurried to secure the window seat opposite her with an umbrella. The doors were shut at once, demonstrative remarks exchanged about opening the windows. They could, no doubt, tell my need for fresh air straight away. It was a hot night, and the air in the totally closed compartment soon grew stifling. In my experience, such inconsiderate and intrusive behavior is the mark of people who have not paid for their tickets, or who are only traveling half fare. When the guard arrived and I produced my dearly bought ticket, there sounded from the lady's mouth, unapproachable and like a threat, "My husband has an authorization." She was a formidable figure, with ill-tempered features, in age not far from the decline of feminine beauty. Her husband never uttered a word, he sat there without moving. I attempted to sleep. In my dream I take a terrible revenge on my disagreeable traveling companions. One would not guess what insults and humiliations are hidden behind the torn fragments of the first half of my dream. After this need was satisfied, the second wish asserted itself, to change compartments. Dreams change their scene so often without any protest being made at the transformation, so it would not have been in the least remarkable if I had promptly replaced my traveling companions with more pleasant ones from my memory. But here we have a case where something objected to the change of scene and thought it necessary to explain it. How did I suddenly get into a different compartment? I certainly couldn't remember having changed it. There was only one explanation: I must have left the carriage while I was still asleep, a rare occurrence, but instances of it are certainly known to neuropathologists. We know of persons who have embarked upon railway journeys in a hazy state without revealing any sign of their abnormal condition until they come to completely at some station on their way and are then astonished at the gap in their memory. So while I am still dreaming, I declare my case to be one of automatisme ambulatoire. The analysis allows us to find a different solution. That attempt at an explanation, which amazes me when I had to ascribe it to the dream work, is not original, but copied from the neurosis of one of my patients. I have already told the story elsewhere of a highly cultivated and, in real life, tender-hearted man, who, shortly before the death of his parents, began to accuse himself of murderous desires, and now suffered from the precautionary measures he was obliged to take as a safeguard against them. It was a case of severe obsessive ideas, while maintaining total insight. At first he took a dislike to walking down the street because of his compulsion to account to himself for the disappearance of all the people he met. If someone suddenly took evasive action to get away from his persecuting glance, he was left with the distressing feeling, and the thought that he might possibly have done away with him. There was a keen fantasy behind it, among other things, for all men are brothers. As this task was impossible to fulfill, he gave up going out for a walk and spent his life incarcerated within his four walls. But the newspapers constantly brought to his room news of murders that had taken place outside, and his conscience would plant doubts in his mind that he might be the murderer they were looking for. The certainty that he had definitely not left his apartment for weeks protected him for a while against these accusations, until one day the possibility occurred to him that he could have left the building in a state of unconsciousness and could have committed the murder in that way without knowing anything about it. From then on he locked the house door, gave the key to his old housekeeper, and forbade her insistently to let it come into his hands, even if he demanded it. That is the source of my attempt at explaining that I changed carriages in a state of unconsciousness. It was transferred ready-made into my dream from material in the dream thoughts and is obviously intended to be used by the dream as a means of identifying me with the figure of that patient. My memory of him was prompted in me by obvious association. A few weeks before I had made my last overnight journey with this man. He was cured, and was accompanying me to the provinces to attend his relatives, who had called on my services. We had a compartment to ourselves, we had all the windows open right through the night, and for as long as I was awake we enjoyed an excellent conversation. I knew that hostile impulses towards his father, dating from his childhood, in connection with sexuality, had been the root of his illness. So by identifying myself with him, I wanted to admit something analogous in myself. Indeed, the second scene in my dream actually dissolves into a riotous fantasy that the reason for the standoffish behavior of my two elderly traveling companions towards me is that my arrival disturbed the amorous exchanges they intended for the night. But this fantasy goes back to an early scene in my childhood when the child, driven no doubt by sexual curiosity, goes into his parents' bedroom and is driven from it by the father's mighty command. It is superfluous to heap up further examples. They all would simply confirm what we have learned from those already given, that an act of judgment in a dream is only a repetition of a model from the dream thoughts. A repetition that is mostly out of place and introduced in an inappropriate context, but occasionally, as our last examples show, so cleverly employed that at first it is possible to have the impression of independent thinking. From this point we can turn our attention to that psychical activity which does not, it is true, seem to have a regular share in the formation of dreams, but where it does, endeavors to blend dream elements of disparate origins into a dream that is meaningful and free of contradictions. However, before we do so we feel it is still imperative that we should first consider the expressions of affect that make their appearance in dreams, and compare these with the affects revealed by analysis in the dream thoughts. Affects in dreams. A shrewd remark of Stricker's has made us aware that the dream's expressions of affect will not allow us to dismiss them as contemptuously as we shake off its content once we are awake. If I dream I am frightened of robbers, the robbers are certainly imaginary, but the fear is real, and it is just the same when I dream I am happy. Our feeling testifies that the effects we live through in dreams are by no means inferior to the affects of similar intensity we feel when we are awake, and it is with the affects it contains, far more strongly than with the imagined ideas it contains, that the dream stakes its claim to be accepted as one of the real, formative, experiences of our soul. Now when we are awake we are unable to give these dream effects their proper place, because the only way we know of assessing the psychical importance of an effect is from its connection with certain imagined ideas contained in the dream. If the effect and the content of ideas do not match in kind or intensity, then our waking judgment does not know what to make of it all. We have always found it surprising that in our dreams the imagined ideas of the content are not attended by the effect upon our emotions that we would expect they would inevitably have in our waking thought. Strumpel said that ideas are stripped of their psychical values in dreams. However, there are plenty of dreams in which the opposite occurs. An intense expression of affect will make its appearance accompanying a content that does not seem to offer any occasion for the release of affect. I dream I am in a frightful, dangerous, repulsive situation, but I feel no fear or revulsion at all. At other times, on the contrary, I am filled with horror at something harmless, and with delight at something childish. This puzzle will vanish, perhaps more suddenly and completely than any other presented by our dreams, once we pass from the manifest to the latent dream content. We will not have to bother about explaining it, because it no longer exists. Analysis teaches us that the imagined ideas in the dream content have undergone displacements and substitutions, while the affects have remained in place unaltered. No wonder that the ideas of the content, transformed as they are by dream distortion, no longer match the unchanged effect, but no further astonishment either, once the analysis has put the right content in its former place. Let us consider a psychical complex which has been subject to the influence of the censorship set up by resistance. The affects are that part of the complex which are most proof against the censorship. Indeed, they are the only part that can give us a pointer towards filling the gaps. This is revealed in the psychoneuroses even more clearly than in dreams. In psychoneuroses the effect is always right, at least in its nature, although, of course, its intensity is increased by displacements of neurotic attention. If the sufferer from hysteria wonders that he is driven to fear a little thing so much, or the man with obsessive delusions wonders that such a distressing accusation should grow out of a trifle, both are misled, because they are taking the imagined idea, the little thing, the trifle, to be the essential thing, and they will be defending themselves in vain if they take these imagined ideas as a starting point for their thinking. Psychoanalysis then puts them on the right track by acknowledging that, on the contrary, their effect is justified, and by looking for the idea relevant to it, which has been repressed and replaced by another. The assumption is that release of effect and content of imagined ideas do not form that indissoluble organic unity we usually treat them as being, rather, that both parts have been soldered onto each other in such a way that they can be separated by analysis. Dream interpretation shows that this is in fact the case. First of all, I shall give an example where the analysis explains the apparent absence of effect accompanying the kind of imagined ideas in the dream content which should have compelled its release. She sees 3 lions in a desert. One of them is laughing, but she is not afraid of them. She must have run away from them, though, for she makes to climb a tree, but she discovers her cousin, a woman who is a teacher of French, already up there, etc. The analysis brings the following material to bear. The unimportant occasion for the dream is a sentence from her English exercise. The mane is the lion's ornament. Her father had a beard that framed his face like a mane. Her teacher of English is called Miss Lyons. An acquaintance sent her Loewy's ballads *, Loewy equals lion. These are her 3 lions. Then, why should she be afraid of them? She has read a story in which a Negro who has roused the others to revolt is hunted with hounds, and clambers up a tree to save himself. There follow, in a most playful spirit, remembered fragments, such as, instructions on how to catch lions from phlegon bladder. Take 1 desert and pass it through a sieve, the lions will be left in the sieve. Then the very amusing, but rather improper, story of the official who was asked why he doesn't try harder to get into his boss's favor, and who replied that he has already tried crawling into it, but his immediate superior was already up there. The material all becomes intelligible when we learn that on the day of the dream the lady had been paid a formal visit by her husband's superior. He was very polite to her, kissed her hand, and she was not at all afraid of him, although he was such a big shot. In German idiom, ein großes Tier equals a big animal, and was much lionized in her country. So this lion can be compared to the lion in A Midsummer Night's Dream, who reveals himself to be Snug, the joiner, *, and all the lions we are not afraid of in our dreams are just like that. 2. For my second example, I shall take the dream of the girl who saw her sister's little son lying dead in his coffin but, I add now, did not feel any grief or sadness at the sight. We know from the analysis why not. The dream only disguised her wish to see the man she loved again. The effect must have taken its tone from the wish, and not from its disguise. Hence, there was no reason at all for sadness. In a number of dreams, the effect at least still keeps some contact with those ideas in the content which have taken the place of the right one. What happens then resembles what we learned of acts of judgment in dreams. If an important conclusion is drawn in the dream thoughts, then the dream will also contain one, but it is possible that the conclusion in the dream has been displaced onto quite different material. Not infrequently this displacement takes place according to the principle of contraries. I shall explain this last possibility in the following example of a dream which I have subjected to the most exhaustive analysis. 3. A palace on the sea. Later it does not lie directly on the edge of the sea, but on a narrow canal leading into the sea. A certain Herr P. is the governor. I am standing with him in a great reception room with 3 windows, and in front of them projecting walls rise like castle battlements. I have been assigned to the occupying force, perhaps as a volunteer naval officer. We are afraid of the imminent arrival of enemy warships, as we are in a state of war. Herr P. intends to leave. He gives me instructions about what is to be done if what we fear does happen. His ailing wife is with the children in the vulnerable palace. When the bombardment begins, the great hall is to be cleared. He is breathing heavily and makes to go away. I detain him, and ask how I can get news to him if necessary. He says something in reply, but then immediately falls down dead. I have probably overstrained him needlessly with my questions. After his death, which doesn't make any further impression on me, thoughts about whether the widow will stay in the palace, whether I should report his death to headquarters and, as next in command, take over the direction of the palace. Then I am standing at the window, scrutinizing the ships as they pass. They are merchant ships, roaring past rapidly on the dark water, some of them with several funnels, others with bulging decks, which are very like the railway station buildings in the preliminary dream, not given here. Then my brother is standing next to me and we are both looking out of the window onto the canal. One ship makes us start in alarm and call, "The warship is coming." But it turns out that only the same ships already familiar to me are returning. Now there is a small ship passing by, oddly truncated, so that it ends at its broadest point. On deck there are some curious things to be seen, rather like cups or cans. We call as with one voice, that is the breakfast ship. The rapid movement of the ships, the deep, dark blue of the water, the brown smoke from the funnels, all this together creates a very tense and gloomy impression. The localities in this dream are put together from several journeys to the Adriatic, Miramare, Duino, Venice, Aquileia. A short, but enjoyable, Easter trip to Aquileia with my brother a few weeks before the dream was still fresh in my memory. The naval war between America and Spain, (2), and the worry attached to it for the fate of my relatives living in America, have a part in it. The operation of effect makes its presence felt in two places in this dream. In one place, an effect that might have been expected is absent. It is expressly emphasized that the governor's death makes no impression on me. In another place, where I think I see the warship, I am filled with alarm, and while I am asleep I feel all the sensations of terror. This well-constructed dream has accommodated affects in such a way that any noticeable contradiction is avoided. After all, there is no reason why I should be filled with alarm at the governor's death, and it is probably quite right that as commander of the palace I should be alarmed at the sight of the warship. However, the analysis points out that her P is only a substitute for my own self. In my dream I am his substitute. I am the governor who suddenly dies. My dream thoughts are concerned with the future of my relatives after my untimely death. This is the only distressing thought among them. The fear, which in my dream is soldered onto the site of the warship, must have been detached from there and relocated here. On the contrary, analysis shows quite the reverse, that the region in the dream thoughts from which the warship is taken is filled with the most cheerful reminiscences. It was the previous year in Venice. It was an enchantingly beautiful day and we were standing at the windows of our room on the Riva Schiavoni, looking at the blue lagoon where there was more movement than usual to be seen on that day. English ships were expected and were to be given a ceremonial welcome, when suddenly my wife cried out, as joyfully as a child, "The English warship is coming." In my dream I am filled with alarm at the same words. Once again we see that speech in dreams derives from speech in real life. I shall shortly show that even the element English in these words was not lost to the dream work. Between my dream thoughts and the dream content, then, I am turning joyfulness into alarm, and I need only suggest that with this transformation itself I am giving expression to a part of the latent dream content. However, this example demonstrates that the dream work is free to detach the occasion for an effect from its connections in the dream thoughts and place it anywhere else in the dream content. I shall take the incidental opportunity to make a closer analysis of the breakfast ship, whose appearance brings the rationally sustained situation of the dream to such a nonsensical conclusion. If I look more keenly at the object in my dream, it occurs to me in retrospect that it was black, and being truncated where it was widest, it bore a great similarity at this end to an object that had interested us in the museums in Etruscan cities. This was a rectangular tray of black pottery, with two handles, on which objects like coffee cups or teacups were standing, not unlike a modern breakfast table service. When we inquired, we were told that it was for the toilette of an Etruscan lady, with bowls for holding makeup and face powder on it, and we joked with each other that it wouldn't be a bad idea to take something like that back as a present for our wives. So the object in the dream means en toilette wearing black, Schwarz toilette, being in mourning, and it is a direct allusion to someone's death. With the other end, the object in my dream is a reminder of the bark, Nachin, from the root Vkapypsilon, as my linguist friend informed me, on which the body was laid in ancient times and given up to the sea for burial. This provides a connecting thread for the reason why in my dream the ships return. Quiet, in the rescued boat, to the harbor the old man returns, **. It is the return after shipwreck. Indeed, the breakfast ship looks as if it is broken off at its broadest point. But where does the name breakfast ship come from? This is where the English element, which we kept in reserve from the warships, is put to use. Breakfast in English means breaking one's fast. Breaking belongs to shipwreck, shipbruch, again, and fasting is connected to the black toilette. However, only the name of this breakfast ship was newly coined by my dream. The thing itself existed, and reminds me of one of the most enjoyable hours of our recent journey. Mistrusting the cooking in Aquileia, we had brought food with us from Gors * and bought a bottle of excellent Istrian wine in Aquileia, and while the little post steamer made its way slowly along the Canale Delmi into the empty stretch of lagoons towards Grotto * as the only passengers, we took our breakfast on deck in the most cheerful mood, enjoying it as we had rarely enjoyed a breakfast before. So that was the breakfast ship, and it is precisely the memory of this good cheer and enjoyment of life behind which the dream is concealing the most grievous thoughts of an unknown and uneasy future. This detachment of the affects from the masses of imagined ideas which have given rise to them is the most striking thing that happens to them in the formation of a dream, but it is neither the only change, nor the most essential, that they undergo on their way from the dream thoughts to the manifest dream. If one compares the affects in the dream thoughts with those in the dream, one thing becomes clear at once: where there is an effect present in the dream, it is also present in the dream thoughts, but not the other way round. In general, the dream has fewer and weaker effects than the psychical material from which, as adapted, it has emerged. When I have reconstructed the dream thoughts, I can see how the most intense emotions of the psyche are invariably fighting to assert themselves, mainly in a struggle with others sharply opposed to them. If I then look back at the dream, I often find it colorless, lacking in any intense tonality of feeling. The dream work does not only reduce the content of my thinking to the level of triviality, but often mutes the tonality of its feeling as well. I could say that the dream work brings about a suppression of the affects. Let us take the dream of the botanical monograph, for example. What corresponds to it in my thinking is a passionate and emotional plea for my freedom to act as I do and arrange my life in the way that seems right to me and me alone. The dream that emerged from that sounds trivial. I have written a monograph, it is lying in front of me, it has colored plates, there are dried plants attached to each specimen. It is like the stillness of a field strewn with corpses, with no trace remaining of the battle that once raged. It is possible for it to work out differently, and for vivid expressions of effect to enter the dream itself, but let us first remain with the indisputable fact that so many dreams appear superficial, even trivial, whereas we cannot enter into the dream thoughts without being deeply moved. This is not the place to give a full theoretical explanation of this suppression of effect in the course of the dream work. It would require us to go into the theory of affects and the mechanism of repression very thoroughly as the premise of our argument. I will mention only two ideas at this point. I am compelled, on other grounds, to imagine the release of effect as a centrifugal process, directed towards the body's interior, analogous to the working of innervation in our motor and secretory processes. Just as in a state of sleep the transmission of motor impulses to the outside world appears suspended, so it is also possible that the centrifugal arousal of affects brought about by unconscious thinking could be hindered during sleep. If so, the stirrings of effect that come about as the dream thoughts run their course would essentially be weak, and so those reaching the dream would be no stronger either. According to this line of thinking, the suppression of affects would not be an achievement of the dream work at all, but a consequence of the state of sleep. This may be so, but it cannot be the whole story. We must also remind ourselves that every dream of any greater complexity has also turned out to be the result of a compromise between two contesting powers in the psyche. On the one hand, the thoughts forming the wish have to struggle against the opposition of a censoring agency. On the other, we have often seen that in the process of unconscious thinking itself, each and every train of thought was yoked together with its contradictory opposite. As all these trains of thought have the potential for effect, by and large we will hardly go wrong if we conceive the suppression of affect as a consequence of the inhibition exercised by the opposites on each other and by the censorship on both as it suppresses their efforts. Inhibition of affect would then be the second achievement of the dream censorship, as dream distortion was its first. I shall include an example of a dream where the muted tone of feeling in the dream content can be explained by the oppositions present in the dream thoughts. I am obliged to relate the following short dream, which every reader will read with some revulsion. 4. A hill, and on this something like an outdoor privy, a very long bench, at its end a large hole for the privy. The back edge is all covered with piles of feces of all sizes and degrees of freshness. Behind the bench some bushes. I urinate onto the bench, a long stream of urine washes it all clear, the pats of excrement detach themselves easily and drop into the opening. As if at the end there were still some left. Why did I feel no disgust at this dream? Because, as the analysis will show, the most agreeable and satisfying thoughts had a share in bringing it about. In the analysis, the Augean stables, cleared by Hercules, came to my mind at once. I am this Hercules. The hill and the bushes belong in Aussee, where my children are staying at present. I have discovered the etiology of neuroses in childhood, and thus I have protected my own children from becoming ill. The bench, except for the hole, of course, is a faithful imitation of a piece of furniture given to me as a present by a devoted lady patient. It reminds me of how much my patients honor me. Indeed, even the Museum of Human Excrement is capable of a heartwarming interpretation. However much it disgusts me, in my dream it is a recollection of the beautiful land of Italy, where in the little towns, as well we know, the WCs are not appointed differently. The stream of urine which washes everything clean is an unmistakable allusion to greatness. That is how Gulliver puts out the great conflagration in Lilliput, though by doing so, it is true, he attracts the displeasure of the smallest of queens. But Gargantua too, Master Rabelais' Superman, takes this revenge on the people of Paris by aiming his stream of urine at the town as he rides towards Notre Dame. Only yesterday I was turning the pages of Garnier's illustrations to Rabelais before going to sleep. And, curiously, another proof that I am the Superman. The platform of Notre Dame was my favorite spot in Paris. I used to climb the church towers among the monsters and gargoyles. The speedy disappearance of all the excrement alludes to the motto, Flavit iti dissipati sunt, which one day I shall use as a heading for the chapter on the therapy of hysteria. And now for the operative occasion of the dream. It had been a hot summer afternoon. That evening I had given my lecture on the connection between hysteria and the perversions, and everything I could say displeased me utterly and seemed to me to be empty of all value. I was tired, had not a trace of pleasure in my arduous work, yearned to be away from this grubbing about in human dirt, longed for my children, and then for the beauties of Italy. In this mood I went from the lecture hall to a cafe to have a modest snack in the fresh air, having lost any pleasure in eating. But one of my audience came along with me. He asked if he might sit with me while I drank my coffee and choked down my roll, and began his flatteries. How much he had learned from me, how he now looked at everything with different eyes, how I had cleared the Augean stable of errors and prejudices in the theory of neuroses, in short, that I was a very great man. My mood was out of tune with his eulogy. I struggled with my disgust, went home earlier to get rid of him, read a few pages of Rabelais before going to bed, and read a novella by C. F. Meyer, Die Leidenein's Neben A Boy's Sufferings. It was from this material that the dream emerged. Meyer's novella added the memory of scenes from childhood, compare the final image in the dream of Count Thun. The day's mood of disgust and dissatisfaction persisted in the dream to the extent that it was able to provide almost all the material for the dream content. But in the night, the opposite mood of powerful and even excessive self-aggrandizement came to life and subsumed the first. The dream content was obliged to find a form for itself that enabled it to use the same material to express both my delusion of inferiority and my overestimation of myself. This compromise formation resulted in an ambiguous dream, but also in a muted tonality of feeling, as the opposites were inhibiting each other. According to the theory of wish fulfillment, this dream could not have come about if the opposite, megalomaniac train of thought, which, though suppressed, had a tonality of pleasure, had not come to join the thoughts of disgust. For distressing things are not to be represented in dreams. What we find distressing in our daytime thoughts can earn its entry into our dreams only if it will at the same time offer itself as a disguise for a wish fulfillment. The dream work can also do something else with the affects of the dream thoughts besides admitting them or reducing them to zero. It can turn them into their opposite. We have already learned the rule for interpretation that every element in a dream can also represent its opposite as well as itself. One never knows in advance whether to assume the one or the other, only the context will decide. An inkling of this state of affairs has clearly entered popular consciousness. Dream books often proceed on the principle of contrast when interpreting dreams. The intimate associative connection which in our thinking tethers the idea of a thing to that of its opposite makes this kind of transformation into the contrary possible. Like every other displacement, it serves the purposes of the censorship, but it is also frequently the work of wish fulfillment, for after all, wish fulfillment is nothing but the replacement of a disagreeable thing by its opposite. Thus, just like our ideas of things, the affects of the dream thoughts can also appear in the dream turned into their opposites, and it is probable that this transformation of an effect into its opposite is the work of the dream censorship. The suppression of effect and the transformation of effect into its opposite, of course, also have their functions in our social life, which gave us the ready analogy to dream censorship. Above all, they serve dissimulation. If I am in conversation with someone I should treat with solicitude, when all the while I would like to say something hostile to him, it is almost more important for me to hide any expressive display of my affect than to moderate the wording of my thoughts. If I speak to him in words that are not impolite, but accompany what I say with a glance or gesture of hate, the effect I produce on that person is not much different from the one I would make if I had callously flung my contempt in his face. That is why the censorship bids me above all to suppress my affects, and, if I am a master of pretense, I will simulate the contrary effect, smile where I would rage, seem tender where I would destroy. We are already familiar with an excellent example of the transformation of an effect into its opposite in the service of the censorship. In the dream of Uncle's beard I feel great affection for my friend R, whereas and because the dream thoughts are calling him a numbskull. This example of the transformation of effects into their opposite gave us our first clue to the existence of a dream censorship. We also do not need to assume here that the dream work creates a contrary effect of this sort wholly from scratch. It usually finds it ready and waiting in the material of the dream thoughts and merely intensifies it with the psychical force of motives of defense until it becomes the predominant factor in forming the dream. In the dream of my uncle I have just mentioned, the contrary effect of affection probably has its source in my infancy, as the continuation of the dream suggests, for, from the special nature of my earliest childhood experiences, see the analysis on page 271, the relationship between uncle and nephew has for me become the source of all my friendships and all my hatreds. Certain suitable syntheses of fully analyzed dreams will give us a good overview of these complicated processes of subsuming, diminishing, and turning into opposites, which are the means by which the affects of the dream thoughts finally turn into the affects in the dream. I will deal here with a few examples in which some of the instances I have discussed actually occur. V. In the dream of the strange task my old professor Brock gave me of dissecting my own pelvis, I notice in the dream itself the absence of any appropriate feeling of horror. Now this is wish fulfillment in more than one sense. The dissection signifies the self-analysis that I am accomplishing, as it were, by publishing my dream book, though in real life I have found it so embarrassing and painful that I have postponed printing the finished manuscript for more than a year. Now the wish is stirring that I should get over this sense of delay, which is why I do not feel any horror. Gr. Grauen, earlier rendered by the adjective gruesome, homophone of Grauen equals to grow gray, in my dream. I would gladly notice the absence of Grauen in the other sense. I am getting really gray, and this gray/Grauen my hair also reminds me not to delay any longer. Indeed, we know that at the end of the dream the thought reaches representation that I would have to leave it to the children to reach the goal of this difficult journey. In the two dreams that transfer the expression of satisfaction to the moments immediately upon waking, this satisfaction is motivated in the one instance by the expectation that I shall now find out the meaning of "I have dreamed of that before," and actually refers to the birth of my first children. In the other instance it is motivated by the conviction that what has been proclaimed by a sign will now come to pass, and this is the same satisfaction that I felt when I welcomed my second son. In his due time. In these cases the same affects persist in the dream as prevail in the dream thoughts, but no dream works quite as simply as that. If we go a little deeper into the two analyses, we will learn that this satisfaction, which is not subject to censorship, draws added power from another source which does have the censorship to fear, and is charged with an effect that would certainly arouse opposition if it did not cover itself with the comparable effect of satisfaction, admissible and from an acceptable source, creeping in behind its back, as it were. Unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate this from the example of this dream itself, but an instance from another field will make my meaning clear. I propose the following case: suppose there were someone near me whom I hate, so that I am moved by a strong feeling of joy when something happens to him. But my sense of morality does not give way to this emotion. I do not dare to utter my malediction, and when something he is not to blame for befalls him, I suppress my satisfaction and force myself to utter words and thoughts of commiseration. We have all found ourselves in such a position. But suppose the hated person does something wrong and gets into well-deserved trouble. Then I may give free rein to my satisfaction that he has been justly punished, and I express my agreement with many others who have no such axe to grind. However, I can observe that my satisfaction turns out to be more intense than the others. It has been reinforced from the source of my hatred, which until now has been prevented by my inner censorship from releasing its effect, but under the changed circumstances it is no longer hindered from doing so. This case applies to society in general. When persons who are disliked, or members of an unwelcome minority, make themselves culpable in some way. Their punishment then is not usually commensurate with the wrong they have done, but with the wrong plus the ill will directed against them, which until now has been ineffective. Those carrying out the punishment are committing an injustice, there is no doubt about that, but their awareness of it is hindered by the satisfaction they get from the suspension of a long-held suppression within them. In cases like this, it is true the effect is justified in its nature, but not in its degree, and the self-criticism which can rest easy on the one issue only too readily avoids scrutinizing the second. Once the doors are opened, more people will force their way through than it was originally intended to admit. It is a striking feature of the neurotic character that causes with effective potential give rise to an effect in the neurotic which is justified in its quality, but in quantity exceeds all measure. It can be explained in the following way, insofar as it admits of a psychological explanation at all. The excess derives from sources of effect that have remained unconscious and have so far been suppressed, and which are able to set up an associative connection with the real cause, while the desired route for their release is opened up by the irreproachable and admissible source of effect. This makes us aware that we should not focus exclusively on the relation of reciprocal inhibition between the suppressed and the suppressing agencies in the psyche. Just as much attention should be paid to those cases where both agencies work together and reinforce each other to bring about a pathological effect. Let us now apply these suggestions on the mechanics of the psyche to understanding how effects manifest themselves in dreams. A satisfaction that makes its presence known in the dream, and of course is promptly to be found in its place in the dream thoughts, is not always fully explained by this evidence alone. As a rule, one would have to look in the dream thoughts for a second source for it, one which is under pressure from the censorship. Under this pressure the source would have given rise, not to the effect of satisfaction, but rather to its opposite. However, the presence of the first source enables this second source to free its effect of satisfaction from repression and allow it to join with the satisfaction from the first source and reinforce it. In this way the affects in the dream appear to be made up of many tributaries flowing into them, and to be overdetermined in respect of the material in the dream thoughts. Sources of effect which can give rise to the same effect come together in the process of dream work to produce it. We get a little insight into these complicated circumstances from the analysis of the beautiful dream that has non-fixed as its center, see page 268. In this dream there are two places in the manifest content where expressions of affect of a different nature are condensed. Hostile and distressing emotions, in the dream itself it says overcome by quite remarkable effect, overlap at the point where I annihilate my friend and rival with the two words. At the end of the dream I am unusually glad and I make a positive judgment about a possibility I would recognize as absurd when awake, that there are in fact such things as revenants, which can be banished merely by wishing them away. I have not yet related the occasion for this dream. It is of the essence, and leads us deep into understanding it. I received news from my friend in Berlin, whom I have identified by the initial FL, that he was to undergo an operation, and that relatives of his living in Vienna would let me know further how he fared. The first news after the operation was not satisfactory, and left me worried. Most of all I would have liked to travel to Berlin and see him myself, but just at that time I was suffering from a painful complaint which made every movement a torment. Now I learned from the dream thoughts that I feared for the life of my dear friend. His only sister, whom I had not met, had died young after the briefest of illnesses, as I knew. In my dream, FL is telling us about his sister and says, in 3/4 of an hour she was dead. I must have imagined that his own nature was not much more resilient, and got the idea that in the end I would be making the journey in response to far worse news, and would arrive too late, which would cause me to reproach myself forever. 31 This rebuke for coming too late has become the center of the dream, but it has represented itself by a scene in which it is Brock, the revered master of my student years, who rebukes me with a terrible glance from his blue eyes. It will soon emerge what brought about this shift of scene. The dream is unable to reproduce the scene in the way I experienced it. It is true, it gives the blue eyes to the other figure, but it gives the annihilating role to me, a reversal which is obviously the work of wish fulfillment. My concern for my friend's life, my self-reproach that I am not making the journey to see him, my shame, he came to Vienna to me inconspicuously, my need to regard my illness as my excuse, all this goes into composing the storm of feeling that I felt distinctly in my sleep, and which rages in that region of the dream thoughts. However, there was something else about the occasion for the dream that had the completely opposite effect upon me. When I was given the adverse news of the first days after the operation, I was also warned not to speak to anyone about the entire matter, which I found insulting, because it was premised on an unnecessary mistrust of my discretion. Of course I knew that this did not come from my friend, but I was hurt and embarrassed by the hidden rebuke, because it was not entirely unjustified. Only a rebuke that has something in it will sting, will have the power to stir our feelings, not the other sort, as we know. Not with regard to my friend, it is true, but once before, when I was much younger, in the case of two friends who both, to my honor, wanted to call me by that name, I quite unnecessarily babbled out something the one had said about the other. Nor have I forgotten the reproaches I got to hear then. One of the two friends between whom I played disturber of the peace was Professor Fleischl, the other can be replaced by his first name, Joseph, which was also the name of my friend and rival P** who appeared in the dream. As evidence in the dream for the charge that I cannot keep anything to myself, there are the elements inconspicuous in FL's question, how much of his concerns have I told P? However, it is the intervention of this memory that transposes the rebuke of coming too late from the present to my time in Bruck's laboratory. And in replacing the second figure in the annihilation scene of the dream by someone called Joseph, I make this scene represent not only the rebuke that I have come too late, but also the charge more strongly affected by repression, that I cannot keep a secret. The dream's work of condensation and displacement, as well as the motives for it, are evident here. However, my petty present-day annoyance at the warning not to reveal anything is reinforced from sources flowing in the depths, and thus augmented, it swells to a torrent of hostile feelings towards persons who in real life are dear to me. The source providing the reinforcement flows at the infantile level. I have already related how my warm friendships and my enmities with my contemporaries go back to the company I kept as a child with my nephew, 1 year older than I. In our relations he had the upper hand. I learned to defend myself early. We were inseparable from each other. We loved each other. In between, so our elders tell me, we fought and told tales on each other. All my friends are in some sense incarnations of this first figure, who came before my clouded gaze so long ago, revenants. My nephew himself came back to visit as an adolescent, and then we performed Caesar and Brutus together. An intimate friend and a hated foe have always been necessary to my emotional life. I have always been able to create for myself fresh embodiments of both, and not infrequently my childhood ideal went so far that friend and foe coincided in the same person, no longer at the same time, of course, or switching repeatedly from one to the other, which was probably the case in my earliest childhood years. At this point I do not intend to pursue the way in which, given such circumstances, a recent occasion for effect is able to hark back to one from infancy, in order to use it as a substitute for itself to produce the effect. It belongs to the psychology of unconscious thinking, and would have its proper place in a psychological explanation of the neuroses. Let us assume for purposes of interpreting the dream that a memory from childhood or one created in fantasy presents itself, with something like the following content. The two children start quarreling over some object. Exactly what, we can leave open, although the recollection, or the illusory recollection, has something quite definite in mind. Each one of them maintains that he came sooner, that is, he has first claim on it. A fight develops. Might is right. The dream suggests that I could have known I was in the wrong. I notice my mistake, but this time I am the stronger. I hold the field. The defeated combatant hurries to my father, his grandfather, tells on me, and I defend myself with the words familiar from my father's account. I hit him because he hit me. Thus, this memory, or more probably fantasy, which forces its way into my mind in the course of the analysis, without further evidence, I myself don't know how, is a central part of the dream thoughts, gathering the affects prevailing there in the same way as a fountain bowl collects the waters streaming into it. From here the dream thoughts flow along the following channels. It serves you right that you have to get out of the way for me. Why did you want to get me out of the way? I don't need you, I'll find someone else to play with, etc. Then the channels open up along which these thoughts return and flow into the dream representation again. I must have charged my dead friend Joseph with some such otoi kjmy meta asterisk at the time. He had followed in my footsteps in Bruck's laboratory, but promotion there was slow and difficult. Neither of the two assistants showed signs of moving. The young scientists were growing impatient. My friend, who knew he did not have many years to live, and who had no obligations to the man ahead of him from any bonds of intimacy, was on occasion loud in expressing his impatience. As the member of staff ahead of him was a very sick man, the wish to get him out of the way, besides implying by promotion, also admitted an odious secondary meaning. Some years earlier I had naturally felt the same wish even more strongly to take up a position that had been vacated. Wherever there are hierarchies and promotions to be found in the world, the way is clear for wishes requiring suppression. Not even at the bed of his sick father can Shakespeare's Prince Hal * avoid the temptation of trying on the crown to see how it suits him. But, as one might expect, my dream punishes Joseph, not me, for this ruthless wish. 32. As he was ambitious, I slew him. As he could not wait for the other to get out of the way for him, the dream got him out of the way. I nursed these thoughts right after attending the unveiling of the memorial to the other at the university. So one part of the satisfaction I felt in my dream can be interpreted as a just punishment. It serves you right. At my friend's funeral, a young man made the apparently unsuitable remark that the speaker addressed us as though the world could not go on without this one human being. He was protesting as a truthful person whose grief was offended by exaggeration. But my dream thoughts connect with what he said. No one is really irreplaceable. How many I have already accompanied to the grave, but I am still alive. I have outlived them all. I hold the field. Such a thought, in the moment when I fear I shall not meet my friend again among the living when I make the journey to see him, allows the interpretation to unfold in only one way. Once again I am glad to outlive someone, glad that it is not I who am dead, but he, that I hold the field as I did then in the fantasy of that childhood scene. This satisfaction, deriving from an infantile level, that I hold the field accounts for the greater share of the effect taken up into the dream. I am delighted that I am the survivor. I express it with the naive egoism of the married couple in the anecdote: if one of us dies, I'll go and live in Paris. In my expectations, it goes without saying that I am not the one. One cannot deny that it requires arduous self-conquest to interpret and report one's own dreams. The interpreter has to expose himself as the only villain among all the noble figures who share his life. So I find it quite understandable that the revenants should only exist for as long as one wants them to, and that they can be removed at a wish. That is, of course, what my friend Joseph was punished for. However, the revenants form the sequence of incarnations of my childhood friend, so I am also satisfied that I have replaced this figure over and over again, and a replacement will soon turn up for the one I am now about to lose. No one is irreplaceable. But what has become of the dream censorship in this? Why doesn't it raise the strongest objections to this grossly selfish train of thought, and transform the satisfaction clinging to it into grave unpleasure? I think it is because other, unobjectionable trains of thought about the same figures also end in satisfaction, and cover with their effect the one from the forbidden infantile source. In another stratum of my thoughts, I said to myself at that solemn unveiling of the memorial, I have lost so many dear friends, one through death, another when our friendship broke up. It is good, all the same, that I have found a replacement for them and gained this one friend who means more to me than the others could, and now, at the age when it is no longer easy to make new friendships, I shall hold him close forever. I can transfer my satisfaction at having found this substitute for my lost friends into my dream undisturbed, but the hostile satisfaction from the infantile source slips in behind it too. Certainly, infantile tenderness helps to reinforce my present-day, justified affection, but infantile hatred, too, has made its way into the dream representation. In addition, however, the dream contains a distinct allusion to another train of thought which is allowed to end in satisfaction. After long waiting, my friend had shortly before had a baby daughter. I know how much he had mourned the early loss of his sister, and I wrote to him that he would transfer to this child the love he felt for his sister. At last this little girl would make him forget his irreplaceable loss. So this sequence, too, again links on to the intermediary thoughts of the latent dream content, from which the paths diverge in opposite directions. No one is irreplaceable. Look, only revenants, everyone we have lost returns to us. And now the associative bonds between the contradictory components of the dream thoughts are drawn closer by the chance circumstance that my friend's little daughter has the same name as my own little playfellow, who was the same age as I was, the sister of my oldest friend and rival. I heard the name Pauline with satisfaction, and as an allusion to this coincidence, I substituted one Joseph for another Joseph in my dream, and found it impossible to suppress the same initial sound in the names Flacial and F1. This becomes the starting point then for a line of thought to the naming of my own children. I insisted that their names should not be chosen according to fashion, but should be in remembrance of persons dear to us. Their names turn the children into revenants. And finally, is having children not the only access any of us has to immortality? I shall only add a few more remarks from another angle on affects in dreams. It is possible for a tendency to an affect, what we call a mood, to be present in the sleeper's psyche as the dominant element and then for it to share in determining the dream. This mood can proceed from the experiences and thoughts of the day. It can have somatic origins. In both cases they will be accompanied by the trains of thought appropriate to them. As far as the formation of dreams is concerned, it does not matter whether the content of imagined ideas in the dream thoughts is the primary determinant of the tendency to affect, or whether it is itself aroused secondarily by the sleeper's emotional disposition, which can be explained by its somatic basis. In all cases, dream formation operates under restriction. It can only represent a wish fulfillment, and it is only from the wish that it can draw its psychic energy. The currently active mood will be treated in the same way as active sensation during sleep, see page 181, which is either ignored or reinterpreted as a wish fulfillment. Moods of distress and sleep become the driving forces of the dream as they arouse energetic wishes which the dream is intended to fulfill. The material they cling to is worked over until it becomes usable as an expression for fulfilling them. The more intense and dominant the mood of distress is as an element in the dream thoughts, the more certain it is that the most strongly suppressed wishes will use this opportunity to get themselves represented. For unpleasure, which they usually have to generate for themselves, is already present and active, so they discover that the most difficult part of their efforts to become represented has already been done. And this discussion touches once again on the problem of anxiety dreams, which will turn out to be the borderline case for dreams and their functioning. Secondary revision. Let us at last raise the subject of the fourth factor in the formation of dreams. If we continue our examination of the dream content in the way we have been doing, by referring occurrences that strike us as noticeable in the dream content back to their origins, we will come upon elements which will need an entirely fresh assumption to explain them. I have in mind those instances where the dreamer is astonished or annoyed as he dreamed, or where he recoiled, in fact, from part of the dream content itself. Most of these stirrings of criticism in our dreams are not aimed at the dream content but, as I have shown from suitable examples, they turn out to be parts of the dream material taken over into the dream and put to appropriate use there. However, some criticism in a dream refuses to be accommodated by a derivation of this kind. It is not possible to find its correlate in the dream material. What is the meaning, for instance, of the criticism we meet quite frequently in a dream? After all, it's only a dream. This is a real criticism of the dream, of the sort I could make when awake. Quite often, too, it is just the forerunner of our waking. More frequently it is itself preceded by a feeling of distress which is put to rest by telling ourselves that we are dreaming. However, the thought, after all, it's only a dream while we are still dreaming has the same intention as the one Helen of Troy * gives it on the open stage in Offenbach's comic opera. It wants to reduce the significance of what has just been experienced and help to make what follows bearable. It serves to lull to sleep a certain agency, which might have every cause to stir at the given moment and forbid the continuation of the dream or scene. But it is more convenient to go on sleeping and endure the dream because it's only a dream after all. As I see it, the scornful criticism, after all, it's only a dream, occurs in the dream when the censorship, which never falls entirely asleep, feels caught unawares by the dream that has already been admitted. It is too late to suppress it. Accordingly, the censorship responds with this comment to the anxiety or feeling of distress aroused by the dream. It is an expression of the esprit d'escalier on the part of the psychical censorship. However, this example offers indisputable proof that not everything contained in the dream comes from the dream thoughts, but rather that a function of the psyche indistinguishable from our waking thoughts can make some contribution to the dream content. Now the question is whether this is wholly exceptional, or whether the psychical agency which usually only functions as censorship may claim to have a regular share in the formation of dreams. We are bound to decide unhesitatingly for the latter. There is no doubt that the censoring agency, whose influence we have so far observed only in restrictions and omissions in the dream content, is also responsible for interpolations and additions. These interpolations are often easy to recognize. They are announced timidly, introduced with an as if, are not in themselves particularly vivid, and they are always to be found in places where they can function to link two bits of the dream content or set up a connection between two parts of the dream. The memory retains them less easily than the true offspring of the dream material. If the dream is forgotten, they are the first to vanish, and I have the strong suspicion that our frequent complaint that we have dreamed so much but forgotten most of it and retained only fragments is due to the prompt disappearance of just these cementing thoughts. In a complete analysis, these interpolations sometimes betray themselves because no material relating to them is to be found in the dream thoughts. However, on closer scrutiny I have to say that this case occurs less frequently. Still, these connecting thoughts do on the whole allow us to trace them back to material in the dream thoughts, but material which was not able, either on its own account or by virtue of its overdetermination, to claim admittance into the dream. It would seem that the psychical function in dream formation we are now considering will make the effort to produce new creations only in extreme cases. As long as possible, it will turn to account whatever it is able to select as being suitable from the dream material. What marks this part of the dream work out and exposes it to view is its purpose. This function proceeds rather as the poet maliciously declares philosophers do, with its snippets and scraps it patches the gaps in the dream structure. The result of its labors is that the dream loses its appearance of absurdity and incoherence, and approaches the pattern of an intelligible experience. But its labors are not always crowned with total success. In this way, dreams come about which might appear perfectly logical and rational. They start out from a plausible situation, continue it through changes free of contradictions, and bring it, though this happens less often, to an unsurprising conclusion. These dreams have gone through a very deep and thorough working over from this function of the psyche which resembles waking thought. They seem to make sense, but this sense is also furthest from the real meaning of the dream. If we analyze them, we are convinced that here the secondary revision of the dream has played around with the material most freely, and retained the relations in it least. These are dreams that have already been interpreted, you might say, before we submit them to interpretation when we are awake. There are other dreams where this purposeful revision has only partially succeeded. Coherence seems to be in control up to a point, then the dream becomes nonsensical or confused, and then perhaps for the second time in its course it goes on to make ostensible sense. In other dreams the revision has given up entirely. We are helpless in the face of a meaningless heap of fragmentary material. I would not like to declare out of hand that this fourth shaping power has no capacity to contribute something new to the dream, for after all, it will soon appear that we are acquainted with it. Indeed, it is the only one among our four dream composers we are already familiar with. However, it is certainly the case that its influence, like that of the others, is manifested mainly in the preference and choice it makes from already formed psychical material in the dream thoughts. There is only one case where it is largely spared its work of building a facade onto the dream, as it were, and that is if such a structure is already present in the material of the dream thoughts, ready and waiting to be used. The element in the dream thoughts I have in mind I usually call a fantasy. It will avoid misunderstandings, perhaps, if I identify the daydream 33 as its equivalent in waking life. The part played by this element in the life of the psyche has not yet been fully recognized or revealed. M. Benedict has made a start, and a very promising one, it seems to me, with his assessment. The significance of the daydream has not escaped the unerring insight of the poets. Alphonse Daudet's description of the daydreams of one of the minor figures in his Nabab * is widely known. The study of the psychoneuroses leads to the surprising insight that these fantasies or daydreams are the immediate predecessors of hysterical symptoms, at least of a large number of them. Hysterical symptoms cling not to the memories themselves but only to the fantasies constructed on the basis of the memories. The frequent occurrence of conscious fantasies during the day draws our attention to these formations, but just as conscious fantasies of this kind exist, there are also plenty of unconscious ones which cannot but remain unconscious because of their content and their origin in repressed material. If we immerse ourselves more deeply in the nature of these daytime fantasies, we find that they are quite justifiably called by the same name that we give to the productions of our thinking at night, dreams. They share certain essential characteristics with our nighttime dreams. Investigating them could actually have opened up for us the best and nearest access to understanding dreams. Like dreams, they are wish fulfillments. Like dreams, they are based in large part on our infantile experiences. Like dreams, they enjoy a certain relaxation of the censorship for their creations. If we go in pursuit of their structure, we become aware of how the wishful motive at work in their production and the material from which they are constructed are thrown into confusion, rearranged, and composed into a new whole. Their relation to the childhood memories they go back to is rather like the relation of many of the Baroque palaces in Rome to the ancient ruins whose stones and pillars have provided the material for building in more modern forms. In the secondary revision exercised on the dream content which we have ascribed to our fourth shaping factor, we find the same activity as the one that expresses itself freely and unconfined by other influences in the creation of daydreams. We might say without further ado that our fourth factor attempts to shape something like a daydream out of the material available to it. But in cases where a daydream of this sort is already formed in the web of the dream thoughts, this factor in the dream work will for preference take over the daydream and aim for it to enter the dream content. There are such dreams consisting only of the repetition of a daytime fantasy, for example, the dream of the boy that he was riding in the war chariot with the heroes of the Trojan War. In my autodidasker dream, the second part of the dream at least is a faithful repetition of a daytime fantasy, innocuous in itself, about my relations with Professor N. The fantasy already present more frequently forms only a part of the dream, or only a part of it gets through to the dream content. This is due to the complicated conditions the dream has to satisfy as it emerges. Then the fantasy is usually treated like any other component of the latent material, but once in the dream it is often still recognizable as a whole. In my own dreams there are often parts that stand out, making a different impression from the rest. They appear fluent, more coherent, but also more evanescent than other parts of the same dream. I know these are unconscious fantasies entering my dream as a coherent part of it, but I have never succeeded in pinning any of them down. For the rest, these fantasies, like all the other components of the dream thoughts, are jostled up against one another, they are condensed, they overlay one another and the like, but there are transitional instances between those cases where they are free to form the dream content, or at least the dream facade, almost without alteration, and those at the opposite end of the range where they are represented in the dream content only by one of their elements, or by some remote allusion to one of them. Obviously, what befalls the fantasies and the dream thoughts will depend crucially on any advantages they may have to offer against the demands of the censorship and the pressures towards condensation. In choosing my examples for interpretation, I have as far as possible steered clear of dreams in which unconscious fantasies have played a relatively important part, because the introduction of this element of the psyche would have required lengthy explanations of the psychology of unconscious thinking. Nevertheless, I cannot entirely avoid discussing fantasies in the present context, as they frequently enter the dream fully fledged, and even more frequently shimmer clearly through it. I would perhaps mention just one more dream, which appears to be made up of two different fantasies, opposites, but overlapping each other in certain places. One of these is superficial, the other becomes, as it were, the interpretation of the first. The dream, the only one I have no careful notes for, runs roughly as follows. The dreamer, a young bachelor, is sitting in his regular inn, which looks as it usually does. Several people appear on the scene to take him away, among them one who makes to arrest him. He says to his companions at table, "I'll pay later. I'll be back." But they smile and sneer, "We've heard that before." That's what they all say. One guest calls after him, "There's someone else on his way out." He is then led into a small room where he finds a woman with a child in her arms. One of his escorts says, "This is Herr Muller." A commissioner, or some other kind of official, turns the pages of a pack of notes or papers, repeating as he does so, "Muller, Muller, Muller." Finally, he asks him a question, which he answers with yes. He then looks round for the woman, and notices that she has grown a large beard. The two components here are easy to distinguish. The superficial one is a fantasy of being arrested, and seems to be freshly formed by the dream work. But behind it, material that has been slightly adapted by the dream work comes into view, the fantasy of getting married, and the features that both could have in common once again stand out with particular clarity, as in one of Galton's composite photographs. The promise made by the young man, still a bachelor so far, that he will come back to his regular place at table, the skepticism of his drinking fellows, who joke from long experience, "There's someone else on his way out, to get married." These items make good sense in the other reading as well. So does the answer yes that he gives the official? Leafing through a pile of papers and repeating the same name the while correspond to a minor, but recognizable feature of marriage celebrations, that is, reading out the telegrams of congratulation arriving in piles, which are, of course, all addressed to the same name. With the personal appearance of the bride in this dream, the marriage fantasy has even triumphed over the fantasy of being arrested which covers it. I was able to clear up the bride's beard at the end of the dream by making an inquiry. We did not get as far as an analysis. The day before, the dreamer had crossed the road with a friend who was just as averse to marriage as he was, and the friend had drawn his attention to a pretty brunette coming towards them. However, the friend had remarked, "Fine, if only these women didn't grow beards like their fathers as they get older." Naturally, there are plenty of elements in this dream where dream distortion has been at work more deeply and thoroughly. It may be that the words "I'll pay later" refer to the way he fears his father-in-law might behave with regard to the dowry. Obviously, all sorts of doubts are holding the dreamer back from relaxing and enjoying his marriage fantasy. One of these doubts, that with marriage he will lose his freedom, was embodied in the transformation of the scene into an arrest. If we return to our proposition that the dream work is happy to make use of a fantasy already present and available instead of putting a new one together out of the material in the dream thoughts, this insight may perhaps solve one of the most interesting puzzles offered by dreams. On page 24, I related a dream of Maurice, who was struck on the back of his neck by a board and woke from a long dream, a complete novel, set in the time of the French Revolution. As the claim is made that the dream was coherent, and its explanation is ascribed wholly to the stimulus that woke the sleeper, one quite out of his ken, all we seem to be left with is the one assumption that the entire dream, in all its profusion, must have been composed and set in train in the brief space of time between the moment the board fell onto the vertebra of Maurice's nape and his waking up on account of the blow. We would not dare to ascribe such speed to the activity of our waking thoughts, so this might lead us to grant that the dream work has the advantage of remarkable acceleration as the dream unfolds. This conclusion quickly became popular, but recent authorities, Lorraine, Egger, and others, have raised strong objections to it. Partly they are skeptical of the accuracy of Maury's account of his dream, partly they are trying to prove that our speed of thinking in waking life is no less than that of our dreams, whose feats need not be played down. The discussion raises questions of principle whose answers seem to me to be still very far away. But I must confess that I do not find the arguments Egger's, for example, convincing, especially his objections to Maury's guillotine dream. I would suggest the following explanation for this dream. Would it be so very unlikely that Maury's dream might represent a fantasy which was preserved ready-made for years in his memory and was roused? I would say alluded to when he responded to the stimulus that woke him? To start with, this disposes of the whole difficulty of composing such a long story with all its details in the extremely short space of time available to the dreamer. It is already composed. If the board had struck the back of Maury's neck while he was awake, there would have been room for a thought such as, "That is just as if I were being guillotined." But since he was struck while he was asleep, the dream work quickly made use of the stimulus reaching it to produce a wish fulfillment, as if it were thinking, "This is to be taken entirely in a figurative sense, this is a good opportunity to make the wishful fantasy from my reading of your come true." It seems beyond dispute to me that the romance he dreamed is just the sort an adolescent habitually makes up under the influence of powerful and exciting impressions. Who would not have felt gripped, especially if you were French, and a historian of culture, by descriptions from the Reign of Terror, when the nobility, men and women, the flower of the nation, showed how one could die with a serene spirit, and kept their sharp wit and delicate manners up to their fatal departure from this life? How attractive to fantasize that you are a young man in their midst, kissing your lady's hand as you bid her farewell, and climbing the scaffold unafraid. Or, if ambition was the main motive for the fantasy, to imagine yourself into the figure of one of those mighty individuals who, by the power of their thoughts and their blazing eloquence alone, rule the city at the time when the heart of humanity is throbbing there, who out of conviction send thousands of human beings to their deaths as they pave the way for the transformation of Europe, who, even as they do so, know that their own heads are not safe, and that one day they will lay them beneath the knife of the guillotine. To do so perhaps in the role of the Girondists, or the heroic Danton, that Maury's fantasy was motivated by ambition seems to be suggested by the feature retained in his memory, accompanied by an enormous crowd. However, this fantasy, completed long ago, does not even need to be run through, it is enough if it is, as it were, touched on. This is what I mean. If a few bars of music are quoted, as they are in Don Giovanni asterisk, and someone says, "That's from Mozart's Marriage of Figaro," then all of a sudden I am overwhelmed by a surge of memories and I cannot for the moment bring particular ones to consciousness. The stimulus word acts as a breaching place in my memory through which a whole mass of recollections are set in motion all at the same time. It need not be any different in our unconscious thinking. The stimulus to waking rouses the psychical breaching place, which opens up access to the entire guillotine fantasy. But this will not run its full course while the fantasist is still asleep, only when he remembers it on waking up. Once awake, he remembers all the details of the fantasy that was touched on as a whole in his dream. But he has no means of being certain that he is remembering something he has really dreamed. The same explanation, that it is a question of ready-made fantasies roused in their entirety by the stimulus to waking, can be applied to other dreams dependent on a stimulus to waking, for example, Napoleon's dream of a battle just before the infernal machine went off. I do not want to assert that all dreams upon waking admit of this explanation, or that the general problem of acceleration in the course of the dream can be disposed of in this way. We are now at the stage where we cannot avoid dealing with the relationship of this secondary revision of the dream content to the other factors governing the dream work. Does the process go something like this? The dream-forming factors, the efforts of condensation, the compulsion to escape the censorship, and regard for representability by the psychical means available to dreams, first form a provisional content out of the material given, and then this is reshaped retrospectively until it answers the requirements of a second agency as best it can? This is hardly likely. We should rather assume that the requirements set by this factor make one of the conditions the dream has to satisfy, and that this condition will operate by selecting from the broad mass of material in the dream thoughts, enabling them to enter the dream. That is, it will function just as the factors of condensation, the censorship set up by resistance, and representability do. However, of the four conditions we have identified for the formation of dreams, this most recent one is in any case the one whose requirements appear to be the least compelling for the dream. It is highly likely that our identification of this psychical function, which performs what we have called the secondary revision of the dream content, with the operation of our waking thought, arises from the following consideration: our waking, preconscious, thought behaves towards whatever random material presents itself to our perception in the same way as the function in question behaves towards the dream content. It comes naturally to it to create order out of such material, to set up relations and locate it where we can expect an intelligible context. But this is probably going too far. The reason we are fooled by conjurers' tricks is because they rely on this intellectual habit of ours. In our efforts to make a coherent and intelligible whole of the sensory impressions presenting themselves to us, we often make the oddest mistakes or even falsify the truth of the material before us. The proofs of this are too widely known to need further demonstration. We read over misprints that spoil the sense, and create an illusion of the correct word. One editor of a widely read French journal is said to have dared to bet that in the course of printing he would have from the front or from behind slipped into every sentence of a long article without one of his readers noticing. He won the bet. Reading a newspaper some years ago, I was struck by an amusing example of making the wrong connection. After that sitting of the French Chamber of Deputies when Dupuis' brave words "La séance continue" put an end to the alarm caused by the explosion when an anarchist's bomb was thrown into the chamber, visitors to the gallery were questioned as witnesses about their impressions of the assassination attempt. Among them were two visitors up from the provinces. One of them said he had certainly heard an explosion right after the end of a speech, but had thought it was the custom in Parliament to fire a shot whenever a speaker had finished. The other, who had probably heard several speakers already, made the same judgment, but with the variation that shots of this kind were made as a commendation, and only happened after particularly successful speeches. It is probable, then, that the agency requiring the dream content to be intelligible is none other than our normal thinking. It subjects it to a first interpretation, and by doing so brings about its complete misunderstanding. For our interpretation, it remains mandatory in all cases to pay no attention to the ostensible coherence of a dream, as having a suspect source, and to take the same route back to the dream material, whether the dream is lucid or confused. As we do so, however, we recall from our earlier discussion, page 251, what it is that the qualitative scale from confusion to clarity essentially depends upon. The parts of the dream that appear clear to us are the ones where the secondary revision was able to accomplish something. In the other parts, which seem confused, the powers of this ability failed. As the confused parts of the dream are also very often less vivid and distinctive, we may draw the conclusion that the secondary dream work is also to be held responsible for some contribution to the intensity of sensuous realization in particular elements of the dream. If I am to look anywhere for something comparable to the definitive formation of a dream when normal thinking has a share in shaping it, the only things that come to mind are those puzzling inscriptions with which the Fliegende used to entertain its readers for so long. They set up the expectation that a certain sentence, in dialect for the contrast and with as comical a meaning as possible, contained a Latin inscription. To do this, the letters of the words are torn out of their proper order as syllables and rearranged. Now and again a genuine Latin word will come about. In other parts we think we can see abbreviations of such words, and in other parts of the inscription again we are willing to be taken in by the meaninglessness of solitary letters, assuming that the passages are apparently weathered, or that there are gaps in the inscription. If we don't want to be taken in by the joke, we have to ignore all the requirements for an inscription, keep our eye on the letters, and, without troubling about the required arrangement, put them together to make words in our mother tongue. I shall now set about summing up this lengthy discussion of the dream work. We were confronted with the question of whether the psyche applies all its powers without any restrictions to the formation of dreams, or whether it employs only a fragment of them, inhibited in capability. Our investigations lead us to reject the terms of this question entirely, as inappropriate to the situation. Indeed, if we were to reply on the same terrain as the question, we should have to answer both views in the affirmative, even though as opposites they appear to be mutually exclusive. The work of the psyche in the formation of dreams can be broken down into two tasks: it generates the dream thoughts, and it transforms them into the dream content. The dream thoughts are entirely reasonable, and are formed with all the expense of psychical energy we are capable of. They belong to that dimension of our thinking which has not become conscious, and from which, by some transposition, our conscious thoughts also arise. However many unanswered questions and puzzles the dream thoughts raise, all the same these puzzles do not have any particular relation to dreams, and do not merit treatment among the problems of dreams. On the other hand, the other task of transforming the unconscious thoughts into the dream content is peculiar to the life of dreams and characteristic of it. This is the true dream work, and it is far more remote from the model of waking thought than even the most determined belittlers of the psyche's feats of dream formation have thought. It is not that it is more negligent, more unreasonable, more forgetful, more incomplete, say, than waking thought. It is qualitatively something completely different from it, and so at first not comparable to it. It does not think, calculate, judge in any way at all. It confines itself to reshaping. It can be described exhaustively if we keep our eye on the conditions which its product has to satisfy. Above all, this product, the dream, has to be removed from the influence of the censorship, and for this purpose the dream work makes use of the displacement of psychical intensities to the point of a transvaluation of all psychical values. Thoughts are to be reproduced exclusively or predominantly in terms of the material provided by visual and oral memory traces, and this requires the dream work to take account of representability, which it does by setting up new displacements. Greater intensities than the dream thoughts have at their disposal at night are, probably, to be created, and this purpose is served by the ample condensation undertaken with the elements of the dream thoughts. Little account is taken of the logical relations in the thought material. They are ultimately given a hidden representation in particular formal features of the dreams. The affects of the dream thoughts are subject to lesser modifications than the imagined ideas of their content are. As a rule they are suppressed; where they are retained, they are separated from their ideas and combined with affects of a similar tonality. Only one part of the dream work, the revisions, variable in extent, made by our partially roused waking thought, conforms to the conception our authorities would apply to the entire activity of dream formation. The imaginary nature of the situation relating to the dreamer's nurse is demonstrated by the objective circumstance that the wet nurse in this case was his mother. I recall, moreover, the regret referred to on page 158 of the young man in the anecdote that he had not made better use of the situation with his wet nurse, which is probably the origin of this dream. This is the actual initiator of the dream. To develop the point, in her view, reading matter of this kind is poison for a young girl. She herself had learned a great deal as a girl from forbidden books. A further train of thought leads to the same poet's penthesilea * cruelty to the beloved. We employ the same analysis and synthesis of syllables, truly a syllabic chemistry, in inventing all kinds of witticisms when we are awake. What is the cheapest way of acquiring silver? Silver. You go to an avenue of silver poplars, silver papel, order them to be silent, then the papel, gossiping, will stop and the silver is free. The first reader * and critic of this book made the objection, which will probably be repeated by those who follow him, that the dreamer often appears too witty. That is correct, as long as it refers only to the dreamer. It only involves disapproval if it is meant to apply to the interpreter too. In real, waking life I can make little claim to the description witty. If my dreams appear witty, that is not because of my disposition, but on account of the peculiar psychological conditions under which the dream is worked out, and it is closely connected with the theory of wit and the comic. The dream is made witty because the straight and nearest way to express its thoughts is barred to it. It is made witty of necessity. My readers can be assured that my patients' dreams produce an impression just as witty, at least forced witty, or even more so, than mine. Lasker died of progressive paralysis, that is, as the consequence of an infection. Louise, caught from a woman. LaSalle, it is well known, died in a duel fought on account of a lady. The psychical intensity, value, weight of interest, of an idea is of course to be kept separate from the sensory intensity of its representation. If I am in doubt as to which of the figures in my dream is concealing myself, I keep to the following rule: the figure in the dream which is subject to some effect, which I sense in my sleep, is the one that conceals myself. Accompanying hysterical symptoms, absence of her periods and great ill humor, this patient's main affliction. In the complete analysis, an association with a childhood experience emerges by way of the following chain: the Moor has done his duty. The Moor can go. * And then the joking question: how old is the Moor when he has done his duty? 1 year old, for then he can walk/go. They tell me I had such a mop of black hair when I was born that my young mother declared I was a little Moor. Not being able to find my hat is an experience from the dream day carrying many meanings. Our housemaid, a genius at putting things away, had hidden it. This ending to my dream also conceals a rejection of sad thoughts of death. It will be a long time still before I have done my duty. I must not go yet. Birth and death, as in the dream of Gerda and the paralytic patient, which took place shortly before, page 280. For the interpretation of this introductory dream as causal, see page 240. The course of her life. High birth. Wishful opposite to the introductory dream. Composite formation combining two localities, the attic, as it was called, of her father's house, where she played with her brother, who was the object of her later fantasies, and the farm belonging to the wicked uncle who used to tease her. Wishful opposite of a real recollection from her uncle's farm that she used to expose herself while asleep. Like the one carried by the angel in the Annunciation, a tall lily. For the explanation of this composite formation, see page 240, Innocence, period, La Dame aux Camélias. Indicating the number of figures serving her fantasies. Whether she could also pull one down * that is masturbate. The branch had by now taken over the function of proxy for the male genitals. It also, by the way, contains a very clear allusion to her family name. Refers, like the following, to precautions in marriage. As a contribution to overdetermination, my excuse for arriving late was that after working long into the night it was a long way from the Kaiserjosstrasse to the Warringerstrasse. I do not recall the author or the work where I found a dream mentioned which was swarming with unusually tiny figures, and whose source turned out to be an etching by Jacques Callot * which the dreamer had been looking at during the day. Certainly Callot's etchings contain a tremendous number of very small figures. One set of them deals with the horrors of the 30 Years' War. That is, the dream is parodying the thought it labels as ridiculous by creating something ridiculous associated with it. This is how Heine * sets about it when he wants to mock the king of Bavaria's bad verse. He does so in even worse.
Herr Ludwig ist ein großer Poet, und singt er, so stürzet Apollo vor ihm auf die Knie und bittet und fleht, halt ein, ich werde sonst toll, oh.
This Ludwig's a poet of renown. When he sings out one of his lays, he has Apollo begging on bended knees. Stop, stop. You're driving me crazy. This dream is also a good example of the generally valid proposition that the dreams of the same night, even if they are remembered separately, have grown from the ground of the same dream thoughts. Incidentally, the dream situation in which I have my children flee the city of Rome is distorted by a retrospective association with an analogous event that occurred in my childhood. Its meaning is that I am envious of relatives who took the opportunity many years ago to move their children to the soil of another country. A topic on which a long drawn-out discussion has developed in the most recent issues of the Revue philosophique, par amnesia in dreams. These results qualify my earlier account of the representation of logical relations, page 237, on some points. That describes how the dream work behaves generally, but does not take account of its subtlest and most scrupulous feats. Silverfoil, Staniol. Allusion to Stanius, Nervensystem der Fische, see page 263. The location is the entrance hall of my apartment building, where the children's prams belonging to the tenants are kept, but it is overdetermined in several other respects. This description is incomprehensible to myself too, but I am following the principle of reproducing the dream and the words that occurred to me as I wrote them down. The wording itself is part of the representation by the dream. It is this fantasy from the unconscious dream thoughts that imperiously demands non-vivid instead of non-vixit. You have come too late. He is no longer alive. It is noted on page 269 that the manifest situation of the dream also aims for non-vivid. It will have been noticed that the name of Joseph plays such a large part in my dreams. See the dream of my uncle. In my dreams it is particularly easy for me to conceal myself behind figures with this name, for Joseph was also the name of the well-known dream interpreter in the Bible. Rev. Petit Roman Daydream, Story *. 7. The psychology of the dream processes. Among the dreams I have learned of through others, there is one that now has very special claims on our attention. It was told me by a patient who had heard it herself in a lecture on dreams. Its actual source remains unknown to me. However, its content made an impression on the lady, for she very soon copy-dreamed it, that is, repeated elements of the dream in a dream of her own, using this transference to express a point of resemblance to it. The prior conditions for this model dream are as follows. 4 days and nights a father has been watching at his child's sickbed. After the child's death, he lies down to rest in a room nearby, but leaves the doors open so that he can look from his bedroom into the room where the child's body is laid out, surrounded by tall candles. An old man has been set to keep watch, sitting near the body and murmuring prayers. After a few hours' sleep, the father dreams that the child is standing at his bedside, grasps him by the arm and whispers to him reproachfully, "Father, can't you see that I am burning?" He wakes up, notices a bright light coming from the room where the body is lying, hurries over, and finds the old attendant fallen asleep, the shroud and an arm of the beloved body burnt by a lighted candle that had fallen across it. The explanation of this touching dream is simple enough, and was also given correctly by the lecturer, so my patient informed me. The bright light came through the open doors and fell on the father's eyes, leading him to draw the same conclusion as he would have made if he had been awake, that a fire had started when a candle fell over near the body. Perhaps the father had carried into his sleep the worry that the aged attendant might not be up to his job. We too would find nothing to alter in this interpretation, unless it were to add the condition that the content of the dream must be overdetermined, and that what the child said must have been put together from words he had really used in life in a context of events that were important to the father. Such as the complaint "I'm burning" of his feverishness when he died, and the words, "Father, can't you see," on some other occasion unknown to us, but charged with deep effect. However, after we have acknowledged this dream to be a meaningful occurrence with a proper place in the context of what was going on in the father's psyche, we might well wonder that under such circumstances a dream came about at all, when it was advisable to wake up as quickly as possible. We will notice then that this dream too is not without its wish fulfillment. In the dream the dead child behaves as if he were alive. He warns his father himself, he comes up to his bed and tugs him by the arm, just as he probably did in that memory from which the dream took the first bit of what the child said. Now, it was for the sake of this wish fulfillment that the father prolonged his sleep for a moment. He gave the dream a prior claim over his waking reflection because it was able to show him the child alive again. If he had woken first and then drawn the conclusion that took him into the room where the child's body was lying, he would have shortened the child's life by this one moment, as it were. There can be no doubt which distinctive feature of this little dream has captured our interest. So far we have mainly been concerned with probing after the hidden meaning of dreams, the route we should take to discover it, and the means the dreamwork has employed to hide it. And now we come upon this dream, which offers no problems of interpretation, whose meaning is given undisguised, and we note that it still retains the essential characteristics that distinguish a dream sharply from our waking thought and rouse our need for explanation. Only when we have got rid of everything that has to do with the work of interpretation can we see how incomplete our psychology of dreams still is. But before we take our thoughts along this new path, let us pause and look back, to see whether on our journey so far we have not left anything important unremarked. For we must be clear in our minds, the stretch of our way that makes for easy going lies behind us. Until now, if I am not much mistaken, all the paths we have trodden have led us into the light, to enlightenment and to full understanding. From the moment we propose to go more deeply into the psyche's inner processes of dreaming, all our ways lead into the dark. It is impossible for us to get as far as explaining the dream as a psychical process, for explaining means tracing back to what is already known, and at present the psychological knowledge does not exist that we could use as an explanatory framework for what we have been able to deduce from our psychological scrutiny of dreams. On the contrary, we shall be obliged to put forward a set of new assumptions touching speculatively on the structure of the psychical apparatus and the play of forces active in it, though we must take care not to spin them out too far beyond their first logical links, for if we do, their worth will vanish into uncertainty. Even if we make no errors of deduction, and take account of all the logical possibilities, there is still the threat that our calculations will go utterly wrong because the elements we start from are probably incomplete. There is no possibility of acquiring any information about, or at least of accounting for, how the instrument of our psyche is constructed or how it operates, from even the most careful examination of the dream or of any other psychical attainment by itself. For this, we will have to compare a number of the psyche's functions and from this study compile the requirements that turn out to be constants among them all. As we do so, the psychological assumptions that we draw from our analysis of dream processes will have to wait at the station, as it were, until they have caught the connection to the results of other investigations attempting to reach the heart of the same problem from another point of attack. Forgetting in dreams. I suggest, then, that we should first turn to a topic that raises an objection we have so far disregarded, but which is apt to cut the ground from under our efforts at dream interpretation. We have heard the charge from more than one side that we do not have any actual knowledge of the dream we are proposing to interpret, or, more correctly, we have no guarantee that we know it in the way it really happened. Compare page 40. What we remember of the dream, and what we practice our arts of interpretation upon, is first of all damaged by the inaccuracy of our memory, which seems to be particularly incapable of retaining the dream, and in fact has probably lost the most important part of its content. Indeed, when we want to pay attention to our dreams, we so often find that we have cause to complain that we dreamed much more, but unfortunately we cannot remember any more than this one fragment, and even that seems to us curiously uncertain. Secondly, everything suggests that our memory not only reproduces the dream incompletely and inaccurately, but also falsifies it. Just as on the one hand one may doubt whether the dream really was as incoherent and confused as we relate it, so on the other hand it is possible to query whether it was as coherent as we relate it, whether in attempting to reproduce it we are not filling gaps, which may indeed be there or have been created by our forgetting, with arbitrarily chosen new material, decorating, tidying up, rounding off our dream, so that any judgment as to what its real content was is rendered impossible. Indeed, we found one authority, Spitta, surmising that any kind of order or coherence in the dream at all is imposed upon it only when we attempt to recall it. In this way, we are in danger of having the very object whose value we have undertaken to assess wrested from our hands. In our interpretations so far we have not listened to these warnings. Indeed, we have found the smallest, the most inconspicuous, the most uncertain components of the dream's content demanding interpretation no less audibly than its distinct and securely retained elements. In the dream of Irma's injection, there are the words, "I quickly summoned Dr. M," and we assumed that even this extra little item would not have got into the dream if it did not admit of a particular derivation. In this way we arrived at the story of that unfortunate patient to whose bedside I quickly summoned my older colleague. In the ostensibly absurd dream that treats the difference between 51 and 56 as a quantite negligible, the number 51 was mentioned several times. Instead of taking this for granted or finding it unimportant, we inferred from it a second train of thought in the latent dream content which led us to the number 51. And the trace we then pursued further led us to our fear that the age of 51 sets a limit to our life, all in sharpest contrast to a dominant trait of thought which was lavish in its grandiose expenditure of the days of our years. In the non-vixid dream there was the inconspicuous little insertion, which at first I did not notice, as P doesn't understand him, FL asks me etc. When the interpretation then came to a halt, I went back to these words and discovered the route from them to the childhood fantasy that makes its entrance into the dream thoughts as an intermediary junction point. It happened via the poet's lines.
Selten habt ihr mich verstanden, selten auch verstand ich euch, nur wenn wir im Code uns fanden so verstanden wir uns gleich, Stern.
Seldom did you understand me, nor I you, in all the past. Only when in filth we land, we understand each other fast. T.R. Hal Draper. Examples from every analysis could confirm how it is precisely the slightest features of a dream that are indispensable for its interpretation, and how long the delay in completing the task drags out if we notice these things only late in the day. In interpreting dreams, we paid equal attention to every nuance of the verbal form in which the dream before us was expressed. Indeed, if we were presented with nonsensical or inadequate wording, as if the effort to translate the dream into the right version had not succeeded, we heeded these faults of expression as well. In short, what in the opinion of our authorities is supposed to be an arbitrary improvisation, concocted when at a loss, we have been treating like a sacred text. This contradiction needs explaining. The explanation is in our favor, though without putting the other writers in the wrong. From the point of view of our newly gained insights into the origins of dreams, the contradictions are reconciled in their entirety. It is correct that we garble the dream in our attempt to reproduce it. In this distortion we meet again what we have called the secondary, and often misleading, revision of the dream by the agency of normal thinking. But this distortion is itself nothing but a part of the revision which the dream thoughts regularly undergo as a consequence of the censorship. In this regard, the authorities have senses or seen that part of the dream distortion is at work in the manifest dream. This is of little use to us, for we know that a much more far-reaching work of distortion, less easy to grasp, has already chosen the dream, motivated by the hidden dream thoughts. The authorities are wrong only in regarding the modifications the dream undergoes when remembered and put into words as being arbitrary, impossible to interpret further, and so very likely to put us on the wrong track in understanding the dreams. They underestimate the factor of determination in matters of the psyche. Nothing is arbitrary there. It can be shown quite generally that a second train of thought will promptly take over the determination of an element left undetermined by the first. For example, I try to think of a number quite at random. It is not possible. The number that occurs to me is unambiguously and necessarily determined by thoughts within me that may well be quite remote from my present intention. The changes the dream goes through as we edit it when awake are just as far from being arbitrary. They are still linked by association to the content they replace, and they serve to point us the way to this content, which may itself in turn be the proxy for another. When I am analyzing their dreams with my patients, I am in the habit of putting this assertion to the test, never without success, in the following way. If the account of a dream appears difficult for me to understand at first, I ask its narrator to repeat it. He rarely does so in the same words. But the passages where he has altered his narrative are the ones revealed to me as the weak spots in the dream's disguise. They serve me as the embroidered sign on Siegfried's cloak * served Hagen. That is where the dream interpretation can make a start. The narrator has been warned that I intend to take particular care in solving the dream, so under the pressure of resistance, he quickly protects the weak spots in the dream's disguise by replacing a revealing expression by one more remote. In this way he draws my attention to the expression he has dropped. From the trouble taken to defend the dream against being solved, I am able to infer how much care has gone into weaving the dream its cloak. The authorities are less justified in devoting so much space to our doubts as we judge our accounts of dreams. For these doubts have no intellectual warrant, our memory has no guarantees at all, and yet we bow more often than is objectively justified to the compulsion to believe what it says. Our doubts about the correct reproduction of a dream, or particular items in a dream, are again only the offspring of the dream censorship, our resistance to the possibility that the dream thoughts might penetrate into consciousness. This resistance does not always come to an end with the displacements and substitutions it has carried out. It still clings to what has been allowed through in the form of doubts. We fail to recognize this doubt the more readily because it takes care never to attack intense elements in the dream, merely weak or indistinct ones. But by now we already know that between dream thoughts and dream a total transvaluation of all psychical values has taken place. Distortion was only made possible by the withdrawal of value. It invariably expresses itself in this way, and is sometimes content to leave it at that. If in addition some doubt comes and attaches to an indistinct element in the dream content, we are able to follow this pointer and recognize the doubt as being a more direct descendant of one of the outlawed dream thoughts. It is like the situation after a great upheaval in one of the republics of the ancient world or the Renaissance. The powerful dynasties who once ruled are now banished, all the high positions are occupied by upstarts. In the city only utterly impoverished and powerless relatives or supporters of the overthrown powers are tolerated. But even these do not enjoy full civil rights and are mistrustfully kept under surveillance. In our case, the place of mistrust in the example is taken by doubt. That is why, when analyzing a dream, I insist that any scale indicating degrees of certainty should be abandoned entirely, and the slightest possibility that something of one sort or another might have occurred in the dream should be treated as being absolutely definite. As long as anyone has not decided to let go of the question of certainty when tracing an element from the dream, the analysis will come to a standstill until he has. If the analysand dismisses the element in question as unimportant, the psychical effect will be that the involuntary ideas behind the element will not attempt to enter his head. An effect of this kind is not really a matter of course. It would not be absurd for someone to say, "I am not certain whether this or that was contained in my dream," but the following comes to mind in relation to it. No one ever does say this, and it is this very effect of doubt which disturbs the analysis and unmasks it as the offspring and instrument of psychical resistance. Psychoanalysis is right to be mistrustful. One of its rules runs, whatever disturbs the continuation of the work of analysis is a resistance. Forgetting dreams, too, will remain inexplicable unless we also include the power of the psychical censorship in our explanation of it. The feeling that we have dreamed a great deal in the night and only retained a little of it may have a different meaning in a number of cases, perhaps that the dream work has palpably gone on right through the night and only left the one brief dream behind. In other cases, it is impossible to doubt the fact that after we wake we increasingly forget our dreams. We often forget them despite strenuous efforts to remember them. However, it is my view that just as we invariably overestimate the scope of this forgetting, we also overestimate how much our knowledge of our dreams loses from their fragmentary and piecemeal nature. Everything we have lost in forgetting the dream content can often be retrieved by the analysis. In a fair number of cases at least, it is possible to start from a single remaining shard and recover, if not the dream, but after all, that is not the important thing, then the dream thoughts, all of them. It requires some effort of attention and self-overcoming on our part in the course of the analysis, that is all, but it does indicate that the act of forgetting the dream was not without a hostile purpose. We are provided with convincing proof that forgetting our dreams is purposeful, serving the ends of psychical resistance, one when we observe a preliminary stage of forgetting in the course of certain analyses. It quite often happens that suddenly, in the middle of the work of interpretation, there comes to the surface a part of the dream that has been left out, but is described as forgotten until that moment. This part of the dream, rescued from oblivion, is always the most important part. It lies along the shortest route towards solving the dream and for that reason was most liable to be resisted. Among the examples of dreams I have included in the course of this treatise, there happens to be one where I have to interpolate a bit of dream content retrospectively. It is my traveling dream, the one that takes revenge on the lady who was my disagreeable traveling companion, which I have left almost uninterpreted, partly on account of its grossly indecent content. The omitted part runs, I say, in English, about a book by Schiller. It is from, but correct myself, noticing the error myself, it is by, that the man observes to his sister, he did say it correctly. Self-correction in dreams, which seems so marvelous to many of our authorities, probably does not require our attention. As the model for the linguistic error in this dream I shall rather point to one in my memory. I was 17 years old, making my first visit to England, and I spent a whole day on the shore of the Irish Sea. I was naturally lost in pleasure gathering the sea creatures left behind by the tide, and I was just occupied with a starfish. The dream begins with holothurians, sea slugs, when a charming little girl came up to me and asked, "Is it a starfish? Is it alive?" I replied, "Yes, he is alive," but was then embarrassed at the inaccuracy, and repeated the sentence correctly. Instead of the linguistic error I made then, the dream replaces it by another, which is just as easy for a speaker of German to make. Das Buch ist von Schiller. Should not be translated as, the book is from Schiller, but as by, the dream work makes this substitution because the matching sound of from creates a splendid condensation with the German adjective from, pious, and from all we have heard of the dream work's intentions and of its ruthlessness in choosing its means, we should no longer be amazed that it should do so. But what does this innocuous memory of the seashore have to say in the context of my dream? It uses the most innocent example possible to elucidate my misuse of an article designating gender, introducing gender and sex, he, where it does not belong. This is of course one of the keys to solving the dream. Anyone who has heard where the title of the book Matter and Motion comes from, Molière in Le Malade Imaginaire, La matière est-elle laudable, a motion of the bowels, will be able to complete the interpretation himself. I can, by the way, settle the question of adducing proof that forgetting dreams is to a large extent the work of resistance with a demonstration ad oculos. A patient tells me he has had a dream, but has forgotten it without a trace. At that stage it is simply counted as not having happened. We continue our work, I come upon a resistance, make something clear to the patient, by persuasion and pressure help him to reconcile himself to some unpleasant thought, and no sooner has this succeeded than he cries, "Now I remember what it was I dreamed." The same resistance that disturbed him in the day's work of analysis also made him forget his dream. By overcoming this resistance, I have coaxed the dream back into memory. Similarly, a patient who has reached a certain point in the work of analysis is able to remember a dream that occurred 3, 4, or more days before, but which meantime has been reposing in oblivion. An experience I had in the course of writing this manuscript is an indication that dreams are just as unforgotten as other acts of the psyche, and that in this respect too, in their persistence in the memory, they are the full equal of the psyche's other feats. I had kept notes of plenty of my own dreams which for some reason at the time I could only subject to a very incomplete interpretation, or to none at all. Now, 1 to 2 years later, I have made the attempt to interpret some of them, intending to use them as material to illustrate my assertions. The attempts were successful in every case. Indeed, I would even say the interpretation went along more easily such a long time later than it did at the time when the dreams were still fresh in my experience. I would suggest that a possible explanation for this lies in the fact that meantime I have gone beyond a number of resistances within myself which were disturbing me then. In making these retrospective interpretations, I compared the results I had at the time in tracing the dream thoughts with my current, mostly far richer, results, and discovered the earlier ones present unchanged among the new ones. I cut short any astonishment at this when I reflected that, after all, it has long been my practice to have my patients interpret dreams they sometimes tell me dating from earlier years, as though they were dreams from the previous night, according to the same method and with the same success. When I come to discuss anxiety dreams, I shall report 2 examples of belated dream interpretation of this kind. When I made this experiment for the first time, I was led by the justified expectation that in this respect too the dream would behave just like a neurotic symptom. For when treating a psychoneurotic, a hysteric, say, psychoanalytically, I have to find an explanation for the earliest symptoms of his complaint, long ago mastered and done with, as well as for the current symptoms that brought him to me, and I find it far easier to solve the former problem than the present, urgent, task. As early as my studies on hysteria, published in 1895, I was able to give the explanation for the first hysterical attack which a woman of over 40 suffered at the age of 14. In a looser sequence, I should like to add some further observations on the interpretation of dreams, which will perhaps provide some orientation for the reader who wants to check my account by working on his own dreams. No one would expect the interpretation of his dreams to fall into his lap without any effort. It needs practice just to become aware of endoptic phenomena and other sensations normally out of range of our attention, although there is no psychical motive to balk at these perceptions. It is considerably more difficult to get hold of involuntary ideas. Anyone wanting to do this will have to fulfill the conditions this treatise has raised, and in following the rules it has given, he must take pains to restrain any criticism, any prejudice, any bias of affect or intellect during the work of analysis. He will bear in mind the precept Claude Bernard * proposed for the experimenter in the physiological laboratory, travailler comme un bête, that is, to work as doggedly as a beast, but also with as little concern about the results. Anyone following this advice will no longer find the task difficult. However, interpreting a dream is not always accomplished at one fell swoop. Quite often one's interpretive powers feel at the end of their tether after pursuing a chain of ideas. When the dream ceases to say anything more that day, then it is as well to break off and return to the work of analysis another day. Then a different bit of the dream content will draw attention to itself, and one gains access to a fresh stratum of the dream thoughts. This procedure might be called fractional dream interpretation. The most difficult thing is to persuade the beginner in dream interpretation to recognize the fact that his task is not over when he has a complete interpretation of a dream in his hands, one that is meaningful and coherent, and enlightens him about all the elements in the dream content. Besides this, it is possible that there is an overarching interpretation of the dream which has escaped him. It is really not easy to get an idea of the wealth of unconscious trains of thought in our thinking, all struggling for expression, nor to believe how clever the dream work is in its polysemous mode of expression, killing 7 flies at one blow, like the little tailor * in the fairy tale, as it were. The reader will always be inclined to accuse the author of overloading every rift with ore, but anyone who has gained experience of interpretation himself will have learned better. The question whether every dream is amenable to interpretation is to be answered by no. It should not be forgotten that the interpreter has against him those same psychical powers that are responsible for the distortion in the dream. In this way it becomes a contest of relative strength whether one's intellectual interest, capacity for self-overcoming, psychological insight, and practice in the interpretation of dreams can master the inner resistances. For a stretch it is always possible, enough at least to be convinced that the dream is a meaningful formation, and mostly, also, to acquire an inkling of that meaning. Very often a dream following hard on the heels of the one we are interpreting will enable us to establish a reading we have assumed for the first, and to carry it further. A whole set of dreams, carrying on for weeks or months, often rests on common ground, and is to be interpreted in its interrelations. In cases where we have a sequence of dreams, it can often be noticed how one dream will take for its center what the next only alludes to on the periphery, and the other way round, so that the two complement each other for purposes of interpretation as well. I have already used examples to show how the various dreams of the same night are quite regularly to be treated as a whole. The best interpreted dreams often have a passage that has to be left in the dark, because we notice in the course of interpretation that a knot of dream thoughts shows itself just there, refusing to be unraveled, but also making no further contribution to the dream content. This is the dream's navel, and the place beneath which lies the unknown. Indeed, the dream thoughts we come upon as we interpret cannot in general but remain without closure, spinning out on all sides into the web-like fabric of our thoughts. Out of a denser patch in this tissue the dream wish then arises like a mushroom from its mycelium. Let us return to the facts about forgetting dreams. For we have omitted to draw one important conclusion from them. If our waking life shows the unmistakable intention of forgetting the dream that was formed at night, either as a whole immediately after we wake, or bit by bit in the course of the day, and if we identify the main party to this forgetting as our psychical resistance to the dream, which has already done its utmost to the dream in the night, then the question arises, what has actually enabled the dream to be formed at all in face of this resistance? Let us take the most glaring case, when our waking life does away with the dream as though it had never happened. In this case, if we take the play of psychical forces into account, we would have to say that the dream would not have come into existence at all if the resistance had held sway at night as it does by day. Our conclusion is that during the night it has lost a part of its power. We know it has not been entirely suspended, for we have demonstrated the distorting part it plays in forming the dream. But we are aware of the possibility that it has been reduced at night, that this lowering of resistance makes the formation of dreams possible, and thus it is easy to understand how, once restored to full force on waking, it promptly gets rid of what it had to admit while it was weak. Indeed, descriptive psychology instructs us that the main condition for the formation of dreams is the sleeping state of the psyche, so we can now add the explanation. The state of sleep makes the formation of dreams possible by reducing the end to psychic censorship. It is certainly tempting to regard this conclusion as the only one it is possible to draw from the facts about forgetting dreams, and to develop further inferences from it about the ratio of energy between sleeping and waking. However, let us pause here for the moment. Once we have immersed ourselves rather more deeply in the psychology of dreams, we will learn that there are still other ways of imagining how the formation of dreams is made possible. It might also be possible to evade the resistance to bringing the dream thoughts into consciousness without the resistance being abetted. It is also plausible that the state of sleep helps to bring about both the factors favorable to the formation of dreams at the same time, that is, the reduction of resistance as well as its evasion. Let us break off here, and pick up the thread a little later. There is another set of objections to our procedure in interpreting dreams which we must now deal with. Of course, we proceed by abandoning all the purposive ideas that normally dominate our reflections, concentrating on one particular element in the dream, and then noting what involuntary thoughts it calls up in us. Then we take up the next component in the dream content, go through the same work with this one, and allow ourselves to be carried along by our thoughts with no care for the direction in which they are moving, even though they take us, as they say, all over the shop. We do so in the confident expectation that in the end, without any intrusion on our part, we shall come upon the dream thought that gave rise to the dream. The objection made in criticism of this procedure runs more or less as follows. There is nothing wonderful about getting from one particular element in a dream to anywhere at all. Something or other can be linked by association to every idea. The only remarkable thing is that by this aimless and arbitrary drift of thoughts you are supposed to arrive straight at the dream thoughts. That is probably a self-deception. You trace the train of associations from the one element until you note that for some reason it breaks off. If you take up a second element, it is only natural that the original openness of association should now undergo a certain limitation. You still have the earlier chain of thoughts in mind, and so, when analyzing the second imagined idea from the dream, thoughts come to mind which also have something in common with the earlier chain. Then you imagine you have found a thought which represents a junction point between two dream elements. As you allow yourself every liberty in combining thoughts, really excluding only the transitions from one idea to another that are operative in normal thinking, ultimately it is not difficult to take a sequence of intermediary thoughts and concoct something you call the dream thoughts, claiming with no warrant, as they are completely unknown, that these are the psychical replacement of the dream. But it is all arbitrary, a clever seeming exploitation of sheer chance. And the person who subjects himself to this useless labor can take any old dream and along these lines conjure up any old interpretation. If we are really presented with such objections, we can defend ourselves by referring to the impression our dream interpretations make, to the surprising combinations with other dream elements that emerge in the course of tracing particular imagined ideas, and to the unlikelihood that something that covers the dream as exhaustively and illuminatingly as one of our interpretations could be reached in any other way than by following the traces of psychical connections set up earlier. We could also justify ourselves by pointing out that our procedure when interpreting dreams is identical with our method in treating hysterical symptoms, where we do have a guarantee that the method is correct in the appearance and disappearance of symptoms in their place, that is, where our reading of the text is supported by the interpolated illustrations. However, there is no reason for us to avoid the problem of how it should be possible that, by tracing a chain of thoughts spinning out arbitrarily and aimlessly, we can reach a pre-existent destination, for though we cannot solve this problem, we are in a position to dispose of it completely. For it is demonstrably wrong to say that we are being borne along an aimless flow of ideas when we relax our reflectiveness and let the involuntary ideas come to the surface, as we do when we are interpreting dreams. It can be shown that the only purposive ideas we are able to relinquish are the ones known to us, and the moment these cease, unknown. Or, as we would loosely say, unconscious, purposive ideas take over and then determine the course taken by the involuntary ideas. There is no way that our own influence on the life of our psyche can bring about a kind of thinking without purposive ideas, nor am I acquainted with any state of psychical disorder that might do so. In this respect, the psychiatrists have dispensed with the stability of the psyche's interconnected structure much too soon. I know that an uncontrolled flow of thoughts with no purposeful ideas is not present in hysteria or paranoia, just as it is not to be found in the formation or the solution of dreams. It may be that it does not occur at all in the endogenous psychical illness. Even the delirious fantasies of the mad, according to Lurit's brilliant surmise, are meaningful, and are only unintelligible to us because of what they have left out. I have received the same conviction on the occasions I have had for observation myself. The delirious fantasies are the work of a censorship that no longer bothers to hide its supremacy, and instead of sharing in the creation of an inoffensive version, it ruthlessly deletes what it objects to, leaving the remainder incoherent. This censorship proceeds just like the Russian newspaper censorship at the borders. It allows foreign journals to come into the hands of the readers under its protection only when passages are heavily blacked out. It may be that the free play of ideas along a random chain of associations is present in destructive organic processes of the brain. What is regarded as such in the psychoneuroses can be explained in every case by the effect of censorship on a sequence of thoughts thrust into the foreground by still hidden purposive ideas. It has been regarded as an unmistakable sign of associations without any purposive ideas if the imagined ideas, or images, coming to the surface appear to be connected to one another by the links of what we call superficial associations, that is, by assonance, verbal ambiguity, coincidence in time without any relation in meaning, all the associations we permit ourselves in jokes and wordplay. This characteristic applies to the thought connections that lead us from the elements and the dream content to the collaterals and from these to the actual dream thoughts. We have found examples of this in a number of dream analyses, which were bound to arouse our surprise. No connection was too loose, no joke too bad to form the bridge from one thought to another. But we are not far from a true understanding of such indulgence. Whenever one psychical element is connected with another by an offensive or superficial association, there also exists a proper and deeper link between the two, which is subject to the resistance of the censorship. The pressure of censorship, not the suspension of purposive ideas, is the real reason for the predominance of superficial associations. In the representation, the superficial associations replace the deep associations when the censorship has made the latter's normal connecting routes impassable. It is as if something causing a general traffic hold-up, a flood, for example, has made the broad highways in the mountains impassable. The traffic is kept going along steep and difficult footpaths, normally trodden only by the huntsman. We can distinguish two cases here, though they are essentially one. In the first instance, the censorship is aimed only at the connection between two thoughts which, when taken separately, are not subject to its disapproval. In this case, the two thoughts enter consciousness severally, one after the other. Their connection remains hidden. Instead, however, some superficial link between them occurs to us, which we would not otherwise have thought of, and which as a rule begins at a different corner of the complex of ideas from the place where the suppressed, but essential connection starts out. Alternatively, in the second case both thoughts are subject to the censorship in their own right, on account of their content, then neither appears in its proper form, but in some modified, substitute guise, and the two substitute thoughts are chosen in such a way that the superficial association between them reproduces the essential connection between the thoughts they have replaced. In both these cases, under pressure from the censorship, a displacement has taken place from a normal association, to be taken seriously, to one that is superficial and seemingly absurd. Knowing of these displacements, we are quite confident in also relying on superficial associations in the course of interpreting dreams. Point 2. The two propositions, that when conscious purposive ideas are relinquished, command over the flow of ideas passes to hidden purposive ideas, and that superficial associations are only displaced substitutes for deeper suppressed associations, are most fully used by psychoanalysis in the treatment of neuroses. Indeed, the two propositions become the fundamental pillars of its technique. When I bid a patient relax all his reflectiveness, and tell me whatever comes into his mind, then, I am relying on the premise that he cannot let go of the purposive ideas behind the treatment, and I consider I am justified in concluding that the seemingly most harmless and wayward things he tells me are related to his illness. Another purposive idea, which the patient has no inkling of, is the idea of my own person. Accordingly, a complete account of this procedure, as well as a thorough proof of both explanations, properly belongs in a presentation of psychoanalytic technique as a method of therapy. At this stage we have come to one of those points of contact where we have in principle left the subject of dream interpretation. Only one conclusion left from these objections is correct, and that is that we do not need to ascribe all the ideas that come to mind in the course of interpretation to the dream work of the night as well. Of course, as we interpret when we are awake, we are taking a path leading back from the dream elements to the dream thoughts. The dream work took the opposite way, and it is highly unlikely that these paths are passable in both directions. What emerges is rather that by day we create passageways via fresh thought associations which reach the intermediary thoughts and the dream thoughts now in one place, now in another. We can see how the fresh thought material of the day pushes into the interpretive trains of associations, probably also forcing the intensified resistance which has set in since the night to find new and more remote detours. The number and kind of the collaterals that we spin out by day, however, is psychologically quite insignificant, as long as it leads us along the path to the dream thoughts we are looking for. Regression. But now that we have guarded ourselves against these objections, or at least indicated where our weapons of defense are resting, we can no longer put off broaching the psychological investigations for which we have long been arming ourselves. Let us sum up the main results of our inquiry so far. Dreams are fully paid-up psychical acts. Their driving force is a wish in need of fulfillment, their unrecognizability as wishes, and their many oddities and absurdities, derive from the influence of the psychical censorship which they have gone through in the course of their formation, as well as the compulsion to escape this censorship. The following factors have shared in forming them: the compulsion to condense the psychical material, regard for representability in visual or other sensory images, and, though not invariably, regard for a rational and intelligible appearance for the dream structure. From each of these propositions, the way leads on to psychological postulates and conjectures. The reciprocal relationship between the wish's motive and the four conditions, as well as their relations among themselves, is still to be investigated, and the place of dreams in the interconnected life of the psyche is still to be located. We placed a dream at the head of this chapter to remind us of the puzzles that still remain to be solved. We had no difficulty in interpreting this dream of the burning child, even though it was not told as completely as we would have it. We asked ourselves why the father should have dreamed at all, instead of waking up, and we recognized that one motive for the dream was the wish to imagine the child alive. Another wish also had a part in this, as we shall see from a later discussion. At first, then, it was for the sake of the wish fulfillment that the processes of thought were transformed into a dream during sleep. If we reverse this process, there is only one characteristic left that distinguishes the two kinds of psychical occurrence from each other. The dream thought would have gone like this: I can see a light coming from the room where the body is lying. Perhaps a candle has fallen over, and the child is burning. The dream reproduces the result of this reflection unaltered, but represented in a situation that is immediate and to be apprehended with the senses as if it were a waking experience. But that is the most distinctive and striking characteristic of dreaming in general. A thought, as a rule the wishful thought, is objectified in the dream, represented or, as we imagine, experienced as a scene. Now how are we to explain this characteristic peculiarity of the dream work, or, to put it less ambitiously, to find a place for it in the interconnections of the psychical processes? If we look more closely, we are likely to notice that two distinctive characteristics, almost independent of each other, are perceptible in the dream and the form in which it appears. One is representation in terms of an immediate situation, with no perhaps about it. The other is the transposition of the thought into visual images and into speech. The transformation undergone by the dream thoughts when the expectation they express is put in the present tense may not appear very striking in this particular dream. This is related to the curious, actually secondary role of wish fulfillment in this dream. Let us take another dream, where the wish in the dream is not separated from the waking thoughts continued into it, for example, the dream of Irma's injection. The dream thought that reaches representation here is an optative, if only Otto were to blame for Irma's illness. The dream represses the optative and replaces it by a simple present: yes, Otto is to blame for Irma's illness. This, then, is the first of the transformations that even a dream with no distortions performs with the dream thoughts. However, we shall not linger long over this first peculiarity shown by dreams. We can settle it by referring to conscious fantasies, to daydreams, which treat their content of imagined ideas in the same way. When Dodezem Joyeux wanders idle and unemployed through the streets of Paris while his daughters are obliged to believe he is sitting in his office holding down a job, he daydreams of the chance events that are to help him towards a patron and a position, likewise in the present tense. The dream, then, uses the present in the same way, and with the same justification, as the daydream does. The present is the tense in which the dream is represented as fulfilled. However, only the second characteristic is peculiar to the dream as distinct from the daydream. Its content of imagined ideas is not framed as thoughts, but transformed into sensory images which we believe in, and which we think we are actually experiencing. Let us add at once that not all dreams display this transformation of imagined idea into sensory image. There are dreams consisting only of thoughts, which we would not dispute were still essentially dreams. My dream Autodidasker, the daytime fantasy with Professor N, is one of this kind, which had elements intruding into it which were hardly more sensory than if I had thought up its content by day. Also, in every dream of any length there are elements that have not shared the sensory transformation, but are simply thought or known in the way we are used to thinking or knowing them when awake. At this point, let us further bear in mind that this kind of transformation of ideas into sensory images does not only characterize dreams, but also hallucinations, the visions that appear independently in states of health, say, or as the symptoms of psychoneuroses. In short, no aspect of the relation we are investigating here is an exclusive one. Nevertheless, it remains the case that this characteristic of dreams, where it occurs, seems to us the one that is the most remarkable, so that the life of dreams seems unthinkable without it. However, to understand it will require far-reaching discussion. Among all the observations on the theory of dreams to be found among the authorities, I would like to draw attention to one as offering a valuable starting point. In his Psychophysic, Volume 2, page 520, the great G. T. Fechner speculates, in a discussion devoted to dreams, that the theater where our dreams are enacted is a different one from the scene of action where our ideas are generated in waking life. This is the only assumption that will enable us to understand the peculiar characteristics of the dream life. The idea it puts at our disposal is that of location in the psyche. Let us put aside entirely the fact that the psychical apparatus we are dealing with here is also familiar to us as an anatomical specimen, and let us take care to avoid being tempted to define the psychical location in broadly anatomical terms. We shall remain on psychological terrain, bearing in mind only to follow the requirement that we should think of the instrument serving the functions of the psyche as acting like a composite microscope, say, or a photographic apparatus. The psychical location then corresponds to a place within this apparatus where one of the preliminary stages of the image comes about. In the microscope and telescope, as we know, these are partly hypothetical locations, places where no tangible component of the apparatus is sighted. There is no need, I think, to apologize for the inadequacy of this figure, nor of all the others like it. These metaphors are only meant to support us in the attempt to make the complexity of the psyche's achievements intelligible by analyzing the apparatus into its components and ascribing particular functions to particular parts of it. To my knowledge, this is the first time anyone has ventured to conjecture from this kind of analysis how the instrument of the psyche is composed. It seems harmless enough to me. In my view, we may give free rein to our speculations as long as we keep our judgment cool as we do so, and do not mistake the scaffolding for the building. Since all we need on first approaching something unknown is the support of some provisional ideas, let us begin by turning to the crudest and most tangible hypotheses. Let us, then, imagine the psychical apparatus as a composite instrument, whose parts we shall call agencies or, to put it more concretely, systems. In doing so, we raise the expectation that these systems may be in a constant spatial orientation towards one another, rather as the various systems of lenses in a telescope are located one behind the other. Strictly speaking, we do not need to assume a real spatial arrangement for the psychical systems. It is sufficient if a firm sequence can be set up by establishing that in certain psychical processes the systems go through a definite temporal sequence in their arousal. This sequence may undergo alteration in other processes. Let us, for preference, leave this possibility open. From now on, for the sake of brevity, we shall refer to the component parts of the apparatus as psi systems. Now the first thing that strikes us about this apparatus composed of psi systems is that it has a direction. All our psychical activity starts from internal or external stimuli and ends in innervations. Accordingly, we shall ascribe to the apparatus one sensory and one motor end. At the sensory end a system is located for receiving our sense perceptions. At the motor end there is another which opens the floodgates to motor activity. The psychical process generally runs its course from the perceptual end to the motor end. The most general diagram for the psychical apparatus, then, would look as in Figure 1. Figure 1. But that does no more than fulfill a requirement long familiar to us, that the psychical apparatus must be constructed like a reflex apparatus. The reflexive process is still the model of all psychical performance too. We now have a reason to hypothesize the first appearance of a differentiation at the sensory end. A trace of the perceptions impinging upon us remains in our psychical apparatus, and this we can call a memory trace. Indeed, we call the function relating to this memory trace our memory. If we are serious about intending to link psychical processes to systems, then the memory trace can only consist in permanent alterations to the elements of the systems. Now there are difficulties about this, as pointed out elsewhere, if one in the same system on the one hand wants to preserve faithfully any alterations to its elements, and on the other is still supposed to encounter new occasions for change with fresh receptivity. According to the principle guiding our experiment, we shall distribute these two activities between different systems. We assume that an outermost system of the apparatus is the receptor for the perceptual stimuli, but that it does not retain anything of them, that is, it has no memory. We assume too that behind this system there is a second one that transforms the momentary excitation of the first into permanent traces. If so, this would be the diagram of our psychical apparatus, Figure 2. Figure 2. We know that there is something else we retain permanently from the perceptions impinging upon the persystem, besides their content. Our perceptions also turn out to be linked to one another in our memory, above all if they occurred at the same time. We call this fact association. Now it is clear that if the system has no memory at all, it cannot retain the traces for association either. The particular elements would be intolerably obstructed in their function if some remnant of an earlier link were to assert itself against a fresh perception. So we must assume, rather, that the basis for association is the memory system. If so, the fact of association then consists of a process where, as a consequence of reductions in resistance and of pathways set up from one of the MEM elements, the excitation is passed on to one MEM element rather than another. If we go into it further, it becomes necessary to assume not one but several MEM systems of this kind, in which the same excitation, passed on by the elements, is fixed permanently in several different ways. In any case, the first of these MEM systems will contain the permanent association brought about by coincidence in time. In the more remote MEM systems, the same stimulus material will be arranged according to other kinds of coincidence, so that relations of similarity, say, and other kinds, would be represented by these later systems. Of course, there would be little point in trying to put the psychical significance of a system of this kind into words. Its character would lie in its intimate relation to elements in the raw material of memory. That is, if we wanted to point towards a more far-reaching theory, it would lie in the gradations of conductive resistance in the transmission of excitations to these elements. This would be a suitable point to intervene with a remark of a general nature, which may perhaps indicate something significant. The system, which has no capacity to retain changes, that is, has no memory, offers our consciousness the entire range and variety of sensory qualities. Contrariwise, our memories, not excepting those most deeply imprinted, are essentially unconscious. They can be made conscious, but there is no doubt that they can deploy all their influence in the unconscious state. Indeed, what we call our character rests upon memory traces of impressions made on us. In fact, it is the very impressions that had the greatest influence upon us, from our earliest youth, that hardly ever become conscious. But if memories do become conscious, they do not display any sensory quality, or only a very slight one in comparison with our perceptions. If it could be confirmed that in the psi systems, memory and quality in our consciousness are mutually exclusive, then a most promising insight into the conditions governing the excitation of neurons is opened up for us. What we have been assuming so far about the composition of the psychical apparatus at its sensory end has been done without considering dreams or any psychological explanations that might derive from them. However, dreams provide the proof for our knowledge of another part of the apparatus. We have seen that it was impossible for us to explain the formation of dreams if we did not venture the hypothesis that there were two psychical agencies, and that one of these subjected the other to criticism, with the consequence that the second was excluded from becoming conscious. The criticizing agency, we decided, entertained closer relations to consciousness than the criticized. It stands between the latter and consciousness like a protective screen. We also found some grounds for identifying the criticizing agency with the one that guides our waking life and decides our voluntary and conscious doings. If we follow our hypothetical pattern, then, and replace these agencies by systems, then the insight just mentioned shifts the criticizing system to the motor end. We will now introduce the two systems into our diagram, Figure 3, expressing their relation to consciousness and the names we give them. Figure 3. The last of the systems at the motor end we shall call the preconscious, to indicate that the processes of excitation going on in it are able to reach consciousness without further hindrance, as long as certain further conditions are satisfied, for example, that they should have reached a certain intensity, attracted a certain share of the function we have to call attention, and the like. At the same time, it holds the key to our voluntary motor actions. The system behind it we call the unconscious, because it has no access to consciousness except by way of the preconscious, while its processes of arousal have to put up with alterations to them as they make their passage through. In which of these systems, then, shall we place the impulsion to form dreams? For the sake of simplification, in the uncon system. True, we shall hear in later discussions that this is not entirely correct, and that the formation of dreams is bound to start out from dream thoughts belonging to the preconscious system. However, we shall also learn, when we come to discuss the dream wish, that the motive force of the dream is contributed by the uncon. On account of this factor, let us assume that the unconscious system is the starting point for the formation of dreams. Like all other thoughts and process of formation, the dream aroused here will express the urge to move on into the precon, and from there to gain access to consciousness. Experience tells us that, for the dream thoughts in daytime, this route leading through the preconscious to consciousness is blocked by the censorship of resistance. At night they are able to make their own way to consciousness, but the questions arise: what path do they take, and what changes enable them to take it? If the dream thoughts were enabled to do this because the resistance on guard at the border between unconscious and preconscious is reduced at night, then we would have dreams made of the material of our imagined ideas which would not display the hallucinatory characteristics we are interested in at present. The reduction of the censorship between the two systems uncon and precon, then, can only explain the formation of such dreams as autodidasker, but not such dreams as the one of the burning child, which we put as a problem at the beginning of these investigations. We can only describe what goes on in a hallucinatory dream by saying, the excitation takes a retrogressive route. Instead of moving towards the motor end of the apparatus, it moves towards the sensory end, and finally reaches the system of perceptions. If we call the direction in which psychical processes move from the unconscious when we are awake the progressive direction, then we may say of dreams that they have a regressive character. In that case, this regression is certainly one of the most important psychological features characterizing the process of dreaming, but we must not forget that it does not only characterize dreams. Intentional remembering, too, and other processes that are part of our normal thinking correspond to a backward direction taken in the psychical apparatus, starting from a complex act generating imagined ideas and moving back to the raw material of the memory traces at its basis. When we are awake, however, this backward reach never stretches further than the remembered images. It is unable to produce the hallucinatory vividness of perceptual images. Why is this different in dreams? When we discussed the work of condensation in dreams, we could not avoid the assumption that the intensities attaching to imagined ideas are transferred in their entirety from one idea to another by the dream work. It is probably this modification in the normal psychical processes that makes it possible to charge the system with energy in the contrary direction, starting out from the thoughts and going all the way to the height of sensory vividness. I hope we are far from deceiving ourselves about the importance, or otherwise, of these reflections. All we have done is give a name to an inexplicable phenomenon. We call it regression when an idea transforms itself in dreams back into the sensory image from which it once, at some time, emerged. But this step too needs to be justified. Why find a name, if it does not teach us anything new? Now it is my view that the name regression is useful insofar as it connects a fact familiar to us to the scheme of a psychical apparatus characterized by its tending in a certain direction. This is the point where for the first time it has been worthwhile to have set up such a scheme. For it is only with the help of this scheme that we will be able to understand another characteristic of dream formation without considering the problem anew. If we regard the process of dreaming as a regression within our hypothetical psychical apparatus, this explains without further ado the empirically established fact that all the logical relations between the dream thoughts are lost in the course of the dream work, or only expressed with difficulty. According to our diagram, these intellectual relations are not located in the first MEM systems, but are contained in those lying further to the right, and except for the perceptual images, they are bound to lose their specific form of expression in the course of regression. In the course of regression, the close-knit web of dream thoughts is unraveled into its raw material. What changes make this regression, impossible by day, possible in our dreams? We will leave it to conjectures on this point. It must, I suppose, be a matter of changes in the degree of energy charging the particular systems, making them more suitable, or less, as paths for the excitation to travel, but in every apparatus of that kind the same effect on the path of the excitation could be brought about by more than one kind of modification. One thinks at once, of course, of the state of sleep, and of the changes in energy charge that it produces at the sensory end of the apparatus. By day there is a continuous current from the psi system of the PER to acts of motion, at night it comes to an end, and would no longer be able to prevent the current of excitation from flowing back in the reverse direction. This would be the withdrawal from the external world which is supposed, in the theory of some authorities, see page 44, to explain the psychological nature of dreams. Meantime, in explaining regression in dreams we shall have to take into consideration those other regressions that come about in waking states and that are pathological. In these forms, of course, what I have just said is of no help at all. Regression occurs in spite of the uninterrupted sensory current flowing in a progressive direction. For the hallucinations of hysteria and paranoia, and the visions of people of sound mind, I can offer the explanation that they do in fact correspond to regressions, that is, that they are thoughts transformed into images, and that the only thoughts to undergo this transformation are those that have intimate connections with suppressed or still unconscious memories. For example, one of my youngest patients suffering from hysteria, a boy of 12 years old, is prevented from sleeping by green faces with red eyes, which fill him with horror. The source of this apparition is the memory, suppressed but once conscious, of a boy he saw very often 4 years ago, and who offered him a repellent embodiment of a number of children's bad habits, among them masturbation, which my patient accused himself in retrospect of having committed. His mama had remarked at the time that the badly behaved boy had a greenish color to his face and red, that is, red-rimmed, eyes. Hence the terrifying ghoul, which, by the way, is only intended to remind him of another prediction of his mother's, that boys like that become weak-minded, cannot learn anything at school, and die young. Our little patient makes part of the prophecy come true. He makes no progress at school, and, as he shows on being questioned about the ideas involuntarily entering his mind, he is terribly frightened of the second part. However, after a short time his treatment has brought the successful result that he is able to sleep, is losing his fears, and is finishing his school year with an excellent report. At this point I can add the resolution of a vision which a 40-year-old patient with hysteria told me from her days of good health. One morning she opens her eyes and sees her brother in the room, but, as she knows, he is in a lunatic asylum. Her little son is asleep in the bed next to her. So that the child should not be frightened and suffer convulsions when he sees his uncle, she draws the sheet over him, and then the apparition vanishes. The vision is a reworking of a childhood memory of the lady's, which was conscious, it is true, but was most intimately related to all the unconscious materials in her psyche. Her nurse had told her that her mother, who died early, my patient was only 18 months old when her mother died, had suffered from epileptic or hysterical convulsions. In fact, ever since a fright she had when her brother, my patient's uncle, appeared to her as a ghost with a sheet over his head. The vision contains the same elements as the memory: the brother's apparition, the sheet, the fright, and its effect. However, these elements are arranged in a different context and transferred to other figures. The obvious motive for the vision, the thought it replaces, is the worry that her little son, who has such a close physical resemblance to his uncle, could share the same fate. The two examples I have quoted are not entirely free from all connection with the state of sleep, and so they are perhaps not wholly suitable for making the proof I need them for. I refer, then, to my analysis of a patient suffering from hallucinatory paranoia, 3 and to the results of my still unpublished studies of the psychology of the psychoneuroses, to reinforce my argument that in these cases of thoughts regressively back-transformed, one should not overlook the influence of a suppressed or unconscious memory, most often one from infancy. This memory draws the idea connected to it and denied expression by the censorship into the regression, as it were, which is the form of representation in which it has its own psychical presence. I may quote one result from my studies on hysteria, that when we are successful in bringing the scenes from childhood, whether they are recollections or fantasies, into consciousness, they are seen as hallucinations, and only cast off this character when they are communicated. It is also widely known that even in people who do not normally have a visual memory, their earliest childhood recollections are characterized by a sensory vividness that is retained and persists into later years. If we recall the part played in the dream thoughts by infantile experiences or by fantasies based upon them, and bear in mind how often bits of them resurface in the dream content, and how the dream wishes themselves are often derived from them, then we will not reject the probability that in the dream, too, the transformation of thoughts into images may also be the consequence of the attraction that their memory, represented now in visual terms and aiming for revival, exercises on the thoughts cut off from consciousness and struggling for expression. According to this view, the dream could also be described as the substitute for the scene from infancy, altered by transferring the scene onto recent experiences. The scene from infancy cannot be renewed, it has to be satisfied with its return as a dream. One of the hypotheses put forward by Schema and his disciples is made superfluous when we point out the significance of infantile scenes, or of their repetition in fantasies, as, to some extent, a model for the dream content. Schema assumes a condition of visual stimulus, or excitation within the organ of sight, when the visual elements of dreams are particularly vivid or profuse. There is no need for us to object to this assumption if all we are doing is confirming that a condition of excitation of this kind applies simply to the perceptual system of the organ of sight, but we shall argue that this condition of excitation is a renewal of a visual stimulus that once actually happened, brought alert by the memory of it. I have at hand a good example from my own experience of this kind of influence from an infantile recollection. My own dreams have in general fewer sensory elements than I have to reckon with in the dreams of others, but in the most beautiful and vivid dream I have had in recent years, it is easy for me to trace the hallucinatory clarity of the dream content back to the sensory qualities of recent impressions. I mentioned a dream on page 301, in which the deep blue color of the water, the brown color of the smoke from the ship's funnels, and the dark brown and red of the buildings I saw left a profound impression on me. If any dream was to be interpreted in terms of visual stimulus, then it was this one. And what had put the organ of my sight into this stimulated state? A recent impression, which joined with a number of earlier ones. The colors I saw were first of all the colors of the building blocks which the children had been playing with on the day before my dream, putting up a wonderful edifice for me to admire. They had the same dark red for the big bricks, and the blue and the brown for the small ones. This was joined by impressions of color from my last Italian journey, the lovely blue of the Isonzo and the lagoons, and the brown of the Carso. The beautiful colors in my dream were only a repetition of what I saw in recollection. Let us sum up what we have learned about the peculiar ability of the dream to recast the content of its imaginary ideas into sensory images. We have not explained this characteristic of the dream work by tracing it back to known laws of psychology, rather, we have picked it out because it is a pointer towards unknown conditions, and we have distinguished it by calling it a regressive characteristic. It was our view that wherever it occurs, this regression is probably an effective resistance, as it pits itself against the entry of the dream thought into consciousness along the normal way, as well as being an effect of the attraction exercised on it at the same time by the presence of strong sensory memories. It may be that in dreams regression is made easier as, in addition, the progressive current flowing from the sensory organs during the day also ceases. In other forms of regression, the absence of this auxiliary factor has to be made up for by a reinforcement of other motives for regression. Let us not forget to note also that in these cases of pathological regression, as in dreams, the process of transmitting energy may well be different from that of regression in normal psychical life, as it enables the perceptual system to carry a full hallucinatory charge. What we described when we analyzed the dream work as having regard to representability, we might perhaps relate to the selective attraction exercised by the scenes in our visual memory which the dream thoughts have touched upon. It may be that we ourselves have not found this first part of our psychological study of dreams particularly satisfactory. Let us console ourselves that of necessity, we are building out into the dark. If we have not gone entirely astray, we are bound to come upon another point of attack in approximately the same region, or we shall then, it may be, find our way more surely. On wish fulfillment. The dream of the burning child at the head of this chapter offers a welcome occasion to assess the difficulties encountered by the theory of wish fulfillment. We have all certainly heard with some surprise that the dream is supposed to be nothing but a wish fulfillment, and not only because this seems to be contradicted by anxiety dreams. For after hearing the first explanation claim that behind dreams there are concealed meaning and psychical value, we would hardly have expected such a straightforward definition of what this meaning might be. According to Aristotle's correct, but meager definition, the dream is a process of thinking continued into sleep insofar as one is sleeping. Now if by day our thinking can create such a variety of psychical acts, judgments, inferences, refutations, intentions, and the like, why should it have to limit itself solely to producing wishes? Are there not plenty of dreams that render a different kind of psychical act in an altered form, a care or concern, for example, and is not the Father's particularly transparent dream at the head of this chapter one just of this kind? In his concern, he concludes from the light striking his eye, even though he is asleep, that a candle has fallen over and might have set fire to the body. He transforms this inference into a dream by clothing it in a meaningful situation and putting it into the present. What part does wish fulfillment play in this, and are we not misjudging the predominance of the thought in it, continuing from waking life or aroused by the fresh sense impression? That is all perfectly correct, and it compels us to go more closely into both the part played by wish fulfillment in dreams, and the significance of waking thoughts as they continue into sleep. Wish fulfillment itself has already made us distinguish two groups of dreams. We have found dreams that openly professed that they were wish fulfillments, others where the wish fulfillment was unrecognizable, and often hidden by all the devices of the dream work. These latter, we saw, were performed by the dream censorship. The wishful dreams that were undistorted we found were mainly children's dreams. Short, frank wishful dreams appeared, I emphasize this proviso, to occur in adults too. We may now ask where the wish realized in the dream comes from. But when we ask where from, what are our points of reference, contrast and differentiation? In my view, the contrast is between the life of the day as it has entered consciousness, and a psychical activity which has remained unconscious and can only make itself felt at night. In this light, I can identify three possible sources for a wish. 1. It can have been aroused in the course of the day, but on account of external circumstances left unappeased. If so, there emerges at night a frank and unappeased wish. 2. It can have surfaced during the day, but have been rejected. If so, there emerges an unappeased but suppressed wish. Or, 3, it can have no connection to the life of the day, and belong to those wishes that only stir within us at night, arising from what has been suppressed. If we apply our scheme of the psychical apparatus, we will locate a wish of the first kind in the precon system. We assume of the second kind of wish that it has been driven from the precon system back into the uncon, and persists only there, if at all, and we believe that the wishful impulse of the third kind is not capable of going beyond the borders of the unconscious system at all. Now, do wishes from these different sources have the same value for dreams? Do they have the same power to initiate a dream? A survey of the dreams available to us to answer this question reminds us first of all to add a fourth source for the wishes in dreams, the wishful impulses that become activated at night, e.g. responses to the stimulus of thirst or sexual need. Once we do so, it seems probable that the origin of the dream wish makes no difference to its capacity to initiate a dream. I recall the little girl's dream, which continued the trip across the lake interrupted in the daytime, as well as the other children's dreams quoted in the same context. They are explained by an unfulfilled, but unsuppressed daytime wish. Examples of a wish suppressed by day and breaking out at night can be pointed out in vast numbers. I could add a very simple instance here. A lady with some taste for mockery had a younger friend who had become engaged. Throughout the day she would answer the questions of acquaintances, whether she knew her friend's fiancé and what she thought of him, with unqualified praise. In doing so she silenced her judgment, for she would have liked to tell the truth. You could buy him for 10 a penny. At night she dreams that the same questions are put to her, and she replies with the tradesman's phrase, for repeat orders, just give the number. Finally, we have learned from a great many analyses that in all dreams subject to distortion, the wish comes from the unconscious and is imperceptible by day. It seems at first, then, that in the formation of dreams all wishes have the same value and the same power. I am not able to prove here that the situation is actually quite different from this, but I am very much inclined to assume a stricter determination for dream wishes. Of course, the children's dreams leave no room for doubt that a wish left unsatisfied by day can initiate a dream. But we should not forget that this is a child's wish, with the peculiar strength of infantile experience. I am very doubtful whether the unfulfilled daytime wish of an adult is sufficient to create a dream. It seems to me rather that, as our thinking takes progressive control over the life of our impulses in creating or retaining intense wishes, such as children experience, we renounce them more and more, giving them up as good for nothing. It may be that individual differences hold good here, one type of person preserving infantile psychical processes longer than another, just as, indeed, differences of this kind also apply to the weakening of a mode of imagination that originally was strongly visual. But in general, I believe, the wish left unfulfilled from the day is not strong enough in adults to create a dream. I readily grant that a wishful impulse coming from the conscious will contribute towards arousing the dream, but probably no more than that. The dream would not arise if the preconscious wish had no other source where it could get reinforcement. That source is the unconscious. I imagine that the conscious wish becomes the initiator of a dream only if it succeeds in wakening an unconscious wish consonant with it, and drawing reinforcement from this. Following indications from the psychoanalysis of neuroses, I consider that these unconscious wishes are always alive, ready at all times to seek out expression if the opportunity offers, always ready to ally themselves with some impulse from the conscious, and to transfer their own great intensity to the less intense charge of the conscious impulse point, for it is then bound to appear as if the conscious wish alone were realized in the dream. However, one striking little thing about the form taken by the dream will act as a pointer to the track of the powerful accomplice from the unconscious. These wishes of our unconscious, ever stirring, never dying, immortal, one might say, remind us of the legendary titans whose shoulders from time immemorial bore the great mountain masses laden upon them by the victorious gods, which even now still quake from time to time from the convulsions of their limbs. These repressed wishes, I say, themselves have infantile origins, as we learned from our investigations into the psychology of neuroses. I would therefore like to dismiss the statement I made earlier that it does not matter what the origin of the wish behind the dream might be, and replace it by another one as follows: the wish represented in the dream has to be an infantile one. In adults, then, it comes from the uncon. In children, where there is as yet no division or censorship between precon and uncon, or where this is only gradually being established, it is an unfulfilled, unrepressed wish from waking life. I know this intuition cannot be demonstrated universally, but I maintain that it can be demonstrated frequently, even in cases where one might not have suspected it, and that it is not to be generally refuted. As far as the formation of dreams is concerned, then, I shall let the wishful impulses arising from conscious waking life take a back seat. The only function I will grant them is possibly to provide material for active sensations during sleep, cf. page 176. I shall stay on the course laid down by this line of thought when I now consider the other psychical stimuli remaining from the life of the day which are not wishes. It is possible for us to put a provisional end to the energy charges of our waking life when we decide to go to sleep. Anyone who can do that well is a good sleeper. Napoleon I is supposed to have been a model of this kind. It is not always successful and not always complete. Problems needing to be settled, cares tormenting us, impressions overwhelming us continue the activity of our thoughts into our sleep too, and keep psychical processes going in the system we have called the preconscious. If we want to classify these stirrings of thought that continue into sleep, we can set up the following groups. 1. What has been left unfinished by some chance delay during the day. 2. What has been left unsettled, unsolved by some failure of our powers of thought. 3. What has been rejected and suppressed by day. These are joined by the powerful fourth group, which has been stirred in our uncon by the work of the preconscious in the course of the day, and finally we can add the fifth group, the unimportant and hence unresolved impressions of the day. There is no need to underestimate the psychical intensities that these remains of the day introduce into the condition of sleep, especially from the group of unresolved problems. It is certain that these impulses are still struggling for expression at night too, and we may assume just as surely that the state of sleep makes it impossible for the usual process of excitation to continue in the preconscious, ceasing as it becomes conscious. Insofar as we are able in the normal way to be conscious of our thinking processes at night too, we are simply not asleep. What kind of change in the precon system is brought about by the state of sleep, I cannot say, but there is no doubt that the psychological characteristic of sleep is to be looked for essentially in the changes of energy charge in this system, which also controls access to our power of movement, which is paralyzed in sleep. Against this, there is nothing I know of in the psychology of dreams that bids us assume that sleep is anything but a secondary factor in bringing about changes in the uncon system. No other way is left, then, for the nighttime excitation in the precon than the wishful impulses from the uncon take. It has to look to the uncon for reinforcement and join in following the detours of the unconscious excitations. However, what is the attitude of the preconscious remains of the day towards the dream? There is no doubt that they enter the dream in quantity, and make use of the dream content to make their presence felt by the consciousness, even at night. Indeed, on occasion they dominate the dream content, compelling it to continue the work of the day. It is also certain that the remains of the day can just as easily be characterized by other things besides wishes, but even so, it is very instructive, and for the theory of wish fulfillment quite decisive, to see what condition they have to accept to gain entry into the dream. Let us take one of our earlier examples, for example, the dream that had my friend Otto appear with the symptoms of Bastow's disease, page 207. During the day my thoughts were troubled on account of Otto's appearance, and the disquiet worried me deeply, like everything touching this person. It also pursued me, I assume, into my sleep. Probably I wanted to find out what was the matter with him. At night, this concern found expression in the dream I have related. In the first place, its content was nonsensical, and in the second, it did not correspond to any wish fulfillment. However, I began to investigate where this inappropriate expression of the concern I had felt in the day came from, and in the course of analysis I discovered a connection by which I identified him with a certain Baron L, and myself on the other hand with Professor R. There was only one explanation for why I was obliged to choose this particular substitute for my daytime thought. In my uncon, I must always have been prepared to identify with Professor R, for this was the fulfillment of one of my immortal childhood wishes, my rage for greatness. Ugly thoughts towards my friend, which I would certainly repudiate by day, had exploited the opportunity to slip into the representation and become part of it, but my daytime worry, too, had also found some sort of expression by means of a substitute in the dream content. The daytime thought, which was not in itself a wish, but on the contrary a worry, was obliged to find some route to a connection to an infantile wish, one now unconscious and suppressed. The wish then enabled the worry to originate, though duly dressed up, in consciousness. The more dominating this worry was, the more violent the yoking required could be. There was no need for any connection at all to exist between the content of the wish and the content of the worry, nor was there any in our example. I am now able to give a precise account of the significance of the unconscious wish for dreams. I grant that there is an entire group of dreams which are initiated mainly, or even exclusively, by the remains of the day, and I think that even my wish to become a professor extraordinarius at long last could have allowed me to sleep in peace that night, if my disquiet about my friend's health had not still been stirring from the day. But even so, this worry would still not have produced a dream. The driving force that the dream needed had to be contributed by a wish. It was up to the worry to find a wish for itself that would act as the driving force of the dream. To put it in the form of a comparison, the daytime thought might possibly play the part of entrepreneur for the dream, but the entrepreneur who has the idea, as we say, and the will to translate it into action, still cannot do anything without capital. He needs a capitalist to take on the expenses, and the capitalist in this case, who contributes the psychical expenditure for the dream, is always and unfailingly, whatever the daytime thought may be, a wish from the unconscious. On other occasions the capitalist is himself the entrepreneur. In dreams, indeed, that is the more usual case. An unconscious wish has been aroused by the day's work, and it now creates the dream. All the other situations possible in the economic circumstances I have just suggested as an example also have their parallels in the procedures of the dream. The entrepreneur is in a position to contribute a small amount of capital himself. Several entrepreneurs might turn to the same capitalist. Several capitalists might club together and provide what the entrepreneurs require. Likewise, there are also dreams that are supported by more than one wish, and there are further variations of a similar kind, which can easily be reviewed, and are of no more interest to us. We shall only later be in a position to fill any gaps there may be in this account of the dream wish. The tertium compressionis asterisk of the analogies I have been drawing, the appropriate amount made available, can be used with finer differentiation to elucidate the structure of the dream. In most dreams it is possible to recognize a center endowed with particularly strong sensory intensity, as I described on page 232. As a rule this is the direct representation of the wish fulfillment, for if we put the displacements of the dream work into reverse, we find the psychical intensity of the elements in the dream thoughts replaced by the sensory intensity of the elements in the dream content. The elements in the neighborhood of the wish fulfillment often have nothing to do with its meaning, rather, they turn out to be the offspring of distressing thoughts going against the grain of the wish. However, from their often contrived connection with the element at the center, enough intensity has rubbed off on them to give them the potential for representation. In this way the wish fulfillment's power of representation is diffused across a certain contextual sphere, and within this all the elements, even the weakest, are enabled to arrive at representation. In dreams driven by several wishes, it is easy to distinguish the spheres of the particular wish fulfillments from one another, and often to read the gaps in the dreams as border zones as well. Although these observations have limited the significance of the remains of the day for the dream, it is still worth our while to pay some further attention to them. After all, they must be a necessary ingredient in forming the dream, if we are surprised at the fact that every dream shows some link to a recent impression of the day, often of the most trifling sort, as part of its content. We have not yet been able, page 139, to understand the necessity for this added ingredient to the dream melange. And we will only do so if we hold fast to the part played by the unconscious wish and then turn to the psychology of neuroses for information. There we learn that an unconscious idea as such is incapable of entering the preconscious, and that it is only able to effect any expression by attaching itself to an innocuous idea already present in the preconscious. It transfers its intensity onto this, concealing itself behind it. This is the fact of transference, which contains the explanation for so many striking occurrences in the inner life of neurotics. The transference can leave the idea from the preconscious unchanged, giving it an undeservedly great intensity. Alternatively, it can forcibly modify the idea from the preconscious by the content of the idea transferring from the unconscious. Forgive my liking for analogies from everyday life, but I am tempted to say that the situation of the repressed idea resembles that of an American dentist in our own dear country, who may not practice his profession unless he makes use of a formally qualified doctor as his ostensible brassplate or cover before the law. And just as it is not exactly the doctors with most work of their own who enter these alliances with the dental technicians, in the operations of the psyche it is not those preconscious or conscious ideas which have attracted ample attention to themselves in the preconscious that are elected to cover a repressed idea. For choice, to spin its web of connections around them, the unconscious actually prefers preconscious impressions and ideas that have either been ignored as unimportant, or, if considered, have promptly been rejected. It is a well-known proposition of association theory, empirically confirmed, that ideas which have set up an intimate connection with one aspect, will keep aloof, as it were, from entire groups of new connections. I once attempted to base a theory of hysterical paralysis on this proposition. If we assume that the same need for transference by repressed ideas as we recognized in analyzing neuroses also holds good in dreams, this will explain at one blow two of the puzzles we have encountered in dreams, that every analysis of a dream is able to draw attention to the interweaving of a recent impression, and that this recent element is often of the most trifling sort. We can add to this what we have already learned elsewhere, that these recent and trifling elements reach the dream content so frequently as substitutes for the earliest and oldest of our dream thoughts, because they also have the least to fear from the censorship set up by resistance. However, while freedom from censorship only explains the preference for the trivial elements, the constant occurrence of recent elements reveals the need for transference. The demand of the repressed for material that is as yet free of associations is satisfied by both groups of impressions, the trivial because they have not given any occasion for a wide range of connections, and the recent because there has not been time for it. Thus we can see that the remains of the day, to which we may now give credit for the trivial impressions, not only borrow something from the uncon. When they get a share in forming a dream, that is, the driving force at the disposal of the repressed wish, but they also have something indispensable to offer the unconscious, the point of attachment it needs for transference. If we wanted to go more deeply into the inner processes at this point, we would have to cast a brighter light on the play of excitations between preconscious and unconscious. Indeed, the study of the psychoneuroses presses us to do so, but dreams simply do not offer any support for it. Just one further remark on the remains of the day. There is no doubt that they are the real disturbers of sleep, not dreams, which endeavor rather to guard our sleep. We shall come back to this later. We have up until now been pursuing the wish behind the dream. We have derived it from the field of the uncon, and analyzed its relationship to the remains of the day, which for their part may be wishes or psychical impulses of any other kind, or simply recent impressions. In this way we made room for the claims that can be made for the importance of our multifarious waking thought in forming dreams. It would not even be impossible to use this train of reasoning as the basis for explaining those extreme cases in which the dream continues the work of the day and brings an unsolved problem of our waking life to a happy conclusion. We only lack an example of the kind where analysis would reveal the infantile or repressed source of the wish that, when called upon, so successfully reinforced the efforts of preconscious activity. However, we have not come a single step closer to solving the puzzle of why all the unconscious is able to offer in sleep is the driving force to produce a wish fulfillment. The answer to this question is bound to shed light on the psychical nature of wishing. It will be given with the aid of our schematic picture of the psychical apparatus. We have no doubt that this apparatus too only reached its present perfection by way of a long development. Let us attempt to transpose it back to an earlier stage of its functioning. Hypotheses requiring a different kind of substantiation tell us that at first the apparatus aimed to maintain itself as far as possible without stimulus, and so in its earliest structure it assumed the scheme of the reflexive apparatus, which enabled it to discharge at once in motor activity any sensory excitation reaching it from outside. But this simple function is disturbed by the exigencies of life. It is to these that the apparatus also owes the impulsion to further development. The exigencies of life first approach it in the form of the great bodily needs. The excitation caused by internal need will seek some discharge into a motor activity we might describe as an internal change or an expression of emotion. A hungry child will cry or flail about helplessly. However, the situation remains unaltered, for the excitation coming from an internal need is not consistent with an intermittent force but with one that is continuously in operation. A change can only take place if in some way, for the child, if someone else comes to its aid, the experience of satisfaction is felt, annulling the internal stimulus. An essential component of this experience is the appearance of a certain perception of food. In our example, from now on its remembered image will remain associated with the trace left in the memory by the excitation aroused by the need. The next time this need appears, an impulse in the psyche will arise, thanks to the association created, which will invest the remembered image with that perception and evoke the perception itself. What it really wants, then, is to restore the situation of its original satisfaction. An impulse of this kind is what we call a wish. The reappearance of the perception is the fulfillment of the wish, and when the perception is fully charged with the excitation roused by the need, that is the shortest path to the wish fulfillment. There is nothing to hinder us from assuming a primitive state of the psychical apparatus when this path really was taken in this way, and when wishing ended in hallucinating. This earliest activity of the psyche, then, aims at a perceptual identity, that is, at a repetition of the perception linked to the satisfaction of the need. Bitter experience of life must have modified this primitive thought activity into a more adaptable, secondary one. Elsewhere, the creation of a perceptual identity on the short, regressive path within the apparatus does not have the same result as when the same perception is charged from outside. The satisfaction does not set in, the need goes on. To make the internal charge equivalent to the external, it must be constantly kept going. Which does actually happen in hallucinatory psychoses and hunger fantasies, whose only psychical feat is that they hold on to the desired object. To put the psychical force to more purposefully adapted use, it is necessary to halt the process of complete regression so that it does not go beyond the remembered image, that it can set off from the remembered image to seek out other paths, which will finally lead to creating the desired perceptual identity from the direction of the external world. This inhibition, as well as the consequent diversion of the excitation, is a function of a second system governing voluntary movement, that is, coming into operation only once movement is used to carry out purposes that have already been remembered beforehand. Still, all the complicated activity of thought spinning out from the remembered image to the creation of perceptual identity by the external world only represents the long way round to wish fulfillment 5 which experience has made necessary. Thought, after all, is nothing but a substitute for an hallucinatory wish, and to say that the dream is a wish fulfillment is self-evident, for nothing but a wish is capable of putting our psychical apparatus to work. The dream, which fulfills its wishes along short, regressive paths, has preserved for us a mere sample of the psychical apparatus's primary, discarded way of functioning, discarded, that is, as inexpedient. It seems banished to the night, though it once governed our waking, when the life of the psyche was still young and helpless, rather as we find the primitive adult weapons, the bow and arrow, which the human race has laid aside, in the nursery still. Dreaming is a part of the surmounted childhood life of the psyche. In the psychoses, these primary ways of functioning in the psychical apparatus, which are normally suppressed in waking life, will come forcibly into their own again, and then reveal how incapable they are of satisfying our needs with regard to the external world. Clearly, the unconscious wishful impulses also seek to assert themselves by day as well, and we learn from the fact of transference as well as from the psychoses that they are striving by way of the preconscious system to get through to consciousness and take control of movement. It is the censorship between uncon and precon, then, which dreams really compel us to assume, that we must acknowledge and honor as the guardian of our mental health. Now, is it not imprudent of this guardian to reduce his activity at night, allowing the suppressed impulses of the uncon to find expression and making hallucinatory regression possible again? I do not think so, for when the critical guardian takes his rest and we have evidence in any case that his slumber is not deep, he also closes the gateway to movement. Whatever impulses from the normally inhibited uncon may go rampaging upon the scene, they can be left to their own devices. They remain harmless, because they are unable to set the motor apparatus going, which is the only thing whose impact can change the external world. The state of sleep ensures the safety of the stronghold to be guarded. The situation is less harmless if the displacement of forces is brought about not by the relaxation at night of the critical censorship's expenditure of energy, but by its pathological reduction, or by a pathological reinforcement of the unconscious excitations, while the preconscious is still charged with energy and the gates to movement are open. Then the guardian is overwhelmed, the unconscious excitations overcome the precon, and from there they take control of what we say and do, or forcibly bring about hallucinatory regression, and direct the course of the apparatus, which was not intended for them, by virtue of the attraction exercised by perceptions on the distribution of our psychical energy. We call this condition psychosis. This puts us well on the way to building further on our psychological scaffolding, which we left at the point where we had included the two systems uncon and precon. But we still have reasons enough to linger with our assessment of the wish as the sole psychical driving force of the dream. We have accepted the explanation that the dream is always a wish fulfillment because it is a creation of the unconscious system, whose only aim is wish fulfillment, and which has at its disposal only the forces of the wishful impulses. Now if we want, even for a moment longer, to maintain our right to start out from the interpretation of dreams on very wide-ranging psychological speculations, we are under an obligation to show that we can use them to locate the dream in a context of interconnecting which can also include other psychological formations. If a system of the uncon. Or for the sake of discussion, something analogous to it does exist, then the dream cannot be its only expression. Every dream may well be a wish fulfillment, but there must be other forms of abnormal wish fulfillments besides dreams. And really, the theory of all psychoneurotic symptoms culminates in the proposition that they too have to be conceived as wish fulfillments of the unconscious. Our explanation makes the dream only the first item in a series which is of great significance to the psychiatrist. For understanding it would mean being able to solve the psychological part of the psychiatrist's work. However, the other items in this series of wish fulfillments, for instance, hysterical symptoms, have one essential characteristic that I have not yet encountered in dreams. For I know from investigations I have alluded to frequently in the course of this treatise that for a hysterical symptom to be formed, both currents of our psychical life must come together. The symptom is not merely the expression of an unconscious wish realized, another wish from the preconscious has to join it, realized by the same symptom, so that the symptom is determined at least doubly, once from each of the conflicting systems. As in the dream, there is no limit set to any further overdetermination. The determinant that does not come from the uncon is, as far as I can see, invariably a train of thought reacting to the unconscious wish, for example, self-punishment. In general, then, I can say that a hysterical symptom only comes into being when two opposing wish fulfillments, each with its source in a different psychical system, are in a position to coincide in one expression. Examples would be of little use here, for only a complete exposé of the complications present would be convincing. So I shall leave it at the assertion, and only offer an example as an illustration, not for any value it may have as evidence. A patient's hysterical vomiting, then, turned out on the one hand to be the fulfillment of an unconscious fantasy from her years of puberty, the wish, in fact, to be constantly pregnant and have countless children. Later this was expanded to, by as many men as possible. A powerful defensive reaction had set in against this unbridled wish. However, as the patient was in danger of losing her fine figure and her good looks through this vomiting, so that no man would take a fancy to her, her symptom was also perfectly acceptable to her self-punishing train of thought, and so, being admissible to both sides, it could be realized. It is the same manner of dealing with a wish fulfillment as it pleased the Parthian queen to use against the triumvir Crassus, she thought he went on the campaign for love of gold, so she had molten gold poured down the throat of his dead body. Now you've got what you wished for. Until now, all we know of the dream is that it expresses a wish fulfillment of the unconscious. It seems that the dominant preconscious system tolerates this, once it has imposed certain distortions upon the dream. In general, one cannot actually demonstrate a train of thought opposed to the dream wish that is also, like its adversary, realized in the dream. We come across some signs of reaction formations in our analyses of dreams, but only now and again. For example, my affection for my friend are in the dream of my uncle, page 109. However, the missing ingredient from the preconscious can be discovered elsewhere. After undergoing all sorts of distortions, the dream is free to express a wish from the uncon, while the dominant system has withdrawn into the wish to sleep, realizing it by the changes it is able to bring about in the charges of energy within the apparatus of the psyche, and finally holding on to it for as long as sleep lasts. 6. This firmly held wish of the preconscious to sleep generally has the effect of making it easier for dreams to be formed. Let us consider the dream of the father who was led by the light coming from the dead child's room to conclude that the body might have caught fire. We have indicated that one of the psychical forces deciding that the father should draw this conclusion rather than be woken up by the light was the wish to prolong the life of the child imagined in the dream by just that moment. Other wishes arising from what has been repressed are likely to escape us, because we are not in a position to analyze this dream. But we may in addition take the father's need of sleep to be its second driving force. Just as the dream prolongs the child's life, the father's sleep too is lengthened by a moment. Let the dream go on, was his motivation, otherwise I shall have to wake up. As it does in this dream, the wish to sleep lends its support to the unconscious wish in all other dreams. On page 99 we gave an account of dreams that presented themselves frankly as dreams of convenience. Actually, all dreams can lay claim to this description. The effectiveness of the wish to go on sleeping can be seen most easily in the dreams we have when we are woken up, as they adapt the external sensory stimulus in such a way that it is compatible with continuing sleep, and weave it into a dream to remove the demands it might make as a reminder of the outside world. However, this wish must also have a share in making possible all those other dreams that can only attempt to wake us up by disturbing our state of sleep from within. What the precon often says to our consciousness when the dream goes too far is, "Don't worry. Go on sleeping. After all, it's only a dream." Even though this is never uttered aloud, it is a good general description of the attitude of the dominant activity of our psyche towards dreams. I am bound to draw the conclusion that, throughout the entire state of sleep, we know just as certainly that we are dreaming as we know that we are asleep. We do not have to pay any attention to the objection that our consciousness is never directed to the one item, the knowledge that we are asleep, and that it attends to the other, the knowledge that we are dreaming, only on particular occasions, when the censorship feels as if it has been caught unawares. Arousal by dreams. The function of dreams. Anxiety dreams. Knowing as we do now that throughout the night the preconscious is set on the wish to sleep, we can pursue the process of dreaming with greater understanding. But let us first summarize what we know about it so far. We would say, then, that a residue from the day is left from our waking activity, and that its charge of energy does not completely withdraw at night. Alternatively, our waking activity has stirred one of our unconscious wishes during the day, or again, both may happen together. We have already discussed several possibilities in this respect. Either the unconscious wish has already been making its way towards the day's remnants in the course of the day, or this may not happen until the state of sleep sets in, when the wish brings about a transference onto them. A wish then emerges which has been transferred onto the recent material. Alternatively, the suppressed recent wish has been revivified by reinforcement from the unconscious. Its intention is to make its way into consciousness along the normal route taken by thought processes via the precon. But it comes up against the censorship, which still persists, and is now subject to its influence. At this stage it takes the distorted form for which the way was already prepared by its transference onto recent events. Up to this point it is on the way to becoming something similar to an obsessive idea or illusion or the like, that is, a thought reinforced by the transference and distorted in its expression by the censorship. However, the state of sleep does not allow the preconscious to penetrate any further. Probably this system has protected itself against penetration by reducing its excitations. The process of dreaming, then, takes the route of regression opened up by this characteristic of the state of sleep, and as it does so it follows the attraction exercised on it by groups of memories, some of which are only charged with visual intensity, not translated into the terms of the later systems. On the way to regression, it acquires representability. We shall deal with the question of compression later. The process of dreaming has now traveled the second stretch of its zigzag course. The first part extended progressively from the unconscious scenes or fantasies to the preconscious. The second part moves from the borders of censorship on towards the perceptions again. However, once a dream process has become the content of a perception, it has, you might say, evaded the obstacles placed on it in the precon by the censorship and the state of sleep. It is now able to draw attention to itself and be noticed by consciousness. For consciousness, which we regard as a sensory organ for the apprehension of psychical qualities, can be aroused from two locations when we are awake. First and foremost from the periphery of the whole apparatus, the perceptual system, besides this, from the excitations of pleasure and unpleasure which are the only psychical quality to emerge from the transfers of energy within the apparatus. All the other processes in the psi system, even those in the precon, lack any psychical quality, and so they are not an object of consciousness, insofar as they do not provide pleasure or unpleasure for our perception. We shall have to assume that these releases of pleasure and of unpleasure automatically regulate the processes of energy charging. However, in order to make more fine-tuned performance possible, it later turned out to be necessary to shape the course of ideas so that it was more independent of signs of unpleasure. To this end, the precon system needed qualities of its own, able to attract consciousness, and it most probably acquired them by setting up the connection between preconscious processes and the memory system of linguistic signs, which was itself not without qualities. Through this system's qualities, consciousness, which previously was only a sensory organ for perceptions, now also becomes the sensory organ for part of our thinking processes. There are now, as it were, two sensory surfaces, one turned towards processes of perceiving, the other towards processes of thinking. I have to assume that the state of sleep makes the sensory surface of consciousness that is turned towards the precon far less susceptible to excitation than the surface turned towards the systems. Of course, there is also a purpose to giving up interest in thought processes at night. Nothing is supposed to happen in our thinking, the precon wants to sleep. However, once the dream has become a perception, it is able to use the qualities it has now acquired to arouse consciousness. This excitation of the senses achieves what it is its function to achieve. It makes a part of the energy charge available in the precon. Pay attention to what is arousing it. So it has to be admitted, then, that the dream always arouses us. It sets in action part of the force at rest in the precon. The dream then undergoes what we have described as secondary revision, which takes account of coherence and intelligibility. That is to say, it treats the dream like any other perceptual content. Its ideas are subjected to the same expectations, that is, insofar as its subject matter allows. As for the direction taken by the course of this third part of the dream process, it is again a progressive one. To avoid misunderstandings, a word about the temporal characteristics of these dream processes is probably called for. A very attractive line of thought was put forward by Goblet, which was obviously set off by the puzzle presented in Maury's guillotine dream. He attempts to show that dreams take up only the time of the transitional period between sleeping and waking. Waking up takes time, the dream occurs in this time. In this view, the last image of the dream was so strong that it forced the sleeper to wake up. In reality, the image was so strong only because with it we were already so close to waking. Un rêve c'est un réveil qui commence. Asterisk. Dugas has already emphasized that Goblet has to throw out a great deal of factual material to make his thesis generally valid. There are also dreams from which we do not wake, for example, many where we dream that we are dreaming. From our knowledge of the dream work, we cannot possibly agree that it only lasts for the period of waking. On the contrary, it must be more likely that the first part of the dream work is already beginning during the day, when it is still governed by the preconscious. The second part of the dream work, the changes imposed by the censorship, the attraction exercised by the unconscious scenes, the breakthrough to perception, probably goes on throughout the night, and to that extent we may always be right when we claim we have been dreaming all night long, even though we are unable to say what. However, I do not believe that the processes of the dream really follow the temporal sequence we have been describing, first the presence of the transferred dream wish, then the distortion by the censorship, and after that the shift in the direction of regression, etc. We have had to construct this kind of sequence in describing it. In reality, it is much more likely to be a matter of simultaneously trying out this or that path, a toing and froing of excitations until finally they accumulate in the way most suitable for the one lasting constellation to emerge. Some experiences of my own lead me to think that the dream work often needs more than a day and a night to deliver its results, though if that is so, the extraordinary art shown in constructing the dream loses its wonder. Even the consideration it gives to intelligibility as a perceptual event can, in my opinion, come into effect before the dream has attracted consciousness to itself. On the other hand, from then on the process is accelerated, for after all, the dream now goes through the same treatment as anything else perceived. It is like a firework that has been hours in the preparation, and then blazes up in a moment. Either the dream process is enabled by the dream work, quite independently of the time or the depth of sleep, to gain enough intensity to attract consciousness to itself and rouse the preconscious, or its intensity is not sufficient for this, and it has to remain at the ready until it attracts attention, which becomes more mobile than immediately before waking. Most dreams appear to operate with relatively low psychical intensities, for they are waiting until it is time to wake. But this also explains how we are, as a rule, aware of something we have dreamed if we are suddenly jolted out of deep sleep. Just as when we wake up naturally, the first thing we see is the perceptual content created by the dream work, and next after that what is given by the outside world. However, greater theoretical interest applies to the dreams that are able to wake us up in the midst of our sleep. If we bear in mind its efficacy demonstrable everywhere else, we may well ask why the dream, that is, the fulfillment of the unconscious wish, is still left with the power to disturb sleep, that is, the fulfillment of the preconscious wish. The cause must lie in their energy relations, of which we have no knowledge. If we did, we would probably find that letting the dream run on, and expending a certain detached attention on it, represents a saving of energy in contrast to keeping the unconscious within the same bounds at night as during the day. Our experience shows that dreaming, even if it interrupts our sleep several times in one night, is compatible with sleep. We wake up for a moment, and go back to sleep again at once. It is as if we were brushing away a fly in our sleep. We wake up ad hoc. When we go back to sleep, we have removed the disturbance. Fulfilling the wish to sleep, as familiar examples of nurses' sleep and the like show us, can be combined with a certain expenditure of attention in a specific direction. However, at this point an objection which is based on better knowledge of unconscious processes demands a hearing. We have described even unconscious wishes as being constantly alive and active. Nevertheless, during the day they are not strong enough to make themselves audible. But in the state of sleep, if the unconscious wish has had the power to form a dream and arouse the preconscious with it, why does this power seep away once we are aware of the dream? Rather, should not the dream renew itself constantly, just as the disturbing fly is fond of coming back again and again to the spot it was driven away from? What right had we to assert that dreams get rid of any disturbance to our sleep? It is quite correct that the unconscious wishes always remain alive and active. They represent paths that are always passable, whenever a quantity of excitation makes use of them. It is even the salient feature of unconscious processes that they are indestructible. In the unconscious, nothing is brought to an end, nothing is past or forgotten. We get the strongest impression of this from the study of neuroses, especially of hysteria. The unconscious path of thoughts, leading to discharge in an attack, can be traveled again at once, if sufficient excitation has accumulated. An injury experienced 30 years ago, once it has gained access to the unconscious sources of effect, will continue throughout all those 30 years to act just like a recent one. Whenever the memory of it is touched, it comes to life again charged with excitation, which is then discharged in a motor attack. It is just here that psychotherapy can intervene. Its job is to deal with the unconscious processes, settling them and making it possible to forget them. In fact, what we are inclined to regard as self-evident, and to explain by the primary influence of time on the remnants of memory in the psyche, by waning memories and the low intensity of fading impressions, are in reality secondary changes which have come about by hard labor. It is the preconscious that does this work, and the only route that psychotherapy can take is to subdue the uncon to the authority of the precon. For a particular unconscious process of excitation, then, there are two outcomes. On the one hand, it is left to itself; if so, it will finally break out somewhere, and for this once it will discharge its excitation in movement. Alternatively, it succumbs to the influence of the preconscious, which binds the excitation, instead of venting it. But it is the latter that takes place in the process of dreaming. The charge of energy coming from the preconscious towards the dream, which has now become perceptual, because it has been diverted there by the excitation of consciousness, binds the unconscious excitation of the dream and neutralizes its capacity to disturb. If the dreamer wakes for a moment, he really has brushed away the fly that threatened to disturb his sleep. We can now have some idea that it really was more convenient and more economical to let the unconscious wish run its course, opening up its path to regression so that it can form a dream, and then to deal with the dream, binding it by a small expenditure of preconscious work, than to keep a tight rein on the unconscious throughout the entire time spent asleep as well as waking. It was, of course, to be expected that even if dreaming was not originally a process with a purpose, it would have found itself a function within the play of forces in the psyche. We can now see what that function is. Dreaming has taken on the task of bringing the excitation of the uncon, which was left free, back under the control of the preconscious. In doing so, it discharges the excitation of the uncon and acts as a safety valve for it, and at the same time ensures the sleep of the preconscious in exchange for a small expenditure of waking activity. In this way it presents itself as a compromise, just like all the other psychical formations in the series it belongs to, serving both systems at the same time as it fulfills the wishes of both, insofar as they are compatible with each other. A glance at Robert's excretion theory explained on page 66 indicates that we have to admit this authority was right on the main question of the function of dreams, though we part company from him in our assumptions and in our assessment of the dream process. The qualification, insofar as the wishes are compatible with each other, suggests possible cases where the function of a dream may miscarry. The process of dreaming is first admitted as a wish fulfillment of the unconscious. If this attempted wish fulfillment gives such a violent jolt to the preconscious that it can no longer preserve its repose, the dream has broken the compromise, and no longer fulfills the other part of its task. If this happens, it is interrupted at once and replaced by a fully wakened state. In this case too, it is not actually the fault of the dream if, though normally the guardian of sleep, it has to appear as its disturber, and this need not make us doubt its fitness for its purpose. This is not the only instance in the organism where a useful arrangement becomes useless and disturbing as soon as there is some change in the conditions under which it comes into being. In these cases the disturbance at least serves the new purpose of signaling the change and summoning up the organization's regulatory means against it. I have in mind, of course, the case of anxiety dreams, and so as not to appear to be avoiding this evidence against the theory of wish fulfillment, wherever I come upon it, I propose to approach an explanation of anxiety dreams, at least with some suggestions. By now we no longer regard it as a contradiction that a psychical process producing anxiety can still, for that reason, be a wish fulfillment. We are able to explain it to ourselves as follows: the wish belongs to one system, the uncon, while the system of the precon has rejected and suppressed this wish. Even in cases of complete psychical well-being, the uncon is not totally subject to the precon. The measure of this suppression indicates the degree of our psychical normality. The symptoms of neurosis show us that the two systems are in conflict with each other. They are the compromise results of the conflict, putting a provisional end to it. On the one hand, they enable the uncon to find an outlet for the discharge of its excitation, act as a sallyport for it, and on the other, they still offer the precon the possibility of having some control over the uncon. It is instructive, for example, to consider the significance of a hysterical phobia or of agoraphobia. Say that a neurotic is incapable of crossing the road alone, which we rightly describe as a symptom. Suppose we then nullify this symptom by forcing him to perform the action he believes he cannot take. If we do, it results in an attack of anxiety, as, indeed, an attack of anxiety in the street has often become the occasion for agoraphobia to set in. In this way we learn that the symptom has been created in order to prevent the outbreak of anxiety. The phobia is situated like a frontier stronghold against the anxiety. We will not be able to take our account further without looking at the part played by the affects in these processes, which can only be done incompletely at this point. So let us propose that the suppression of the uncon is necessary above all because, if left to itself, the course of ideas in the uncon would develop an effect which was originally characterized by pleasure but, since undergoing the process of repression, is characterized by unpleasure. The aim of the suppression, but also its consequence, is to prevent this development of unpleasure. The suppression extends as far as the content of the ideas in the uncon, because the release of unpleasure could take off from there. This proposition is based on a quite specific assumption about the nature of the development of affect, which it regards as being accomplished by the motor or secretory systems, seeing the key to its innervation is located in the imagined ideas of the uncon. These ideas are strangled, as it were, by the precon's control of them, and inhibited from transmitting the impulses developing the effect. If this charge of energy from the precon stops, then the danger is that the unconscious excitations will release an affect, which as a consequence of its earlier suppression, can only be felt as unpleasure, as anxiety. This danger is let loose if the dream process is allowed to run its course. The conditions for its realization are if repressions have taken place and if the suppressed wishful impulses are able to become sufficiently strong, conditions, in fact, which are entirely outside the psychological framework of dream formation. If it were not that our topic is connected to that of the development of anxiety by this one factor, the freeing of the uncon during sleep, I could dispense with discussing anxiety dreams and spare myself all the obscurities attaching to them. The theory of anxiety dreams, as I have already said many times, belongs to the psychology of neuroses. We have nothing further to do with it now that we have indicated the place where it touches our topic, which is the process of dreaming. There is just one more thing I can do. As I have maintained that neurotic anxiety arises from sexual sources, I can submit anxiety dreams to analysis to point out the sexual material in their dream thoughts. I have good reasons to refrain from using any of the examples which my neurotic patients offer me in plenty, and I shall give preference to anxiety dreams from young persons. I have no longer had a real anxiety dream myself for decades. I remember one from my 7th or 8th year, which I submitted to interpretation some 30 years later. It was very vivid, and it showed me my beloved mother with a distinctively tranquil, sleeping expression on her face, who was being carried into the room by 2 or 3 people with birds' beaks, and laid on the bed. I woke up crying and screaming, and disturbed my parents' sleep. The curiously draped, elongated figures with the birds' beaks I had taken from the illustrations to Philipson's edition of the Bible, *I believe they were gods with falcons' heads from an Egyptian tomb relief. Besides this, the analysis provided me with the memory of a badly behaved boy, our caretaker's son, who used to play with us children in the field in front of the house, and I rather think he was called Philip. I have the feeling as though it was from this boy that I first heard the vulgar word for sexual intercourse, for which the educated substitute a Latinate word, coition, but which is characterized clearly enough by the choice of falcons' heads. I must have guessed the sexual meaning of the word from the face of my experienced mentor. The expression on my mother's face in the dream was copied from the sight of my grandfather, whom I had seen snoring in a coma a few days before his death. So the interpretation in the secondary revision of the dream must have been that my mother is dying. The tomb relief also chimes with this. I woke up in this state of anxiety, and did not stop until I had wakened my parents. I remember I calmed down all of a sudden when I saw my mother, as though I needed the reassurance, so she is not dead, after all. But this secondary interpretation of the dream already happened under the influence of the anxiety released. Not that I was anxious because I had dreamed that my mother was dying, but I interpreted the dream in its preconscious version in this way because I was already under the power of anxiety. But the anxiety could be traced back by way of repression to a dark, obviously sexual desire which had found an appropriate expression in the visual content of the dream. A 27-year-old man, who has been very ill for a year, dreamed several times between the ages of 11 and 13 with feelings of great anxiety, that a man with a hatchet was coming after him. He wants to run, but feels as if he is paralyzed and cannot move from the spot. That is probably a good model of a very common anxiety dream, beyond any sexual suspicion. In the course of analysis, the dreamer at first comes upon a chronologically later story of his uncle, who was attacked in the street at night by a suspicious individual, and he makes his own inference from this that he might have heard of a similar experience at the time of the dream. The hatchet rouses the recollection that at the time he once hurt himself with a hatchet when he was chopping kindling. Then he comes directly upon his relationship with his younger brother, whom he used to maltreat and knock about, and he remembers one occasion particularly when he kicked him in the head with his boot, so that the boy bled and his mother exclaimed, "I'm afraid he'll kill him one day." While he seems fixed on the topic of violence, another memory from his 9th year suddenly surfaces. His parents had come home late and went to bed, while he pretended to be asleep, and he heard a panting and other sounds that seemed uncanny to him, and he could also guess at the position of the two in bed. His further thoughts show that he had set up an analogy between this relationship of his parents and his own to his younger brother. He subsumed what happened between his parents under the concept, violence and fighting. As proof of this conception, he noticed that there was often blood in his mother's bed. It is, I would say, a matter of everyday experience that the sexual intercourse of adults seems uncanny to the children who observe it, and arouses anxiety in them. I have explained this anxiety as a matter of sexual excitation which their understanding cannot cope with. Probably it also gets repudiated because the parents are involved in it, and so it is transformed into anxiety. At an earlier period of life, the stirrings of sexuality felt towards the parent of the opposite sex do not yet meet with repression, and express themselves freely, as we have heard, page 197. I would have no doubts about applying the same explanation to the nighttime attacks of anxiety accompanied by hallucinations, the pavor nocturnus, suffered so often by children. There too it can only be a matter of stirrings of sexuality which are not understood, and rejected. A record of them would probably also indicate a temporal periodicity, for sexual libido can be intensified as much by arousal from chance impressions as by the spontaneous, intermittent processes of development. I lack the empirical material needed to carry this explanation through to the end. On the other hand, the pediatricians seem to lack the one point of view that would allow them to understand the entire series of phenomena from the somatic as well as the psychical aspect. As a comic example of how close one can get to an understanding of such cases, and then, blinded by the blinkers of medical mythology, walk right past it, I would like to quote a case I found in de Backer's thesis of 1881 on pavor nocturnus, page 66. A 13-year-old boy in poor health began to become timid and dreamy, his sleep became restless, and was broken almost once every week by a bad attack of anxiety with hallucinations. His memory of these dreams was always very distinct. He was able to relate that the devil had shouted at him, "Now we've got you, now we've got you," and then there was a smell of sulfur and brimstone, and the fire burned his skin. He would wake from this dream in terror, but at first was not able to cry out until he had found his voice, and he was heard to say distinctly, "No, no, not me, I haven't done anything," or, "Please, don't. I'll never do it again." Sometimes he would also say, "Albert didn't do that." Later he avoided getting undressed, because the fire would only get him if he was undressed. In the middle of these dreams of the devil, which put his health in danger, he was sent to the country, where he recovered in the course of 18 months, and then, when he was 15 years old, he once confessed, "Je n'osais pas élevoir, mais j'ai approuvé continuellement de percotements et de surexcitations aux parties, 7 à la fin, cela m'énervait tant que plusieurs fois, je pense me jeter par la fenêtre du dortoir." Asterisk. It is probably not difficult to guess, 1, that in earlier years the boy masturbated, probably denied it, and was threatened with heavy punishments for his bad habit. His admission, "Je ne le ferai plus," his denial, "Albert n'a jamais fait cela." 2, that in the turmoil of puberty, the temptation to masturbate was aroused again with the tickling in his genitals, but that now, 3, a repressive struggle broke out within him, suppressing the libido and transforming it into an anxiety which resumed retroactively the punishments he had once been threatened with. By contrast, let us hear the conclusions drawn by our authority, page 69. We may conclude from these observations that, 1, the influence of puberty on a boy of weakened heath can produce a condition of great weakness, and that it can go as far as a very considerable cerebral anemia. 8. 2. This cerebral anemia produces a change in the character, demonomanic hallucinations and states of intense anxiety at night, and perhaps also by day. 3. The demonomania and the boy's self-accusations derive from the effects of his religious education, which influenced him as a child. 4. As the consequence of a fairly long stay in the country, physical exercise, and the return of his strength at the end of puberty, all the phenomena disappeared. 5. Perhaps one may ascribe the child's predisposition to this cerebral condition to heredity and to his father's earlier syphilis.
The Final Word, nous avons fait entrer cette observation dans le cadre des délires apyrétiques d'inanition, car c'est à l'ischémie cérébrale que nous rattachons cet état particulier. Astérisque.
Primary and secondary process. Repression. In venturing further into the psychology of dream processes, I have taken on a difficult task to which my expository skills, also, are scarcely equal. To express the simultaneity of such complicated interrelationships in terms of linear sequence in my description of them, while ensuring that each proposition I put forward does not appear to be based on prior assumptions, is likely to be too much for my powers. It is brought home to me now that in giving an account of the psychology of dreams I am not able to follow the historical development of my insights. My perspective on dreams was given me by my previous work on the psychology of neuroses, which I ought not to use as a point of reference here, although I shall have to do so again and again as I proceed in the opposite direction, starting out from dreams with the intention of making the connection to the psychology of neuroses. I am aware of all the difficulties this will cause the reader, but I do not know how to avoid them. Dissatisfied as I am by this state of affairs, I am happy to linger on a different aspect which seems to me to increase the value of my labors. As the introduction to my first chapter has indicated, I found a topic dominated by the sharpest contradictions among the opinions of the authorities. Our own treatment of the problems raised by dreams has found room for most of these contradictions. We ourselves had to argue decisively against only 2 of the views raised, that the dream has no meaning, and that it is a somatic process, but otherwise we were able to acknowledge that all these mutually contradictory opinions were right on some point in these complicated interrelationships, and to demonstrate that they had discovered something that was correct. By exposing the hidden dream thoughts, we have confirmed in general that the dream does continue the motivation and interests of waking life, for dream thoughts are engaged only with what seems to be important and of great interest to us. Dreams are never concerned with trivia. But we have also admitted the opposite, that dreams will also pick up the rejected trifles of the day, and will not make a major interest of the day their own until this has to some extent withdrawn from the work of our waking hours. We found this held good for the dream content, which expresses the dream thoughts in a form altered by distortion. For reasons to do with the mechanics of association, we said, the process of dreaming more readily takes possession of fresh or unimportant representations for its material, which have not yet been requisitioned by our waking thought, and for reasons of censorship, the process of dreaming transfers psychical intensity from what is important, but also objectionable, onto what is insignificant. The hypermnesia of dreams and their command of childhood material have become the two pillars on which our theory rests. Our theory of dreams has ascribed to wishes deriving from childhood the part of indispensable moving force in the formation of dreams. Of course, it would not occur to us to doubt the importance, experimentally demonstrated, of external sensory stimuli during sleep, but we have given this material the same place relative to the dream wish as we have the remnants of thought left over from the work of the day. We do not need to dispute that the dream interprets the objective sensory stimulus as if it were an illusion, but where the authorities left the motive for this interpretation uncertain, we have put it in. The interpretation occurs in such a way that the object perceived is deprived of its power to disturb our sleep and becomes available for purposes of wish fulfillment. It is true, we do not accept that subjective states of excitation in the sensory organs occurring during sleep are a particular source of dreams, though this appears to have been demonstrated by Trumbull Ladd. However, we are able to explain them as a regressive revival of memories operating behind the dream. Internal organic sensations, too, which are seized on as the key point in explaining dreams, also retain their function in our conception, but with a more modest scope. In our view, these sensations of falling, floating, being inhibited represent material available at all times for the dream work to use to express the dream thoughts whenever it needs to. That the process of dreaming is rapid and momentary appears to us to be true of the perception by consciousness of the ready-made dream content, but we have found it more likely that the preliminary parts of the dream process take a slow, drifting course. With regard to the puzzle of a dream content abounding in ideas but concentrated into the briefest moment, we were able to add that these are cases where the dream admits structures ready-made and already present in the life of the psyche. We agreed that dreams are distorted and deformed by memory, but we found this no obstacle, for this is only the last, manifest part of a work of distortion operative from the start of the process of dream formation. In the embittered, seemingly irreconcilable dispute over whether our inner life sleeps at night or still has all its capacities at its disposal as it does by day, we were able to say that both sides were right, but that neither of them was entirely right. We were able to discover in the dream thoughts proof of highly complicated intellectual performance, operating with almost all the instrumentation of the psychical apparatus, but it still cannot be denied that these dream thoughts originated in the daytime, and it is essential to assume that there is such a thing as a state of sleep for the inner life. This is how even the theory of partial sleep came into its own, but the state of sleep, we found, is not characterized by the disintegration of psychical interconnections, but by the focus on the wish to sleep by the psychical system in control of the day. Withdrawal of attention from the external world, too, retained its importance in our conception of the dream, although it is not the only factor. It helps to make the regressive nature of representation in dreams possible. There is no disputing that voluntary direction of the course of ideas is abandoned, but this does not mean that the life of the psyche becomes purposeless, for we have heard that once the voluntary purposes are relinquished, involuntary purposes take control. We have not only acknowledged the existence of loose associative connections in dreams, but we have given them a much wider scope than could have been suspected. However, we discovered that they were only imposed substitutes for other, proper and meaningful associations. Certainly, we too called the dream absurd, but we learned from examples how clever the dream is when it is pretending to be absurd. We do not disagree on the functions that have been ascribed to the dream. That the dream, like a safety valve, allows the psyche to let off steam, and that, as Robert puts it, by imagining it in the dream, all sorts of harmful stuff is rendered harmless. This not only coincides exactly with our theory of the dream's double wish fulfillment, but it becomes more intelligible in our theory than in Robert's, even in its formulation. The psyche's reveling in the free play of its capacities can also be found in our theory, in the way preconscious activity allows the dream to run on. The return of our inner life to the embryonic point of view in dreams, and the words of Havelock Ellis, an archaic world of vast emotions and imperfect thought, appear to be happy anticipations of our own argument, which has primitive ways of working, suppressed by day, taking part in the formation of dreams, and like Delage, we regard the suppressed as the motive force of dreaming. We have fully recognized the part schemer ascribes to the dream imagination, as well as schemer's own interpretations, but we have had to allocate them, as it were, a different place in the problem. It is not that the dream forms the imagination, but that the unconscious activity of the imagination has the greatest share in the formation of the dream thoughts. We are still indebted to Schemer for drawing our attention to the source of dream thoughts, but almost everything that he ascribes to the dream work is to be put down to the activity of the unconscious during the day, which provides the spur for dreams no less than for neurotic symptoms. We had to distinguish the dream work from this activity as something quite different and far more specific. Finally, we have certainly not given up the relation between dreams and disorders of the psyche, rather, we have set it more firmly on a fresh basis. What is new in our theory of dreams acts as a kind of greater whole, holding the most various and contradictory conclusions of our authors together and including them in our structure, with many of them altered and only a few entirely rejected. But our building too is still incomplete. Quite apart from the many uncertainties we have brought upon ourselves by advancing into the darkness of psychology, there is also a fresh contradiction that seems to weigh upon us. On the one hand, we had the dream thoughts come about by means of completely normal mental activity, but on the other, we discovered a number of quite abnormal thought processes among the dream thoughts, and we made our way from them to the dream content. We then go over them again in our interpretation of the dream. Everything we have called the dream work appears to depart so far from psychical processes we know to be rational, that the harshest judgment passed by our authors on the low psychical performance of dreaming cannot fail to seem perfectly right and proper. At this point it may be that we will gain aid in enlightenment only by advancing still further. I will single out one of the constellations leading to the formation of dreams. We have learned that the dream takes the place of a number of thoughts that come from the life of the day and are connected in a perfectly logical way. This removes any doubts that these thoughts have their origin in our normal mental life. All the characteristics we admire in our thought processes, and which mark them out as complicated feats of a high order, can also be found in the dream thoughts. But there is no need to assume that this intellectual work is accomplished during sleep that would throw our idea of the psychical state of sleep, firmly held so far, into dire confusion. Rather, these thoughts could very well come from the day, and from their first prompting could have gone on unnoticed by our consciousness, and could already have been completed when we fell asleep. If we are to gather anything from this situation, it is at most that the most complicated feats of thinking are possible without the participation of consciousness, which in any case we were bound to learn from every psychoanalysis of a hysteric or person with obsessional ideas. These dream thoughts are in themselves certainly not incapable of becoming conscious. If they have not become conscious to us in the course of the day, there may be several reasons for it. Becoming conscious is connected with the application of a particular psychical function, attention, which it seems is used only in a particular quantity, and this latter may be diverted from the train of thought in question by other aims. Another way in which such trains of thought can be withheld from consciousness is the following. We know from our conscious reflection that when we are paying attention, we are pursuing a definite path. If, as we go along this path, we come upon an idea that does not stand up to criticism, we break off, we let the charge of our attention drop. Now it seems that the train of thought we embarked on and abandoned can carry on spinning itself out, even though our attention is no longer turned to it, provided that the process does not reach a particularly high intensity at any point, forcing attention onto it. A train of thought may be rejected at the beginning, probably consciously, by a judgment that it is wrong, or useless for the present purpose of the act of thinking, so it is possible that this is the reason why it will continue, unnoticed by consciousness, until we fall asleep. Let us sum up. We call a train of thought of this kind preconscious. We regard it as completely rational, and it can just as readily be one that has been merely neglected as one that has been interrupted or suppressed. Let us also state outright how we visualize the course that a train of ideas follows. We believe that, starting from a purposive idea, a certain amount of excitation that we call charging energy is displaced along paths of association selected by this purposive idea. A neglected train of thought has not received such a charge of energy, a suppressed or rejected train of thought has had it withdrawn, both are left to their own excitations. A train of thought that has been purposively charged will, under certain circumstances, be capable of attracting the attention of consciousness to itself, and via this mediating agency it will then receive a supercharge. We shall have to explain our assumptions about the nature and function of consciousness a little later. A train of thought set going in the preconscious in this way can die down of its own accord, or it can hold its own. We envisage the first outcome as occurring if the energy of the train of thought has been diffused in all the associative directions leading out from it, putting the entire chain into a state of excitation that lasts for a while, but then fades away as the excitation needing discharge is transformed into a quiescent charge. If this first outcome does occur, the process has no further significance for the formation of dreams. However, there are other purposive ideas lurking in our preconscious which come from the sources of our unconscious and ever-active wishes. These can take over the excitation in the sphere of thoughts left to themselves, set up a connection between these and the unconscious wish, transfer to them the energy belonging to the unconscious wish, and from now on the neglected or suppressed train of thought is in a position to hold its own, though this reinforcement does not give it any right to be admitted to consciousness. We may say that the train of thought, preconscious until now, has been drawn into the unconscious. Other constellations leading to the formation of a dream might be, if from the start the preconscious train of thought were linked with the unconscious wish and for that reason came up against rejection from the dominant purposive charge, or if an unconscious wish became active from other, perhaps somatic, causes, and were to look for a transference onto the psychical residues that are not charged by the precon, and do not come halfway to meet it. All three cases have the same result in the end. A train of thought comes about in the preconscious, deserted by the preconscious energy charge, but receiving one from the unconscious wish. From then on the train of thought undergoes a series of transformations which we no longer recognize as normal psychical processes, and which produces a disconcerting result, a psychopathological formation. Let us single them out and put them together. The intensities of the individual ideas in their total amount become capable of discharge and pass over from one idea to another, so that individual ideas are formed which are invested with great intensity. With the frequent repetition of this process, the intensity of an entire train of thought can finally be concentrated in a single one of its elements. This is the fact of compression or condensation which we got to know in the course of the dream work. It is condensation that is mainly to blame for the disconcerting impression made by dreams, for we are quite unfamiliar with anything analogous to it in our normal inner life accessible to consciousness. Here too we have ideas possessing great psychical significance as points of intersection or as the final result of entire chains of thought, but their importance is not expressed by any characteristic obviously discernible to internal perception. The importance of the idea in this respect does not make what is presented in it any more intense. However, in the process of condensation all the psychical interconnections are converted into the intensity of the ideational content. It is the same as if I were having a book printed, and had a word I regarded as overwhelmingly important for understanding the text printed in italics or bold. In speaking, I would pronounce the word loudly and slowly and with emphasis. The first comparison takes us directly to one of the examples borrowed from the dream work, trimethylamine in the dream of Irma's injection. Art historians remind us that the oldest historical sculptures follow a similar principle to express the rank of the personages represented by their size in the sculpture. The king is represented as 2 or 3 times bigger than his entourage or his vanquished enemy. A sculpture from the Roman period will make use of more subtle means for the same purpose. It will place the figure of the emperor in the middle, show him raised high, devote particular care to the modeling of his figure, lay his enemies at his feet, but no longer have him appear as a giant among dwarfs. Meanwhile, the bow the inferior makes to his superior among ourselves today is still a late echo of that ancient principle of representation. The direction taken by the condensations in the dream is prescribed on the one hand by the rational preconscious relations of the dream thoughts, on the other by the attraction of the visual memories in the unconscious. The work of condensation aims to produce those intensities required to break through to the perceptual systems. Again, intermediary ideas, rather like compromises, see the numerous examples, are created by the mobility with which these intensities can be freely transferred, also in the service of condensation. This is something equally unheard of in the normal processing of ideas, where what matters most is the selection and retention of the right element among them. By contrast, composite and compromise formations occur with extraordinary frequency when we are searching for the words to express preconscious thoughts. These are described as varieties of slips of the tongue. The ideas that transpose their intensities from one to the other have the loosest relations to one another, and are linked by associations of a kind scorned by our normal thinking and left to be exploited for comic effect. In particular, verbal associations based on punning and similarities of sound are regarded as being equal in value to the others. Thoughts contradicting each other do not aim to cancel each other out, but persist side by side, often combining as if there were no contradiction into products of condensation, or they form compromises which we would never forgive our logical thinking for committing, but often approve of in our actions. These are some of the most striking of the abnormal processes which the dream thoughts, having previously had a rational form, undergo in the course of the dream work. As we see, what chiefly characterizes them is the importance attached to making the charge of energy mobile and capable of discharge. The content and the proper meaning of the psychical elements carrying the charge become unimportant. One might still suppose that condensation and the formation of compromises take place only to help to bring about regression, if it is a matter of transforming thoughts into images. However, the analysis, and still more clearly the synthesis of dreams that dispense with any regression to images, for example, the dream Autodidasker, Conversation with Professor N, reveal the same processes of displacement and condensation as the rest. Thus, we cannot deny the insight that two essentially different psychical processes play a part in forming dreams. The one creates perfectly rational dream thoughts, just as valid as normal thinking, the other treats these in a most disconcerting, irrational manner. We have already isolated the second in Chapter 6 as the true dream work. What have we to say now about the origins of this second psychical process? We could not give an answer at this point if we had not already gone some way into the psychology of neuroses, particularly of hysteria. From this we learn that the same irrational psychical processes, and others I have not enumerated, control the production of hysterical symptoms. In hysteria too we first discover a set of completely rational thoughts, entirely equal in validity to our conscious thoughts, but we are unable to find out anything about their existence in this form and can only reconstruct them in retrospect. If they make their way through to our perceptions at some place, we see from our analysis of the symptoms formed that these normal thoughts have undergone abnormal treatment, and by means of condensation and compromise formation, by way of superficial associations under cover of contradictions, and possibly along the path of regression, they have been transposed into the symptoms. Given this total identity between the characteristics of the dream work and the psychical activity whose outcome is psychoneurotic symptoms, we consider we are justified in carrying over to dreams the conclusions that hysteria forces us to draw. From the theory of hysteria we take the following proposition: a normal train of thought is subject to this kind of abnormal treatment only if an unconscious wish originating in infancy and in a state of repression has been transferred to it. It is for the sake of this proposition that we have built our theory of the dream on the assumption that the wish motivating the dream always originates from the unconscious, which, as we have admitted, cannot be proved to be universally applicable, though it cannot be disproved either. But to be able to say what repression is, a name we have played with so often, we will have to go on building our psychological scaffolding for a while longer. We gave our attention to the fiction of a primitive psychical apparatus whose activity was regulated by the attempt to avoid the buildup of excitation and maintain itself as free of excitation as possible. That is why it was constructed along the lines of a reflex apparatus. The power of movement, which first of all provides a route to changes within the body, was the path of discharge at its disposal. We then discussed the psychical consequences of the experience of satisfaction, and in doing so, we could already have included our second assumption, that a buildup of excitation, following various modalities which need not concern us here, is felt as unpleasure, and puts the apparatus into action in order to restore the experience of satisfaction in which the reduction of excitation is felt as pleasure. A current of this kind in the apparatus, starting out from unpleasure and aiming for pleasure, we call a wish. We said that only a wish can set the apparatus in motion, and that the course of excitation in it is automatically regulated by the perceptions of pleasure and unpleasure. The first wishing was perhaps a hallucinatory charging of the memory of satisfaction. However, this hallucination, if it was not to be retained to the point of exhaustion, turned out to be no good at bringing about the cessation of the need, and hence the pleasure, bound up with the satisfaction. This made a second activity, in our terms, the activity of a second system, necessary, which did not allow the memory charge to get as far as perception and from there to bind the forces of the psyche, but diverts the excitation caused by the need along a detour, by way of voluntary movement. This indirect route ultimately alters the external world in such a way that a real perception of the object of satisfaction can come about. Up to this point we have been following our schematic plan of the psychical apparatus. The two systems are the germ of what we have put in place as the uncon and precon in the fully developed apparatus. To be able to alter the external world effectively by movement, it is necessary to build up a large number of experiences in the memory systems and to have a variety of firmly fixed associations that are summoned up in this memory material by different purposive ideas. Let us now take our assumptions further. The activity of the second system, multifariously feeling its way, emitting charges of energy, withdrawing again, on the one hand needs to have all the memory material freely at its disposal, on the other, it would be an unnecessary expensive effort if it were to send vast quantities of energy charge along particular paths of thought, which would then discharge uselessly and reduce the quantity needed for altering the external world. I postulate, then, that it is for the sake of efficiency that the second system manages to keep the greater part of the energy charges quiescent, and uses only a smaller part for displacement. The mechanics of these processes is quite unknown to me. Anyone wanting to take these ideas seriously would have to look for analogies to them in physics and find a way of visualizing the process of movement as it occurs in the excitation of neurons. But I do maintain that the activity of the first psi system is directed towards the free discharge of quantities of excitation, and that the second system inhibits this discharge by emitting its own energy charges, transforming the charge into a quiescent one and probably raising its level. I am assuming, then, that the discharge of excitation is governed by the second system is linked to quite different mechanical conditions from those present when governed by the first. Once the second system has ended its exploratory thought activity, it also suspends its activity of inhibiting and damming the excitations, allowing them to be discharged in movement. Some interesting thoughts arise if we look at the relation of this inhibition of discharge by the second system to regulation by the unpleasure principle. Let us consider the counterpart to the primary experience of satisfaction, the experience of an external shock. Suppose a perceptual stimulus, the source of an excitation of pain, impinges on the primitive apparatus. If so, this will be expressed in spasmodic movements until one of them removes the apparatus from the perception and at the same time from the pain. If the perception reappears, this process will promptly be repeated, as a movement of flight, say, until the perception has disappeared once more. But in this situation no inclination will remain to recharge the perception of the source of pain with hallucinatory, or any other kind of intensity. Rather, if this painful memory image is aroused in some way, there will be an inclination in the primary apparatus to abandon it at once, for after all, any overflow of its excitation would call up unpleasure, or, more precisely, would begin to call it up. Turning away from the memory, which is only a repetition of the earlier flight from the perception, is made easier because, unlike the perception, the memory does not possess enough quality to excite consciousness and in this way attract a fresh charge of energy. This effortless and regular way the psychical process has of turning away from the memory of what was once painful offers us the model and the first example of psychical repression. It is widely recognized how much of this avoidance of what is painful ostrich tactics is still demonstrably to be found in the inner life of normal adults. As a consequence of the unpleasure principle, then, the first psi system is utterly incapable of taking anything unpleasant into the context of its thoughts. All the system can do is wish. If this were to remain so, it would hamper the thinking activity of the second system, which needs to have at its disposal all the memories laid down in experience. Two paths are now possible. Either the work of the second system frees itself completely from the unpleasure principle, and continues on its own way without bothering about the unpleasure roused by a memory, or it can charge the unpleasurable memory in such a way that the release of unpleasure is avoided. We can reject the first possibility, for the unpleasure principle is patently the regulator for the course of excitation in the second system. This leaves us with the second possibility, that this system is able to charge memories in such a way that they inhibit discharge, and thus also inhibit any discharge comparable to the inhibition of a motor innervation in the direction of the development of unpleasure. We have, then, 2 points of departure, the account taken of both the unpleasure principle and the principle of the least expenditure of innervation, leading us to the hypothesis that charging by the second system also represents an inhibition on the discharge of excitation. But let us hold on to the thought, it is the key to the theory of repression, that the second system can only charge an idea if it is in a position to inhibit the development of unpleasure issuing from it. Anything that might perhaps escape this inhibition would also be inaccessible to the second system, and as a consequence of the unpleasure principle would promptly be dropped. However, the inhibition of the unpleasure need not be total, the beginnings of unpleasure must be allowed, for they give the second system some indication of the nature of the memory and perhaps of its unsuitability for the purpose intended by the thinking process. I shall now give the name of primary process to the psychical process which the first system alone allows, and the one resulting from the inhibition imposed by the second system I shall call the secondary process. There is another point where I can show why the second system is bound to act as a corrective to the primary process. The primary process aims to discharge excitation in order to set up a perceptual identity, using the amount of excitation accumulated in this way to do so. The secondary process has abandoned this intention and taken up another in its place, to set up a thought identity. All thinking is only a roundabout way from the memory of a satisfaction, adopted as its purposive idea, to an identical charge of the same memory, which, it is intended, will be regained by way of motor experiences. Thinking must interest itself in the connecting paths between ideas without allowing itself to be led astray by their intensities. But it is clear that condensations of ideas, intermediary and compromise formations, are an obstacle to attaining this goal of identity. By replacing one idea with another, they diverge from the path that led on from the first. So in secondary thinking, processes of this kind are carefully avoided. It is also easy to see that the unpleasure principle also puts difficulties in the way of the thinking process in its pursuit of thought identity, though otherwise the principle offers it very important clues. Thinking, then, must move towards freeing itself more and more from the exclusive regulation of the unpleasure principle, and towards limiting the development of effect by thought activity to the minimum that can still function as a signal. This finer differentiation of functioning is meant to be achieved by a fresh supercharge, mediated by consciousness. But we are well aware that this is rarely a complete success, even in the most normal inner life, and that our thinking always remains vulnerable to falsification by interference from the unpleasure principle. But this is not the flaw in the efficient functioning of our psychical apparatus that makes it possible for thoughts, which present themselves as the products of secondary thought activity, to fall victim to the primary psychical process. Primary psychical process is now the formula we can use to describe the activity that leads to dreams and to hysterical symptoms. Inefficiency arises from the encounter of two factors from our evolutionary history. The one devolves entirely onto the psychical apparatus, and has exercised a crucial influence on the relations between the two systems. But the other comes into its own fitfully, introducing driving forces of organic origin into the inner life. Both have their origins in infancy, and are the deposit of the changes that our psychical and somatic organism has gone through since the time of childhood. When I call the process in the psychical apparatus a primary one, it was not only with an eye to its place in a hierarchy or to its efficiency, but rather because in choosing this name I also wanted to include some reference to time. It is true, a psychical apparatus that would only possess the primary process does not to our knowledge exist, and to that extent it is a theoretical fiction, but we do know as a fact that the primary processes are present as a given from the start, while the secondary processes only develop gradually in the course of our life. They inhibit and overlay the primary processes, perhaps not attaining complete control over them until the prime of life. As a consequence of this belated entry of the secondary processes, the heart of our being, made of the unconscious wishful impulses, cannot be comprehended or inhibited by the preconscious, whose function is restricted once and for all to indicating the most convenient paths to the wishful impulses from the unconscious. These unconscious wishes exert a compulsion on all the psyche's later aims and efforts, which have to adapt themselves to this pressure, or labor to divert it, redirecting it to higher aims. As a further consequence of this belated appearance, a wide field of memory material also remains inaccessible to preconscious charging. Now among these wishful impulses originating in our infancy, which cannot be destroyed or inhibited, there are also some whose fulfillment is a contradiction to the purpose of ideas pursued by secondary thinking. The fulfillment of these wishes would no longer produce an affect of pleasure, but of unpleasure, and it is this very transformation of affect that makes up the nature of what we call repression. How a transformation of this kind occurs, what paths it takes, what motive forces drive it, these questions make up the problem of repression, which we need only touch upon here. It is enough for us to hold on to the idea that a transformation of affect of this sort occurs in the course of our development. We only have to think of the emergence in a child's life of disgust, which was absent at the start, and that it is linked to the activity of the second system. The memories that are the starting point for the unconscious wish to summon the release of affect were never accessible to the precon. That is why the release of the affect belonging to them cannot be inhibited either. Precisely because of this emergence of affect, these ideas are now inaccessible even from the preconscious thoughts onto which they have transferred their wishful force. On the contrary, the unpleasure principle takes over, and causes the precon to turn away from these transference thoughts. These are left to themselves, repressed, and so it is that the presence of a store of infantile memories, unavailable to the precon from the start, becomes the prerequisite for repression. In the most favorable cases, the production of unpleasure comes to an end as soon as the energy charge is withdrawn from the transferred thoughts in the precon. This successful result indicates that the intervention of the unpleasure principle has been effective. However, it is a different matter if the repressed unconscious wish experiences an organic reinforcement, which it lends to its transference thoughts. Doing so puts them in a position to attempt to force their way through with their excitation, even if they have lost their energy charge from the precon. A defensive struggle ensues, in which the precon reinforces the opposition to the repressed thoughts. There follows a breakthrough of the transference thoughts, which are the vehicle of the unconscious wish, into some form of compromise by forming a symptom. But from the moment the repressed thoughts are powerfully charged with the unconscious wishful excitation, and on the other hand have been deserted by their preconscious charge, they are subject to the primary process, and their only aim is motor discharge or, if the way is open, hallucinatory revival of the desired perceptual identity. Earlier, we found empirically that the irrational processes we described only unfold with thoughts that are in a state of repression. Now we are able to understand yet another part of these relationships. These irrational processes are the primary ones in the psychical apparatus. They always make an appearance wherever imagined ideas are deserted by their preconscious charge and left to themselves, when they can be invested with the uninhibited energy of the unconscious as it strives for discharge. There are, in addition, some other observations to support the view that these processes which I have called irrational are not falsifications of normal processes, not intellectual errors, but modes of activity of the psychical apparatus that are free of inhibition. Thus we can see that the shift from preconscious excitation to motor action follows the same processes, and that the attachment of preconscious imagined ideas to words can easily show the very same displacements and confusions which we normally ascribe to inattention. Finally, evidence of the increase in work that becomes necessary with the inhibition of these primary modes of functioning comes from the fact that we produce a comic effect, a surplus to be discharged in laughter, if we let these modes of functioning in our thinking force their way into consciousness. The theory of the psychoneuroses maintains with absolute certainty that only wishful impulses from infancy that are sexual in nature and have been subject to repression, transformation of affect, are capable of revival in later periods of development, whether as a consequence of the individual's sexual constitution, which, of course, developed out of an original bisexuality, or as a consequence of unfavorable influences on his sex life. If this is the case, they will provide the driving force for the formation of all psychoneurotic symptoms. It is only by introducing these sexual forces that the demonstrable gaps in the theory of repression can be filled. I will leave it an open question whether sexual and infantile factors should also be required for the theory of dreams. I leave this theory unfinished at this point, for I have already taken a step beyond what can be demonstrated by assuming that dream wishes always originate in the unconscious. 9 Nor will I go any further in my investigation into what makes the difference between the interplay of psychical forces in the formation of dreams and in the formation of hysterical symptoms. After all, we do not have accurate enough knowledge of one of the two objects of comparison. But there is another point which I regard as very important, and I will preface it by confessing that it is only for the sake of this point that I have included my entire discussion of the two psychical systems, with their modes of activity and repression. For it is not now a matter of whether my conception of these is halfway correct, or easily possible in such difficult matters, whether it is skewed and incomplete. However much the interpretation of the psychical censorship and of the rational and the abnormal revisions of the dream content may change, it will still hold good that processes of this kind are active in the formation of dreams, and are in essentials most closely analogous to the processes identified in the formation of hysterical symptoms. Now the dream is not a pathological phenomenon, it does not presuppose a disturbance of the psychical equilibrium, it does not leave any reduction in efficiency behind it. The objection that my own dreams and the dreams of my neurotic patients do not allow any conclusions to be drawn about the dreams of normal persons may well be dismissed without consideration. So when we argue from the phenomena to the forces driving them, we are recognizing that the psychical mechanism which the neurosis makes use of is not first created by a pathological disorder attacking the inner life, but is already present in the normal structure of the psychical apparatus. The two psychical systems, the censorship on the transit between them, the inhibition and overlaying of one activity by the other, the relations of both to consciousness, or whatever a more correct interpretation of the actual circumstances may have to offer instead of these, all these belong to the normal structure of our psychical instrument, and dreams show us one of the ways leading to an understanding of that structure. If we are content with a minimum of completely guaranteed new knowledge, we will be able to say that dreams prove to us that what is suppressed continues to exist in normal persons too, and remains capable of psychical functioning. The dream itself is one of the expressions of what is suppressed. In theory, this is so in all cases, palpably and empirically it is so at least in a great number of instances, and these, in fact, display the striking characteristics of the dream life at their clearest. In waking life, what is suppressed in the psyche is thwarted in its attempts at expression by the removal of contradictions by their opposite asterisk and cut off from internal perception. At night, and in the power of compromise formations, it finds ways and means of forcing its way into consciousness. Flectura siniquio superos, acaranta movbo asterisk. By pursuing the analysis of dreams, we can get a little further in our understanding of how this most marvelous and mysterious instrument is composed. True, it is only a little further, but it is a beginning, enabling us to push on further in their analysis, starting from other formations which have to be described as pathological. For illnesses, at least those that are rightly called functional, do not have the destruction of this apparatus or the creation of new splittings within it for their precondition. They are to be explained dynamically by the strengthening and weakening of the components and the interplay of forces, so many of whose effects are hidden while they are functioning normally. I hope to show elsewhere how the composition of the apparatus out of the two agencies also allows a finer differentiation in normal functioning too, which would not be possible for one only. 10. The unconscious and consciousness. Reality. If we look more closely, it is not the existence of two systems near the motor end of the apparatus, but the existence of two different processes of excitation and two modes of its discharge that were suggested by our psychological discussions in the previous section. For us it would scarcely matter, for we must always be prepared to drop our provisional assumptions if we think we are in a position to replace them with something else closer to the unknown reality. Let us now try to correct some notions which could become misleading if we view the two systems in the crudest and most immediate sense as two locations within the psychical apparatus, notions that have left their mark in the terms repressing, or pushing back, and pushing through. So when we say that an unconscious thought is aiming to be carried over into the preconscious so that it can then push through to consciousness, we do not mean that a second thought is supposed to be formed in a new place, like a copy with the original existing concurrently with it. And as for pushing through to consciousness, let us also take care to detach it from any idea of a change of place. When we say a preconscious thought is pushed back and repressed, and then taken over by the unconscious, we might be tempted by these images drawn from the sphere of ideas about battles for territory to assume that a constellation in one locality of the psyche is really being dissolved and replaced by a new one in the other locality. Instead of these metaphors, let us say what seems to correspond more closely to the real state of affairs, that a charge of energy is invested in a particular constellation, or is withdrawn from it, so that the psychical structure comes under the control of an agency, or is removed from it. Again, we are replacing a topographical mode of representation here by a dynamic one. What is mobile, it seems to us, is not the psychical formation, but rather its innervation. All the same, I think it is useful and justifiable to keep this graphic way of representing the two systems. We will avoid any misuse of this mode of representation if we remind ourselves that ideas, thoughts, psychical formations generally are not to be located in organic elements of the nervous system at all, but, as it were, between them, where resistances and accesses form their corresponding correlatives. Everything that can become the object of our inner perception is virtual, like the image in the telescope made by the passage of light rays. However, we are justified in assuming that the systems, which are not of a psychical nature themselves and will never be accessible to our psychical perception, are like the telescope lenses that create the image. If we continue this comparison, the censorship between the two systems would correspond to the refraction of a ray of light as it passes over into a new medium. Up to now we have been psychologizing off our own bat. It is time to take a look at the theoretical opinions dominating contemporary psychology and examine how they relate to our propositions. The question of the unconscious in psychology is, in Lips's 11 forceful words, not so much a psychological question as the question of psychology. As long as psychology settled this question with the merely verbal explanation that the psychical was simply the conscious, and unconscious psychical processes were palpable nonsense, the door was closed to any psychological evaluation of the observations a physician was able to gain from abnormal psychical states. The physician and the philosopher will only meet when both recognize that unconscious psychical processes is the most appropriate and considered expression for a well-established fact. All the physician can do is to dismiss with a shrug of the shoulders the assertion that consciousness is the definitive characteristic of what is psychical, perhaps assuming, if his respect for the philosopher's remarks is still strong enough, that they have not been dealing with the same object nor pursuing the same science. For even one single perceptive observation of the inner life of a neurotic, one single analysis of a dream, is bound to urge upon him the unshakable conviction that it is possible for the most complicated and logical thought processes, which cannot after all be denied the name of psychical processes, to occur without arousing the person's consciousness. Certainly, the physician does not learn of these unconscious processes until they have exercised some effect upon consciousness that can be communicated or observed. But this effect upon consciousness can display a psychical character that is wholly at variance with the unconscious process, so that it is impossible for our internal perception to recognize the one as a substitute for the other. The physician must maintain his right to use an inferential method to make his way from the effect on consciousness to the unconscious psychical process. On his way he learns that the effect on consciousness is only a remote psychical effect of the unconscious process, and that the latter has not become conscious as such, also that it was present and in operation without revealing itself to consciousness in any way. The essential preliminary to true insight into the psyche's way of working is to get away from overestimating the attribute of consciousness. The unconscious must, as Lipps puts it, be assumed to be the general basis of the life of the psyche. The unconscious is the greater sphere that includes the smaller sphere of the conscious. Everything conscious has a prior stage that is unconscious, whereas the unconscious can remain at this stage and still claim to have the full value of a psychical function. The unconscious is the true reality of the psyche, its inner nature just as unknown to us as the reality of the external world, and just as imperfectly revealed by the data of consciousness as the external world is by the information received from our sensory organs. Now that the old antithesis between conscious life and the life of dreams as the psychical unconscious has been put in place, a number of the problems of dreams, which were still profoundly engaging the earlier authors, have been removed. So many feats performed in dreams which made them marvel are now no longer to be credited to dreams, but to unconscious thinking, which is also active by day. If, as Schemer says, dreams seem to play with a symbolizing representation of the body, this is the feat of certain unconscious fantasies, which probably arise in response to sexual impulses, and are expressed not only in dreams but also in hysterical phobias and other symptoms. If a dream continues the work of the day and completes it, and even has valuable ideas and brings them to light, all we have to do is simply divest it of its dream disguise as being the achievement of the dream work and a sign of assistance from the dark powers in the depths of our soul, cf. the devil in Tartini's * Sonata Dream. The intellectual feat itself is due to the same psychical powers that achieve all such feats during the day. We are probably far too much inclined to overestimate the conscious character even of intellectual or artistic production. However, from what some highly productive people, such as Goethe and Helmholtz * tell us, we learn rather that the new and essential elements of their creations came into their minds suddenly and entered their perception almost complete. There is nothing odd about the contribution of consciousness in other instances where the efforts of all the mental powers were required. But it is the much abused privilege of consciousness that, wherever it has a share, it conceals from us all the other activities of the psyche. It is scarcely worth proposing the historical significance of dreams as a particular topic. Cases where a dream caused some commander to undertake a great enterprise whose success changed the course of history only present a new problem if we treat the dream as an alien force in contrast to other, more familiar psychical powers, but no longer if we regard the dream as a form of expression for impulses which are hampered by resistance by day, but are able to draw reinforcements from deep sources of excitation by night. But the respect ancient peoples paid to dreams is a tribute, based on a true psychological intimation, to the untamed, indestructible elements in the human soul, the demonic powers * that produce the dream wish and that we rediscover in our unconscious. I say in our unconscious deliberately, for what we have given this name to is not identical with the unconscious of the philosophers, not even with the unconscious as Lipps conceives it. To the philosophers, it is simply meant to denote the opposite of the conscious. Lipps goes further and tells us that everything psychical is present in an unconscious state, and some of that is also present in a state of consciousness. But it is not as evidence for this proposition that we have called on the phenomena of dreams and the formation of hysterical symptoms. Observation of our everyday life alone is enough to establish it beyond any doubt. The new thing we have learned from our analysis of psychopathological formations, indeed, from the first of the series, the dream, is that the unconscious, that is, the essential nature of the psyche, occurs as the function of two separate systems, and does so in normal psychical life. Thus there are two kinds of unconscious which, we find, the psychologists have not yet distinguished. Both are unconscious as psychology understands the term, but in our conception, the one we have called uncon is also incapable of reaching consciousness, whereas we have called the other precon. Because, although it is true it has to keep to certain rules, and may have to submit to a fresh censorship, its excitations are able to reach consciousness still without taking account of the unconscious system. The fact that, in order to reach consciousness, the excitations have to make their way through an immutable sequence of agencies, which we discovered from the changes imposed by the censorship they exercised, enabled us to set up a spatial analogy. We described the relations of the two systems to each other and to consciousness by saying that the preconscious system stood like a partition screen between the unconscious system and consciousness. The preconscious system did not only block access to consciousness, we said, it also governed access to voluntary movement and directed the transmission of a mobile energy charge, a part of which is familiar to us in the form of attention. We also have to distance ourselves from the distinction between supraconsciousness and subconsciousness which has become so popular in recent literature on the psychoneuroses, as this above all seems to emphasize that what is psychical and what is conscious enjoy equal status. What role is left in our account for once omnipotent consciousness, which hid everything else from sight? No more than that of a sensory organ for perceiving psychical qualities. In accordance with the ideas at the basis of our attempted scheme, we can only conceive conscious perception as a function peculiar to a particular system, to which we may appropriately give the abbreviation con. We conceive this system to be similar in its mechanical characteristics to the perception system per, that is, susceptible to excitation by qualities and incapable of retaining any trace of alteration, that is, without memory. The psychical apparatus, which is turned towards the external world with the sensory organ of the per systems, is itself the external world for the sensory organ of the con, which has its teleological justification in this state of affairs. Here again we encounter the principle of a series of agencies that seems to govern the structure of the apparatus. The excitatory material flows to the sensory organ of the con from two directions, from the per system, where its excitation, determined by the qualities, probably undergoes fresh revision until it becomes a conscious sensation, and from within the apparatus itself, where the quantitative processes are felt qualitatively as the series pleasure, once they have achieved certain alterations. Those philosophers who became aware that rational and highly composed thought formations are possible even without a contribution from consciousness then had difficulties in ascribing any function to consciousness. It seemed to them to be a needless mirror image of the completed psychical process. We are rescued from this embarrassment by the analogy between our con system and the perceptual systems, for we can see that perception by our sensory organs has the result of directing a charge of attention towards the paths where the approaching sensory excitation is spread. The qualitative excitation of the per system serves to regulate the discharge of the mobile quantity in the psychical apparatus. We can claim the same function for the overlying sensory organ of the con system. In perceiving new qualities, it makes a new contribution to directing the mobile quantities of energy charge, and to distributing them suitably. By its perception of pleasure and unpleasure, it influences the course of the energy charges within the psychical apparatus, which otherwise operates unconsciously and by means of displacement of quantities. It is probable that at first the displacement of energy charge is regulated automatically by the unpleasure principle, but it is quite possible that consciousness of these qualities adds a second, and finer, regulation, which can even be at odds with the first, completing the efficiency of the apparatus by enabling it, quite contrary to its original disposition, to submit even what is connected with the release of unpleasure to the processes of energy charge and revision. We learn from the psychology of neuroses that a major part in the functioning of the apparatus is assigned to this regulation by the qualitative excitations of the sensory organs. The automatic domination of the primary unpleasure principle and the restriction of efficiency this involves are broken by the processes of sensory regulation, which are themselves automatic actions. We learn that repression, which originally served a purpose but nevertheless ends in a harmful loss of inhibition and inner control, is more easily brought to bear on memories than on perceptions, because they cannot receive any additional energy charge from the excitation of the psychical sensory organ. If a thought to be fended off does not enter consciousness on the one hand because it is subject to repression, it can at other times only be repressed because it has been withdrawn from conscious perception for other reasons. These are the hints we make use of in our therapy to reverse the course of repressions that have already taken place. From a teleological standpoint, the value of a supercharge of energy, which is produced by the regulatory influence of the consensory organ on the mobile quantities, cannot be better demonstrated than by its ability to create a new series of qualities and thereby a new regulatory process, which is what constitutes the superiority of human beings over animals. For thought processes are in themselves without quality, apart from the pleasurable and unpleasurable excitations accompanying them, which, as possible disturbances to thought, are after all meant to be kept within bounds. In order to invest them with some quality, they are associated in human beings with verbal memories, whose residual quality is sufficient to attract the attention of consciousness to them, which will then invest the thinking with a fresh charge of mobile energy. We can only gain an overall view of the problems of consciousness in all their variety when we analyze hysterical thought processes. When we do, we have the impression that the charge passing from the preconscious to consciousness is also associated with a censorship similar to the censorship between uncon and precon. This censorship too only sets in when a certain quantitative limit is reached, so that less intense thought formations escape it. All the possible cases in which thoughts refuse to enter consciousness, or force their way into it only under limitations, are to be found together within the framework of psychoneurotic phenomena. They all point to the intimate reciprocal relationship between censorship and consciousness. I will close these psychological reflections with a report of two examples that illustrate this. A consultation last year took me to an intelligent and unembarrassed-looking girl. Her style of dressing is disconcerting. Where women's clothes are normally attended to down to the last pleat, one of her stockings is hanging down and two buttons of her blouse are open. She complains about having pains in one leg, and exposes her calf without being asked. But her main complaint, in her own words, is, she has a feeling in her body as if something were sticking in it that is moving to and fro and shaking her through and through. When that happens, her whole body seems to grow stiff. My colleague, also present, catches my eye. He has no difficulty in understanding her complaint. It seems remarkable to both of us that the patient's mother seems to make nothing of it, though she must have found herself repeatedly in the situation that her daughter is describing. The girl herself has no idea of the meaning of what she is saying. If she had, she would not utter it. In her case, the censorship has been successfully obscured, so that a fantasy that would otherwise remain in the preconscious is admitted into consciousness under the seemingly innocuous mask of a complaint. Another example. I begin the psychoanalytic treatment of a 14-year-old boy suffering from tic-convulsive, hysterical vomiting, headaches, and the like by assuring him that when he closes his eyes he will see images, or ideas will come into his mind which he should tell me. He answers in images. The last impression he had before he came to me is revived visually in his memory. He had been playing a board game with his uncle, and now sees the board in front of him. He considers various positions that are favorable or unfavorable, moves that one should not make. Then he sees a dagger lying on the board, an object which his father owns, but which his imagination has removed onto the board. Then there is a sickle on the board, then it is joined by a scythe. And now the image of an old farmer makes its appearance, mowing the grass in front of the boy's faraway home with a scythe. After a few days I came to understand this sequence of images. Unhappy family circumstances have upset the boy. A harsh, irascible father, constantly quarreling with his mother, with a method of bringing up his son by threats, his father's divorce of his gentle, tender mother, the remarriage of his father, who brought a young woman home one day to be his new mama. It was in the first days after this happened that the 14-year-old's illness broke out. The suppressed rage against his father composed those images into intelligible illusions. A recollection from mythology provided the material. The sickle is the one Zeus used to castrate his father, the the scythe, and the image of the farmer represent Kronos, the violent old man who devours his children, and on whom Zeus takes such unfilial revenge. The father's marriage was an occasion to throw back at him the accusations and threats which the boy had previously heard from him because he had been playing with his genitals, the board game, the forbidden moves, the dagger one can use to kill. In this case, it is long repressed memories and their unconscious offspring that have slipped into consciousness by the roundabout routes opened up to them in the form of apparently meaningless images. I would, then, look for the theoretical value of an interest in dreams and the contributions it makes to our psychological knowledge and in the start it makes towards our understanding of the psychoneuroses. Who can guess how important a thorough acquaintance with the structure and functions of a psychical apparatus may become, when even the present-day state of our knowledge enables our therapies to have a fortunate influence on the essentially curable forms of psychoneuroses? And what of the practical value of this interest, I hear it asked, for our knowledge of the psyche, and for the revelation of hidden character traits in the individual? Do not the unconscious impulses revealed in dreams possess the value of real forces in our inner life? Is the ethical significance of our suppressed wishes to be treated as an unconsidered trifle, for just as they create dreams, they may one day create other things? I do not feel justified in answering these questions. My thoughts have not pursued the problem of dreams under this aspect. I only think that, in any case, the Roman emperor was wrong to have his subject put to death because he dreamed he had murdered his emperor. He should have been concerned first with what the dream meant. Most likely it was not the same as it appeared to be. And even if a dream with a different tenor had this treasonable meaning, it would still be fitting for us to bear Plato's observation in mind, that the virtuous man is content to dream what the wicked man actually does. In my view, then, it is best to absolve dreams. Whether we should ascribe reality to unconscious wishes, I cannot say. Of course we cannot grant it to any of the transitional or intermediary thoughts. Looking at these unconscious wishes reduced to their ultimate, their truest expression, we must bear in mind that what has psychical reality too can have more than just one form of existence, to answer our practical need to judge men's characters, their actions, and consciously uttered opinions are mostly sufficient. Actions, above all, deserve to be put in the forefront, for many impulses which have forced their way through to consciousness are still often annulled by real forces in our inner life before they have issued in action. Indeed, that is why they often do not encounter any psychical obstacle on their way, because the unconscious is certain they will be prevented at another point. It is still instructive in any case to get to know the much disturbed soil on which our virtues proudly grow. The complexity of a human character, moved dynamically this way and that, can very seldom be resolved by deciding between simple alternatives, as our superannuated morality would have it. And what of the value of dreams for our knowledge of the future? Of course that is out of the question. Instead, one should rather ask, for our knowledge of the past. For in every sense, dreams come from the past. It is true, the ancient belief that dreams show us the future is not entirely without some truth. For by representing a wish as fulfilled, a dream does indeed take us into the future, but this future, taken by the dreamer to be in the present, is shaped by the indestructible wish into the image of that past. On the subject of intention and forgetting, compare my essay Über den psychischen Mechanismus der Vergesslichkeit, the physical mechanism of forgetfulness, in the Monatsschrift für Psychiatrie und Neurologie, 1898, c. 289. Of course the same considerations also apply to cases when the superficial associations are exposed in the dream content, as they are, for example, in the two dreams related by Maury, page 51, Pellerinage, Pelletier, Pell, Kilometer, Kilogram, Gililo, Lobelia, Lopez, Lotto. I know from my work with neurotics which reminiscence it is that prefers this kind of representation. It is from looking up the encyclopedia, all reference works, at the time of puberty, when their curiosity is roused, that most young people have satisfied their need for an explanation of the riddle of sexuality.
Weitere Bemerkungen über die Abwehrneurosenpsychosen, further remarks on the neuropsychosis of defense. Neurologisches Zentralblatt, 1896, Nummer 10 SE 3, 159.
They share this characteristic of indestructibility with other really unconscious psychical acts, i.e. acts that belong to the unconscious system only. These are paths laid down once and for all, which are never out of use, and which, whenever an unconscious excitation recharges them, always act as a conduction route to discharge the process of arousal. To use a comparison, their only kind of annihilation is that of the shades in the underworld of the Odyssey *, who wake into new life once they have drunk blood. The processes dependent on the preconscious system are destructible in a quite different sense. The psychotherapy of neuroses is based on this distinction. Lou Lorraine rightly praises the wish-fulfilling function of the dream, sans fatigue sérieux, sans être obligé de recourir à cette lutte opiniâtre et longue causité corrode les jouissances poursuivies, without major fatigue, without the obligation to resume that stubborn struggle which wears out and spoils the pursued delights. I have taken this idea from Leiboldt's theory of sleep. It is to him we are indebted for the revival of research into hypnosis in our time. My italics, but in any case not to be misunderstood. My italics. Here as elsewhere, there are gaps in my treatment of the topic which I have left intentionally, because to fill them would require on the one hand too much effort, and on the other reliance on material alien to dreams. Thus, for example, I have avoided indicating whether I attach different meanings to the word suppressed, unterdrückt, and the word repressed, verdrängt. I only need to make it clear that the latter emphasizes its affiliation to the unconscious more strongly than the former. I have not gone into the closely related * problem of why the dream thoughts undergo distortion by the censorship, even in cases where they give up their progressive movement towards consciousness and opt for the path of regression, and further such omissions. What I was chiefly concerned to do was to give some impression of those problems we are led towards by further analysis of the dream work, and to indicate the other topics such analysis encounters on its way. I have not always found it easy to decide where to break off from pursuing them. The fact that I have not dealt exhaustively with the part played by sexual ideas in dreams, and have avoided interpreting dreams with an obviously sexual content, has a particular reason, which may not coincide with the reader's expectations. It is utterly foreign to my opinions and the theoretical views I put forward in neuropathology to regard the sexual life as a shameful thing which neither physician nor scientist should be concerned with. And, in my opinion, the moral indignation that moved the translator of Artemidorus of Daldis to withhold the chapter on sexual dreams from the reader is ridiculous. What decided me was solely the realization that in explaining sexual dreams I would have to become deeply involved in the still unsolved problems of perversion and bisexuality, and so I kept this material for another occasion. Dreams are not the only phenomenon allowing us to base psychopathology on psychology. In a short series of articles, not yet completed, in the Monoschrift für Psychiatrie und Neurologie, The Psychical Mechanism of Forgetfulness, 1898, C3, 289, Screen Memories, C3, 301, I attempt to interpret a number of everyday psychical phenomena in support of the same insight. The Concept of the Unconscious in Psychology, lecture held at the Third International Congress for Psychology in Munich, 1897. Finus. About the author. Sigmund Freud, 1856–1939, was an Austrian neurologist and the founder of psychoanalysis. His groundbreaking work explored the unconscious mind, dreams, sexuality, and defense mechanisms, reshaping how we understand human thought and behavior. Among his most influential writings are The Interpretation of Dreams, 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, and civilization and its discontents. Freud's ideas continue to influence psychology, literature, and culture, establishing him as one of the most significant thinkers of the modern era. Pigeon, Publishing House, presented The Interpretation of Dreams. Author, Sigmund Freud. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this classic, follow the show and leave a quick review, and join us every Tuesday and Thursday for more timeless stories.